such weird auras. Like he gets such unusual creeps a lot of times, not just straight up centaurs or something. Like he goes for like all the different auras to help them with push and fighting, and then sends those creeps over to other lanes to help out if people are having difficulty. So I'll be interested to see which creeps get picked up.
Yeah, there's a bit of randomness to it, but it's the sign tail of a good Chen player is how they can utilize how they get presented with. A very common good hero or good creep to find, though, in my opinion, is the Ogre Magi that so underestimated in a lot of games. Just the frost armor can keep your cores really safe. Even your supports can be surprisingly hard to bring down when you have it. Liquid going for a bit of wombo combo draft here already. The Enigma and the SF. This is very reminiscent of that Faceless Void SF game that we watched ourselves, where big ultimates dictated the late game. But the hero that will be happy about these big ultimates is going to be the Rubik.
Yeah, there are quite a few ultimates and nice spells that he can steal already on the board. You have to be aware that Rubik does make the lane. You've got one really strong laner right in the form of Chen, but then you have Rubik who tends to be a little bit more defensive. That's something to keep in mind during these drafts. The Shadow Fiend has been taking up more and more. We've seen it a ton in the Last Chance quals with the way that it's been changed around with some of those raises. I'm curious to see, because you have flexibility. Is this Shadow Fiend going to be going to the mid lane? Do you think that's going to be a Mickey Shadow Fiend, or are they going to try to move it into the safe lane?
I think they usually play it mid. I would say more so. Matumba Man, I'm expecting that they're leaving his hero a little bit. And look at RNG even banning out the Pudge, respecting some heroes. Sniper gets banned out here by Team Liquid. Try to remove some heroes that are annoying for Enigma to deal with. They can just kill him without getting too close. Or be very difficult because he's so far back.
So do you go for something like Alina, knowing that you've got a Shadow Fiend picked up in the mid lane that's going to give you a lot of reach, it's going to be able to give you spam to go for like LSAs, whatever he's trying to go for last hits?
Yeah, I think you can definitely go for Lina. I also would like to mention, while Kaka plays a fantastic Rubik, and this is probably going to be a support, Rubik is also a hero that you could play core if there's good enough reason to do so against an SF and Enigma, possibly some other good spells down the line. You could have the idea of flexing in towards the mid lane. As we talked about, SF being a potential flex pick, this same is a little bit true in RNG, though I don't expect it. That's also the value, right? It could be unexpected.
That is indeed. I've got bad memories of seeing the Rubik mid. That was very popular in South America, like patches ago, like not recently. But a lot of the teams feeling like, this is such a good hero because of the heroes that they have. But it always felt like a bait. It felt like whenever these teams would pick up the Rubik, Chris Luck played a ton of that for a while, actually, on Beast Coast. And it just never ended up working out for them. It just became too much of a liability after a point. But again, do have that option. You have that flexibility. Might like to see something a little bit more traditional, though, I think, going over to the side of RNG.
Yeah, it's very skill dependent and very execution dependent. And I agree. Something more stable would be recommended, I think. And they're going to go with Queen. Again, Somnus Queen is insanely strong, and so is Mika's Queen. So you could, if you expect that this SF could be safe lane, it's a bit of a block as well.
That will give them some nice mobility. It's going to be able to put pressure on the map. And it's also a hero that jumps into the back lines and tries to mess with that Enigma, who could be very, very pesky for them. So I like this pickup.
I want to say that I like something they did with it too. When they picked the Queen, they banned the Lone Druid first. Lone Druid is one of the hardest heroes for Queen to deal with, just because he has a huge HP pool. And yeah, that's basically it. He's just a massive HP pool, and he keeps healing himself when the bear attacks things. And Queen wants to have heroes that she can, theoretically burst to a decent degree, or just with the help of one hero quickly bring down. He also doesn't care about being silenced when you blink on him to a very large extent. So smart thing to ban out Matumba's Lone Druid there.
I'm curious now, because we do get the Tusk pickup. That's going to be very, very handy, being able to kind of dodge a lot of spells. Dodging the Sonic Wave comes to mind, or the bigger ones there. But also we'll be able to have that rotation too. So I like the idea of having these sort of heroes that have the save, but are also able to put out pressure during the laning phase. If you know that Queen of Pain has gone and just been too aggressive, you teleport in and you punish her for using that blink, which I think is a nice option.
Yeah, I also like the Ice Shards if they want to run Enigma and Tusk together in lane. That's something that you can definitely use, but Team Liquid are also a team that are not shy to run Enigma and Tusk as a support combo. They could totally do that. And they're just building into the Womb combo. Look at them having 3 BKB piercing disables right now. And then an SF on top of it. Like, this is gonna be a hard game not to get chain stunned and died for RNG. So I would like to see more ideas of breaking this combo for them. Sure, they have Rubik and they have Chen to try and out-heal, but you can only out-heal so much. If everything goes down, you're gonna need something to stop the execution from Liquid.
This feels like a Rubik's dream right now when you look at all the spells that are available for him to steal. My goodness.
Just overwhelm him with, you know, there's too much to choose from. He's gonna have a tough time holding his holding spell steal for the Enigma Black Hole, because there's going to be an RP going down, or, you know, Tusk going in with a snowball. Could also be a great steal.
So what do you think is the most value spell here for Rubik to get? Because obviously there's these big ultimates that are obviously amazing, but there's also a lot of value in being able to have a save, like maybe taking that snowball or whatnot.
I think the biggest sleeper spell that I think is super good, honestly, is probably Skewer, especially if you have Blink on Rubik. He can catch people from so far away with a lift into a counter Skewer. Some flashbacks from last year's TI, we saw that a little bit, you know. And picking Magnus into Rubik is kind of funny after watching TrueSight, right? And thinking about, I need more Lincolns, 1 more Lincolns, three Lincoln Spheres, guys, then I can do my play. But I want to say, if you play Magnus against Rubik, perhaps the best idea is to not heavily rely on being that Blink initiation and just try and get, you know, BKB and be able to play on the front line, and eventually an opportunity will come to use your spells instead of trying to Blink and initiate and just only getting lifted immediately. Telekinesis is too strong against that.
I do like the pickup of the Centaur. It's going to enable them to have more initiation or de-escalation. Also gives you a very solid lane. The Rubik Centaur lane, always a classic. Being able to just pick people up, drop them into a stomp, and pick the damage down. That is something that Enigma's going to have to be very, very careful of in that bottom lane. He's got to really, you know, position himself where the Eidolons are mostly doing what they need to do. Careful not to feed them, obviously, but if he gets a little too close, he's going to get punished very heavily by RNG.
Looks like they're picking Matu's hero last here. Everyone was looking towards Matu and kind of smiling, and yeah, it's going to be a Slark with Empower from Magnus. The moment you saw the Magnus, then a melee carry is probably what they're going to go with. And fits pretty well. You can certainly steal a lot of stacks from Centaur, but the lane is a bit risky. Slark has low HP in laning stage, and Centaur can do a lot of damage with double edge too.
Yeah, I expect to see a lot of harassment coming out, and there's going to have to be a lot of regen. And oh, they go right for that Ursa. This is a fast-paced draft coming out from the side of RNG, and with pretty low cooldowns as well. Are you nervous for Liquid looking at this draft?
I would say that it's certainly a very potent draft from RNG. I don't know if I would say I'm nervous, but both teams seem to have gotten sort of what they wanted going into this draft. RNG's looks a little bit more execution dependent to me, whereas Team Liquid, yeah, they have this big one combo, and to do it perfectly takes certain execution, but they also have so many big spells that even if only 1 or 2 of them lands in the fight, then that can be devastating. The big story is going to be the carries for me here. Ghost or Matumba, how good laning stage are they going to get to have? But Ursa against Magnus, that's a pretty good lane for Ursa.
Yeah, I think it'll be very dependent too. Like you said, you've got the Slark who has lower HP, so the harassment that's going to be coming out will be pretty fierce. And then again, over with the mid lane, do have, you know, the Shadow Fiend that's going to be playing over there, the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain is going to be more active than a Shadow Fiend, generally speaking. She's going to also be trying to put pressure down early. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting early game to see who comes out on top and who tends to be the more aggressive, or who tends to be a little bit more out of place in some cases.
Yeah, I'm expecting probably RNG to be just the tempo driver a little bit more, but that's a lot because of Xnova being on Chen. I mean, that hero, in my opinion, has to have huge impact in the first 30 minutes, because after that, he does get reduced a little bit to just being possibly some ancient creep for aura, and then carrying, you know, the heal and a mech perhaps, but it becomes hard to keep your creeps alive and have big impact with them the later the game goes, especially against Empower.
I was just looking at one of the stats. One of the player has like a win-loss ratio of like 6,000 to like 4,000 or something. Oh my goodness. I always love these stats when they pop up.
Yeah, as we head into the game. Yeah, the pre-game stats, you know, a good way to intimidate your opponents before you start. Works in pubs, works in pro games too. Let's go.
Yeah, it's nothing like loading into your game and seeing, you know, the master tier techies player, and you're like, oh god. Here we go into the first game of RNG versus Liquid.
Yeah, we see Liquid going up for deep wards here. Both teams planting their wards, but not seeing each other there. Nobody really getting information on where the wards are placed.
Everybody playing a little bit safe here. You can see they're inching forward towards one another, but...
Yeah, you also have Slark standing there. He sees everything. He's just, you know, standing there with his night vision, kind of having a good time watching over Chalice.
That is a good point, now that we start off in the nighttime. Which I kind of like that change. Did you like that when it happened?
I think it made it more exciting going to the runes, and the fight for bounty runes became more exciting and less like, oh, there they are, let's back off. Now you kind of go ships in the dark, which I like. But Slark, of course, he sees them coming up. He's going to back out here.
Feels like pretty good positioning here for RNG, so they'll be able to snap up 3 of those bounty runes.
Yeah, nice to get a little bit of a lead. Usually the most impactful for mid lane, honestly, and could make the mid lane slightly more difficult for the SF. I think Queen needed a little bit of an advantage because the matchup is, I would say, SF favored now.
So how would you like to see Somnus play this lane here against Mickey, since they do have the advantage on the Shadow Feed?
I like what he's doing already. He's sitting back, not allowing for a race to hit him and the creeps immediately. Normally what SFs want to do is land one race on you when the lane starts, and then keep that race debuff on you. But he sat back, didn't allow that, and respects the level 1 timing of SF. He's already strong from level 1.
So are we going to see a fairly passive mid lane for the time being with coming out from Somnus?
Might be a bit farm oriented, but he could also go 2 points dagger and try to be contesting the mid win. So far he's playing the lane beautifully, as we expect.
So I'm a little surprised here because we do end up seeing Kaka down here on the Rubik with Ghost. We're not seeing the same, you know, wombo combo. Not really wombo combo, just like the general combo of like the Rubik and the Centaur that tends to be very popular and strong. Do we like this setup? I mean, it makes sense, right? You want to be able to have a range support generally.
Yeah, there's a reason why they want to have the Rubik bottom as well, is that Fade Bolt is very, very good against the Eidolons. Not necessarily to kill them, but just to bring down all the damage. Fade Bolt takes away a lot of their damage output. Oh, we got
Kaka is looking like he's going to be the first blood. Zai chasing after him. Kaka trying to break some ankles here in the tree line. Zai decides that he's had enough. They'll turn their attention over to Ghost. This would be a great kill if they're able to get it. Now both of them sitting so very low.
Oh, this
Not much from out of. They'll feed the mango over to Zai. A couple of those hits off. Need a little bit more, and they just don't quite have it. So this bottom lane already an absolute brawl.
Yeah. And while they were fighting bottom, there's also fights going on the other lanes. Mid, they traded down quite low. SF gonna get the bottom rune now, and Queen has a bottle ready for a top rune as well. She's just making sure she denies a bit before going there. And top lane also had a bit of a scuffle. The Tusk with tag team is, of course, happy to try and trade hits.
It does feel like they're fairly survivable in the top lane for RNG. Again, whenever you have that tag team, does prove to be very sketchy trying to move forward a lot of the times, but when you've got something like a Centaur here, and Xnova again does have to be a little bit careful in his positioning, but
oh, please.
It doesn't feel super scary just yet.
Let's hope that this is not issues for Xnova. He's saying settings. Okay, that's fine. That should be fast then. I was worried we were gonna have another pause here for them, but seems everything is fine. They're just going into it again.
We've got the Cobalt Foreman picked up for Xnova, so that little speed aura gonna come in handy. Give him a little bit of a boost.
Yeah, it's very nice for Centaur as well. He can run up to people and catch them a little bit more easily with the Stomp, or get away from people in time.
I always like this creep because a lot of the times when you're playing Crystal Main, you're just so slow and you're like, oh, all of a sudden I'm a little bit speedier. Feels good.
Yeah, it's a quality of life creep to have with you as well. Definitely not the best creep though. He would have preferred to find something else early in the small camp, but he made the best of what he could do.
For sure. Sometimes that's all you can hope for.
Yeah, he gets a better one though.
Well, what did he pick up?
He takes the Hill Troll Priest. That's a good one to have. The heal can be very useful.
Got the little bit of piercing too. That was a recent change. Courier ends up getting sniped over on the side, so Foxy not going to be able to have that for a little bit. And now we are seeing the Tusk make the rotation for the 4 minutes. So I'm curious to see if they want to get. There it is. There is kill over on Kaka. This is the second time that Zai was able to jump in like that and find the opening. Although the first time they weren't able to quite finish off Kaka.
Yeah, Kaka just got a little bit too close there, and the aggressive skewer forward. Zai, by the way, going for an interesting build on his Magnus after getting that first buff. He goes and buys the Ring of Health. So he's going to have a bit of regen in the lane as well.
I feel like this makes sense just because of the fact that you know that Ghost is going to try to, you know, stack up some of those Fury swipes. Like you can see already in the bottom lane, he just runs at him, slaps him a couple times, and then just goes back to hitting the creeps, just to kind of keep him on his toes. So it's a nice pickup.
Yeah, it's nice. I'm curious to see if he's going to use this to upgrade it perhaps even to a Vanguard, or if he just wants to keep it as a casual ring as well in laning stage. Completely fair to do either here. I think you don't want to delay your big items though, so I'd probably not say a Vanguard. It doesn't guarantee safety anyway against Ursa. Eventually he does kill you, the Fierce Swipe build-up.
So what are you thinking for the first item on Magnus here?
I think you might just go like into a Mana Boots build here, and then we could see an early Lotus later on down the road, but like go Mana Boots into Blink Dagger perhaps from here.
Right now, Centaur having a great time in the top lane, 35-9, and Ghost in the bottom lane, the Ursa, 35-4. So things are looking very nicely for all three of the cores, honestly, on the side of RNG.
Yeah, I have to say their last hits are amazing. They have 9 denies, 9 denies, and 4 denies versus only 5 denies total on Liquid. The only one with any denies is Shadowfiend mid lane. There's been no denies on the side lanes coming out from the cores, that is. So definitely the RNG players are getting a bit of a lead here. They're almost 2,000 gold ahead despite dying ones.
That is pretty wild. Do you see that the haste rune is bottom, so Mickey will be able to go snap that up. Curious to see if they want to make any sort of plays. Top lane, a little bit more harassment over onto Matumba Man. Doesn't is gonna be forced to use that salve. Doesn't want to pop those stick charges just yet, but
he's almost past the crucial points for here, right? Like playing Slark against Centaur, the difficult part is until you get level 6. When once Slark is level 6, he gets super happy, so he just has to keep surviving, but every single chance Chalice gets, he will use double edge on him, and it'll be dangerous. Mickey with a haste.
Mickey coming up here with that haste, and they'll go use the Stampede. Chalice doesn't want to have to deal with this. We'll get hit with the raise. Another one on top of that. Tried to go into the tree line. Shards, though, not quite land. There it is. The final hit coming into play now. They end up losing Chalice thanks to the haste rune. And in the other lane, they get another kill. Looks like they'll barely be able to teleport Zai out here.
Yeah, what a clutch TP out as well. But that was a nice rotation for Liquid. They need to get these kills. Matumba looking for Xnova here.
Giving him the click. Snowballs there from Boxy, and yeah, that's just a nice quick kill going over to the side of Liquid.
This is so funny to see. Like, they're 3,000 gold behind, but they're 4 kills ahead versus 0 mid. Trying to bring down Mickey now.
They were trying, but they're gonna end up losing Kaka first. They'll go for the wave, and they'll be able to finish off Mickey. Not gonna be able to quite finish off Boxy. And again, they do have the Enigma over on the side, so Somnus does have to be a bit careful.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage from those Eidolons, but he can just back out. He's going to be fine. And they get their first kill on the board, which they desperately need. Queen is a hero that's going to be very kill dependent in this game, especially going for that triple point in Shadow Strike. That's the only reason they managed to kill the SF, by the way, is that she did commit for the Shadow Strike build. So this is less of a farming build, but it also makes her weaker against the Eidolons at this point. She can't really kill them easily.
That's a good point. 8-minute rune spawns. It is indeed bottom. It's a double damage, and looks like they'll try to hold that for Mickey. So let's try to make a little bit of rotation. Just gonna go for the D ward. So Mickey will more than happy pick up that double damage. In the top lane, this pressure on Matu is intense. Does have the level 6 now at least, so feeling perhaps a little bit safer.
Yeah, Matu's gonna be able to be fine. He has to watch out though. The creep can get vision here.
Indeed. Okay, he's got they're gonna chase after him. They want to get the body blocks off. They'll be able to just hold him down. One more hit will do the trick. Can they get over there fast enough though? He's breaking these ankles.
Running.
He's going all the way around. He actually is gonna survive thanks to Boxy being able to throw out the shards. Beautifully done.
Yeah, and a seamless move through the jungle there. Matumba knew exactly the path he wanted to take, cut the tree, and kept running. He didn't stop a single time stuttering in the tree line there. That was a very smooth escape by his Slark.
Looks like he's thinking about round 2. Does ping out. He's like, I think there's something over here for vision. Be curious to see if they keep going. Sania, though, on the bottom lane, getting chased after by Ghost. It's a bear hug to death in the bottom river spawn, so it's the first pickup, the first kill here for Ghost.
Yeah, he's getting a kill before he even finishes up the defusal. That's when he's really gonna start having high kill potential, but that's a good start for him. And for now, seems like RNG want to start playing around their queen a little bit more. They're moving Kaka and queen together here. Yeah, the queen ulti.
They're smoked up. They're hoping to perhaps put the pressure down on Zai. Zai realizing, though, hasn't seen people in a while. So it is backing off a little bit. Kaka, smoke will pop. He's going to walk right into Zai immediately. Somnus jumping forward there. Gonna get hit back. The skewer, the lift. Somnus. Okay, they go for the RP, and they're going to try to teleport out, and I don't believe they have anything to cancel it, so it's a lot of time being spent here from the side of RNG that they don't actually get anything out from it, so Liquid has to be quite pleased.
Oh, Kaka, to be level 6, the dream, right? He's only a level 4.5 Rubik. If he had the spell steal there, that escape wouldn't be possible. Still a nice lift from him, though, and they force out the RP. But Sai is going to be completely happy with surviving there. Seems he opted to go for the power treads, by the way, on Magnus, which is leaning into the whole be tanky and be on the front line idea. I'm going to go blink right afterwards.
Now, I am a little concerned, right, because Matu did have a bit of a rough lane. He was constantly being harassed. So he's sitting quite behind this Earth, about 2,000 behind. How difficult is it going to be for him to get back on this board? Granted, yes, they have, they'll have the Empower. They can kind of work with him on that, boost up the gold that he can get. But it does feel a little bit worrisome because Slark, not necessarily the best farmer.
Not the best, but he's also decent. Oh, he catches Chen. I don't know if they can kill, though. Nice end snare.
I don't know. They're really chasing after him. They'll go for the Stampede. Matu backing off. Shadow Strike, but rest of Liquid. All 4 of these heroes over in the mid lane, ready to provide support.
Nice use of end snare there to keep the Shadow Fiend away from the Chen, so not letting him get close enough for the races. A lot of little skirmishes here, but yeah, the comeback of Matu, I think, is highly dependent on how well his team is doing, so it is going to be a bit of, how well can they create the space for him. Slark farms fast if uncontested, but if he's being oppressed by RNG and they're taking over more of the map, it can be difficult.
Zai getting closer and closer for that Blink Dagger. Currently the top net worth on the side of Liquid, but Ghost is sitting very pretty here, 5.7k at about 12 minutes in. And the pressure is on over on the mid tower.
Yeah, big impact this game is the Shadow Fiend only being 4.3k net worth at 12 minutes. He's definitely behind where you expect an SF to be at this point. So again, Somnus good laning stage and showing why he's so respected as a mid laner. I mean, Mickey is no slouch when it comes to mid laning, but Somnus is definitely a beast.
More clicks. That'll be the end of the mid tower. And that's going to open up the map even further, which is very important for this draft from RNG. Bottom lane, though, Diffusal is completed. Forces Zai to skewer away, but in comes Somnus. He's got a double damage. They don't want to let him get out of here, so they use that Sonic Wave to finish him off.
Yeah, they used the RP, or used the Sonic Wave to stop the RP. Maybe they could have let him RP even with the end rage from Ursa. He could probably still kill them afterwards, but they don't do that, and they get a kill. I mean, Somnus probably wanted the last hit as well. Let's be real. Queen needs kills.
Right. Top lane, they go for the black hole. Oh no.
Only, you know, only Chinese teams will not tip you after a moment like that, I feel. What is this? How does he not get a single tip from that? Insania. Tries for a catch there, but they get away.
Oh, that always feels bad when you whiff something like that. But, yeah, you know, you have to take these risks sometimes. You hope that they land, and unfortunately for them, Chalice just a little bit too fast on that button to get away.
Yeah, Chalice had the Tumbler's Toy as well as the Stampede, so he can be a hard hero to catch. He can be very, very, very speedy. You kind of wish you had Tumbler's Toy and Enigma yourself on the side of Liquid, because that's pretty much the best item you can find. Seems they do have it, but they have it on Tusk. Surprising they're not putting on Enigma for that black hole.
Now that they've taken that mid tower, this opens up a lot of space. So Ghost is going to be able to go take this Roche fairly quickly. Having that toughness aura always very, very useful. And the Blink Dagger is completed over on Chalice, so it is on. They have hit a really good timing here over on the side of RNG, and they are just putting their pedal to the metal.
Yeah, they have an insane power spike right now. The Diffusal is ready, the mech is up on Chen, you have your Blink Dagger on Ursa flying out as well as the Blink that you mentioned on Centaur. So right now they can go as 5, and I do not see a way that Liquid can fight them at all. They're not close to hitting a power spike. Checking across the board for Liquid what items they really have right now, it's not much. They have the Blink on Magnus, which is great, but SF is still just building with that Dragonlance and Ogre Axe trying to go into BKB. So he's not quite fight ready. Tusk has nothing yet, and Slark only has a Falcon Blade and a Blade of Alacrity, so right now RNG are in the driver's seat. Liquid are reacting.
There's not too much they can do. They have these, you know, excellent ultimates, but the problem is Zai lands this great reverse polarity, but you either have to be in the perfect position to take advantage of it right now, or it just doesn't do enough damage.
Yeah, I think Liquid have a very tough teamfight to execute right now, just due to the item disadvantage and the existence of Rubik, right? Rubik can mess with initiation quite a lot, especially before items like Lincoln Sphere come out to stop him. Liquid not really gonna commit for the tier 2 bottom. Seems like we might see a little bit of a smoke move here from RNG.
They know that there's no one in their woods up in the dire portion, so they're gonna hunt to see if perhaps they can run into some other Liquid heroes, like Snova dropping a ward on top. Chalice leading the way. There is still Zai over on the side in the jungle, but they're gonna shift their attention over to the side here. Chalice waiting patiently, trying to see if his smoke's gonna pop. Does have that Blink Dagger, but Liquid's doing a great job of just dodging them the entire time.
This is what they have to do. They have to, you know, really embrace their team name and shape themselves after the game they're in here. So Magnus is going to farm the enemy jungle quite aggressively, and then they need to have heroes on the side lanes because the push is coming mid, and that tier 2 tower, it will be a difficult one to defend.
Zai is going to teleport in, though, so they're looking for a fight. Do have the black hole if they want to try. RNG splitting up, very aware that if they're clumped together, they're going to get punished for it by the side of Liquid. But Insania, again, still fairly poor here. Doesn't have any means to get into these fights other than, you know, Zai getting a really nice initiation with the reverse polarity.
A nice thing for Liquid is that they have this, the Stark.
Oh, okay, alright, they found Matu. Ghost gonna go and Rage just back off.
They forced the Slark ulti. Nothing too major, trading the Slark ulti for the Ursa ulti. But Slark night vision right now, look at it. He can see the Centaur. He's keeping tabs on them. I was going to mention how he's a big advantage when you want to split and play around the opponents. The vision advantage is going to be real. He also dewarded the RNG ward. So RNG are playing not blind right now, but they don't have that much vision to back up their aggression.
Yeah, it does feel a bit odd when you consider the fact that, you know, Ghost has this Aegis, and I'm sure they want to be aggressive, right? Because they hit such a great power spike, but they're just not finding anything. Nothing, Liquid is just not presenting themselves for these altercations.
Yeah, Liquid are understanding that now is not the time to fight. They're only 4k behind in gold, which doesn't sound like a massive deficit, but their timings are just far away. They need BKB. You know, BKB is one of those items where the build-up can feel okay to average, but not amazing. And then when it's complete, that's a huge spike.
Look at the way that they're collapsing. Yeah, they pinged out that they saw Matumba Man, and they ended up with an Insania. Which, again, Matsu's got to be happy that his support tanked the gank for him, but they are just actively hunting him currently.
Yeah, the Enigma is the consolation prize here for looking for the Slark, but meanwhile though, the move towards top, Zai wants to get Skewer.
They can see X Nova, follow up. Yeah, that's just a very dead X Nova, but look at these TPs coming out. They see this happening. It's a little bit of that fear coming from the Requiem. Chase forward though, the jump forward from Chalice, the clicks coming out from Somnus. Mickey looks like he's going to pop it down. The chase is on after Zai. Goes for the RP, but he gets picked up by Kaka immediately. There it is, there's that Requiem. Like we talked about, it gets cut down by Chalice. And Somnus hoping he can get his hands on the Tusk. Not going to be able to quite close the gap, but during all this, Aegis does end up getting reclaimed. And multiple dead over on the side of Liquid.
Wow, that is huge though for RNG again. They bait with the Chen. I mean, him farming under tower even, I would still consider bait, because anytime you're farming a lane as Chen, you don't really care that much if you die. You're not high impact if you do happen to go down. And they get 2 core hero kills.
These are some big picks if they want to get it. There's the Matumba Man over on the side. They have a general idea where he's playing, but looks like RNG just gonna group up a little bit again. Maybe shift their way up through the jungle and keep control of this area.
RNG want to group up, but they also want to wait for the next Roche timing, it seems, before they take too many buildings. So now they're just using the slight space advantage they have by having removed that tier 2 tower. So they're farming very aggressively in the enemy jungle, whereas Liquid, they just kind of make the most they can out of the space they have. They do have Blink now on Tusk, so he's a little bit more fight ready.
I'm curious though how these fights go for Liquid. If they do, you know, they can't take a full 5v5 at this point, it feels like, because they are behind in terms of net worth. They're getting stronger, but still not quite there yet. So is it worth it to do something like grab a smoke, try to grab a pick off, or do you want to just continue to just stay separated and farm the way that they're doing?
Now is the timing. Now is the timing to take fights. They just got 4 staff finished up on Magnus. So he has Blink 4, so you have Blink on Tusk just finishing up, and you have BKB flying out for the SF. You hit a very, very big power spike right now. And of course you have the Diffus since a little while back on the Slark as well. So I would say now they want to go and take an engagement, and that's what we're going to see. They smoke up all 5.
Matumba Man leading the charge is going to possibly run into Kaka. Kaka's positioning here, trying to make sure that he can tank any sort of ganks. Goes for the use of the Requiem there, as now the follow-up though, as there's the lift over into Zai. Kaka trying to run away, does end up getting held into place, but the Khan comes out with the heals. Gets Sonic Wave pushing them back, but they're trying to just save Ghost as he's trying to run away. The black hole though gets used over onto the Ursa. That's a dead Ursa. As the follow-up now from Foxy, they see X Nova give off a couple of those clicks. We'll be able to finish him off.
I think RNG had to respect that Rubik got caught out there. He was trying for a cute play with the SF ulti to fear them away when they smoked, but they were not close enough to him. They wrapped around. And if Rubik gets caught, they're in trouble. He's literally the most important player on the field because of all these ultimates from Liquid. You can just see it. The SF goes in, channels his ulti, the black hole immediately comes in, and this is all because they brought down Rubik, then they know they can go for the big plays here.
Yeah, that was definitely the moment where Liquid could feel comfortable making those big team fights, but it's like RNG. They're ready. They're getting right back out there on the field. There is a lot of ultimates that got used in the fight. They did not use the RP, though. So they still have that in their back pocket. But I would not be surprised to see RNG perhaps make some plays, try to get a pick off, knowing that some of these larger ultimates are now down.
Yeah, RNG might want to go. At the same time, though, they're 550 away for BKB on Ursa, so I think he probably will just keep farming. But the rest of them, the 4, could go together and look for a fight. Looks like they're just reclaiming the map a little bit.
I was about to say, yeah, I do like the way that they're playing pretty closely around one another. Still allowing Ursa to farm, work on that BKB, but also in position if they do decide they want to fight. And they do actually end up smoking on the side of Liquid.
It's important. Roche has already spawned, so they knew that Roshan might be up right now, and you don't want to give a free Roche here, so they're staying aggressive.
Alright, Matu. There's the Blink 4 from Boxy immediately over onto X-Nova. He's just absolute toast. Not going to be able to survive that.
Bring him down fast, and now they can position for dewarding around Roche. I don't think they go straight Roche. They have the Slark. Use that advantage to deward.
Okay. There's jump for it. Oh, a little bit faster here from Zai. Goes for the RP, pushes Ghost completely away from the rest of the team. The snowball comes through. They get the punch off. Ghost not looking too healthy. He is going to be the first casual Kaka on the back line. It's clicked down by Matu. And now there it is. A big sonic wave, but just not quite enough. No, that last little bit will be able to take down Matu. Blink from Somnus, and they'll be able to escape over on the side of RNG, but they lost Ghost and they lost Kaka again.
Yeah. Matu wasn't quite ready for this Orchid reveal. The Orchid and Witchblade in combination with the Sonic Wave. So much damage, and the Soul Rend, the Soul Burn at the end, brings him down. So he didn't get his ulti out on Slark. He has to be very early, I think, with his ulti, now playing into this lineup where there's going to be Centaur, there's going to be lifts from Rubik, and there's going to be Queen with Silence. So probably going to have to be a little bit less greedy on holding it.
I know that they definitely want to get into that Roche pit. Do we see them go for something like a smoke play on the side of RNG to try to solidify the chance that they're able to... Okay, never mind, I answered my own question. Yes, they
yes.
will.
Yes, we do. But they have Eidolons, and they have ways to get information over on the Roche pit. Nobody's going in there yet, so RNG want to get a kill and then go into Roche.
They're taking their sweep, but they don't end up finding anyone, so they'll take back the outpost.
Yeah, thus revealing that they were indeed smoked, but Liquid already seemed very aware of that. I like Boxy's move here, sticking around top.
Smoke ends up breaking on the Ursa. Somnus recognizing that, putting out a little bit of pressure, but Boxy just teleports away. So all of Liquid now know they're in the Roche pit. They also have the black hole if they want to go in and use it.
5 seconds RP. They have a lot of big ultis coming off. SF ulti is also back.
I'm gonna try to clean up some of these Chen armies. Matu pouncing in immediately. BKB from Ghost. Jump over onto Mickey on the back lines. There it is. Matu, he snatches it up, grabs himself that Aegis. Hand of God comes off, and there's the black hole getting used over on Chalice. Ends up deleting, but now X-Nova is left behind. Couple clicks, he'll be the next one to fall. Kaka with that steal is gonna be able to teleport out.
Looks like Ghost is gonna be able to get away as well. He's running up. Mid lane, Matu just chasing down. Beautiful play from Matu, just going into the pit, using his ulti immediately after the Dark Pact ends. And if Roche is that low, there's not much you can do to get rid of a Slark there. And he provided the information around Roche pit for the rest of Liquid to take a good fight.
Yeah, that was absolutely the best move here when you consider the fact that not only did they snatch up the Aegis, oops, Somnus blinks away. But they grabbed themselves the Aegis. They didn't lose it in the fight, even.
Yeah, still lasted to RNG at least, so he got something. And they did get the Requiem of Soul stolen on Rubik. While he did use it, it's coming off cooldown in only 1 minute from now. It's a great spell to have. If he can finish Blink Dagger before it comes off cooldown, he can make a Blink Telekinesis ulti play, which is really dangerous.
Oh, no. It's gonna get horn tossed though by Zai into Matu. He's gonna try to charge away. Cannot do it. Another kill here from Matumba Man.
This man has 8 permanent agi already on his Lark, so he's very happy. Now with the Aghanim Scepter as well as the Aegis, he wants to fight non-stop.
Oh, X-Nova, oh no, it's a bait though, they jump right back in. They should be able to go and pop the Aegis on Matu. Boxy standing on the low ground. What's this happening? Ghost finds Insania. They're waiting patiently. They're gonna try to just get the secondary kill over onto Matu, but he pops the Shadow Dance. Gonna try to make it out there. Still holding on to the Blink and the Stampede. If Chalice decides he wants to try to go for this, but the rest of the team sitting a little far back, we'll be able to get the silence off over onto Zai. Mickey joining in again. The defusal is gonna get you, so go use the Heaven's Halberd over onto Matu. Matu running away.
Yeah, has that shard for extra safety, the Depth Shroud keeping him safe there. And maybe they could have caught there. Chalice didn't use his Tumbler's Toy before he blinked in, so he could probably have reached that stun there. But he used it as well instead to jump out afterwards.
Felt like RNG wanted to put the pressure over onto the tier 2, but they're going to back off for the time being. They've regained this area, taking it away from Team Liquid, forcing Team Liquid to the bottom area of the map.
It was so crucial that they brought down this Aegis. When Matuma went aggressive there, that they stopped him, got the Aegis killed, even though you didn't bring down Matu. This gained them a lot of like rights to have this top area. Now Liquid can't play like bullies anymore. They are going to go for bottom part of the map though. We might see RNG going contested as they have Basher finished on Ursa now.
That is a big deal. And there's even more mobility now coming out from the side of RNG. They've got a 4-staff online on Chalice. It looks like they're just happy to put the pressure over onto this mid tower.
Yeah, seems like they want to get trades. Magnus is coming back though to defend, setting up a little bit.
A little bit of the jump forward, but the stomp followed up. A good hand of God, and they're just trapped over in the corner. But there it is. There's the black hole from Insania. Grabs Somnus. Can they get off enough damage fast enough, though, is the question. Insania is going to end up dying to Ghost. Somnus sitting so very low during all this. But Matu, he's got his eyes on Ghost. He's going to be able to get the clicks off, get the kill, hop over onto Chalice. The chase is on, as Matu really would love this kill, but is just not quite able to grab onto the Centaur.
Yeah, that's a little bit on Kaka, that fight in RNG. They didn't manage to get any good steal. He committed his spell steal on the Magnus, but he only got the Shockwave, so it didn't get the RP, and then Enigma can channel a full black hole without getting interrupted. They don't have good ways to stop the black hole if the Rubik commits his spell steal already.
And that was the problem you were talking about in the draft, was that, you've got too many options in some cases. Like, what do you save? What do you really want to steal?
Exactly. That is what happened there. Nice little save there with the 4-staff Chalice getting out of Skewer.
A Rhino and a cow meet in the woods. Who wins that? Oh, nice little cheeky play there with that Wild Wing. Unfortunately, X-Nova, I think you're probably going to end up paying for that. Although the jump in over onto Zai, they're going to try to give off the clicks, so they're going to be able to finish off. No, not quite. As they do end up losing Kaka. Nice little ward here from Boxy, going to be able to keep tabs. Where is Somnus going? Who's coming with Somnus? Well, Boxy, literally everyone is coming along here with the Somnus, it feels like. You've got all the Gen Creeps, you got X-Nuff, you got Chalice nearby, the Silence, the Clicks, and your inevitable death there.
Yeah, mid tower gets down by SF as well. Mickey brings that down. A cute play by Boxy though. He tried to sit in that corner. The corner where he died on Boxy, you actually can be invisible unless you walk super close. Now in the very corner there's a spot that you don't see, even if you're standing right next to it. So yeah, you have to go really, really close to be able to get vision. However, his plan was busted by Scream of Pain. Will of course still hit you, even if you're hiding in outside of vision.
I feel like there's a handful of those spots too, right? There's a very specific
spot
with the Roche Pit, I know.
Yeah, Roche Pit actually has 2 spots like that. 3 even, yeah. The Roche Pit has multiple different spots, but right at the entrance and then one above and below on the walls you can hide.
I've definitely watched Beast Coast get screwed over by the the vision aspect. They're gonna rock right into Mata. The silence, the stomp. Are they gonna be able to stun long and fast enough? A good Lotus as he jumps back and starts giving the clicks over onto Ghost, followed up with a big hit. They'll go for the hand of gods. The BKBs do end up getting used. They're gonna place that Midnight Pulse on the ground. Mata giving the clicks off. They get the steal. They go right back in as they're just trying to put out enough damage over to Ghost. A good stomp from Chalice, but he's gonna end up getting left behind. The RP over onto the back lines, over onto 2, over onto the Sport. They'll lose X now, but they'll lose Kaka. And now Chalice has been left behind. He's trying to get out of there, tries to use a Stampede. He's gonna have that Force Staff up in a second, but he cannot escape from Liquid fast enough. As 3 dead over on the side of RNG.
Beautiful catch there as well by Zai with the 2-hero horn toss in as well, and skewer in. And this game really... oh, whoa.
Ooh, we're still going. We're still going. It's going to end up popping the BKB over on Somnus. He's trying to teleport out. He isn't going to manage to do it.
Yeah, no Basher on Slark. Looks like he wants to go for a Moonshard, by the way, as his next item after the BKB. He wants all that attack speed. But yeah, this Rubik is really struggling. There are too many spells. His positioning and his decision-making is some of the hardest that you could ask for. Like, who should he focus on and what does he do to stop? He has to adapt to every fight and how it plays out. And it's very difficult for him. That fight, again, he didn't get a big steal. And if the Rubik doesn't have a big steal and a big turnaround, then it feels like RNG's team fight is just a lot weaker than Team Liquid. They have to start splitting more and using the entirety of the map. I think team fighting into Liquid right now, you're betting on your Rubik winning the fight for you, and if he doesn't, then it's just, you know, like, the fight is gonna go the way of Liquid.
So what's the best way for RNG to get into these fights, I guess is my question, because so much does seem to be hinging on the fact that Kaka needs to get like the perfect spell, have the perfect positioning.
I think what you want to use then is just high grounds and favorable positions, like be on a ramp, be on a high ground, sit there and control it like they're doing right now, or even defend, you know, take the fight at your high ground when the enemy push your base. We see Liquid though coming in with a smoke here.
Chalice. Oh, okay. Bazai runs right into Chalice, and that is a little bit scary for them as they're going to go try to run away. Boxy on the side, and over on the back lines of Ghost, he's already popped the BKB. Mata going in. Big Sonic Wave, but the Snowball coming into play here from Boxy. He's going to be able to run out there. The Black Hole comes out from Insania. Uh-oh. Not again. The chase is on for Matu. Pops that BKB. They already used that Black Hole. It did not end up working out at all for them. They did end up buying back on Kaka, so they do have that as a little bit of a consolation prize, but that is not the way that Liquid wanted that fight to go.
He bought back immediately when he saw the Black Hole come out, and then he TP'd and tried to get a steal, but couldn't do it in time. Of course, Liquid backed out and retreated. He immediately cast the conversion after the Black Hole on Insania, so preventing the steal from Rubik. But it's a bit of a window right now where RNG could take a fight, because Rubik is not going to be completely overwhelmed by all these different things he has to focus on. So right now could be a good timing. However, his job also gets more and more difficult here as the Lotus Orb on Magnus is finished up. He will not be able to go for these telekinesis plays as easily.
We have about 2 seconds before this Roche comes back up, and they have the creeps in the pit. Do they just YOLO this? Do they just... Okay, yeah, looks like they do. They just go right on in, and it seems like Liquid are unaware that this Roche has respawned.
No, I think they're doing the right thing, and I actually think Liquids are... Like, they know that Roche could be up, but they're avoiding taking this fight. They recognize that this fight is going to be a difficult one. They concede the Roche over to RNG, that's true, but fighting without Black Hole right now would be very dangerous. They're also close to big timings, so you got the Enigma finishing up a BKB very soon. Nice catch.
Oh yeah, they find Chalice. He is being held into place. Hand of God does get used. Stop. Turn back around over on spot 2. It does use that Heaven's Halberd, but eventually does fall to the side of Liquid. Feels like Mati's hungry for something else if he can get his hands on them. But this time around, looks like Liquid happy with that one pickoff. They'll just start putting a little bit of pressure on the buildings to force the fort out.
Yeah, they push, and speaking of the timings that they have coming up now, the SF almost has the full butterfly coming out as well. He's looking quite strong.
That is a pretty big wave in the top lane, but eyes on the prize here on Liquid. They put Mickey up front and center here. They've got the Wraith Pact already down. And they're just going to click off the buildings.
This is so hard to go into. You have the presence affects buildings. The buildings are falling really quick to just the Eidolons. But how do you go in?
Let's think about the opening here. Let's give a couple clicks off over onto Mickey. Force him forward, get him out of position, try to jump in with Ghost. He pops the BKB, he's on the hunt. There's a nice stop from Chalice. They have to be careful though, he's pretty far out. Go for that. Requiem, Ghost still clicking away over here on the side onto Matu. Does have that Aegis. He's coming right back up again. Oh no, Zai! Zai, he whiffs it.
RP
and now he's gonna have to just be pushed right back again. Yeah, Liquid, they are not looking like they are having a great time, as now they're gonna end up losing Zai.
Zai getting
they ended up using the RP during that too, the steal from Rubik.
Yeah, they used it to bring down the Magnus in some form of, you know, karma justice. You give away the RP, you get it used on you. You pay the price. Nice patience there by Kaka. He actually tried to go in deeper to get some steal from the SF, from the ulti, but of course he got feared away by the lines of the SF ulti coming out. But that fight was just Somnus deciding we are taking this fight and we're winning this fight. His early initiation there, when SF stood on the high ground, he blinked in, used the BKB and just started right-clicking and made something out of nothing. Because I wasn't sure how you can take that fight, but RNG, they managed to force it and get a good trade.
That takes some real courage to jump in on a Queen of Pain as you're being your frontliner and just start clicking away.
Yeah, he does have the full AC now as well with BKB, and he has mischance as well from Elven Tunic, so he does have some survivability now.
Number man, need to be very careful. Somnus goes, they see him, they get off a click. Immediately look, Kaka trying to find him, gets the lift off. Follow up, they're gonna hunt through this tree line. No TP left over onto Matu. Goes for the BKB. Ghost, they go. They use that run as they stampede after Matu. Gotta close the gap here, and this is just a dead Matu.
Yeah, it's not often that you get caught as a Aghanim's BKB Slark, but he unfortunately jumped very close to where Kaka was already standing. So he gets brought down there by the Rubik just walking into a tree line and finding him TPing. And now
That's a huge kill. There's no Slark for about 60 seconds now.
Yeah, and stealing the gem from Slark is also a huge impact, so finally RNG can have a little bit of vision advantage for themselves. They want to go. They want to make something happen with this. They still have the cheese on Queen, so she can be very strong here in this fight.
Yeah, they just finished a Satanic on the, someone said Ghost/Ursa. I was trying to say both of them at the same time. It came out very weird. But they have the Satanic. They've got a Refresher Shard on Ghost too. He's got 2 BKBs if he wants to try to go for it.
He has to refresh a shard, but it's also very expensive mana-wise. Using BKB, Refresher, and BKB, that's 300 mana. He's only at 430 right now, so have to be careful about the mana usage to do this.
Ghost feeling very powerful right now. He'll finish off the tower. Sure, Zai waiting patiently over here on the side. Does have the RP, does have Blink. Sania also has Blink, he also has the Black Hole. If they can get the opportune setup to jump forward, they do manage to find Chalice over here on the side. Matu leaps out. Ghost taking a lot of damage. Okay, they'll go and follow up over onto Boxy. Sonic Wave. They go for the Black Hole, and Sania grabs 2 over on the back line as they've already finished on Boxy. Another clicks are coming out from Matu. As they start chasing after Kaka, Somnus giving off the clicks. We'll finish off at Sania. Chalice, though, he's all alone here on the top, and there are 3 is now X-Nova getting chased after by Matu. A couple of clicks come out. Very nice play here for Liquid. Did end up costing, I believe, a buyback over on Boxy.
Yeah, I think Kaka got perhaps a little bit too ambitious there, going in with his RP early on, trying to catch people with a stolen RP from the previous fight. But I think Rubik needs to act as a reactive hero in this game. If he goes in too early, he gets caught out. He got black holed by the Enigma because of going in there. And yeah, the lockdown in this fight is just so high for Team Liquid. The Ursa wasn't allowed to right-click at all.
13 permanent agi over on this Slark. These buildings, they are melting to the Shadow Fiend. Not gonna have Ursa up for another 19 seconds.
Yeah, staying patient, Liquid. Not gonna commit for the full Mega Creeps yet. They recognize they're in a good position after winning that. They only lost 1 range frax as well on top lane, so they have a clear advantage now, both on mid and top.
So it feels like Liquid's in a very good spot right now. How do they want to play the next couple minutes?
I think the important thing is just keep playing around your SF in this game if you're Liquid, because SF at the heart of the fight deals so much damage. Any form of disable, black hole, RP, you know, any form of lockdown that you have should happen around the SF, because he is the one bringing down heroes the fastest right now. And then I think Liquid just need to keep using the Slark to provide vision. And they probably should be careful now because it's daytime. They have an advantage during nighttime due to Slark's night vision. And Moonshard as well, I guess. He has extra night vision. He can see everything.
Still opting to go for a smoke on the side of Liquid. Both teams very tightly grouped together. I guess when you're the side of Liquid, you're happy when your opponents are tightly grouped. It means that you can get off some of these big AoE team fights, but it also means you have to be careful in the way that they're positioned.
Both teams know what's happening right now, because there's like Fade Bolts flying in on mid lane, there's some Tusk Shards flying in there. Both know that the other team is staying grouped and is ready for an engagement. So RNG not gonna go towards mid. Liquid, they want to fight, but they don't want to go too far in. So very, very tentative play right now.
I like that they gave the Witchbane over to Slark too. Gives another purge for Matumba Man.
Yeah, it's another purge, and it's also fantastic DPS against Queen. Should he ever lock onto her, that's just fantastic damage output. And she does have that Bloodthorn for herself.
It feels like they're being very patient, waiting for this next Roche respawn. We've already got one of the little Skelly boys in the pit, waiting to give that information.
This is interesting to me. They put the Havoc Hammer on the Chen, so he has a way to back off the Slark when he jumps him. And they actually don't put Havoc Hammer on the Centaur. He wants the Ogre Seal Totem. Because Centaur, you would imagine, is like one of the biggest strength heroes in the game, that he would want that Havoc Hammer. But no, it's good utility for Chen to have to stay alive a little bit. And Ogre Seal allows Centaur to sit farther back as well. Okay, they just swap it around in the end.
I was about to say, that was such like good insight, and then they're like, yeah, you know what, Wagga, you sold us. Let's switch it over to Chalice. But the smoke
it is pretty good on Centaur, you know, it is pretty good. So they swap it back.
No, the reasoning behind it, like if they decide to keep it like that, is good. They're using Chalice as that tanky frontliner. So yeah, they sit further back over on the side of RNG, waiting for any sort of initiation. And Liquid obviously smelling that perhaps they're going to have better positioning. We're going to play it a little safe and not get too aggressive right now. Roche is up, though. And it looks like they've found this immediately.
Round 4, Roshan.
I know we're at 45 minutes into the game. We've seen quite a few Roche. Matu
going in
to go, jump in, goes through the dark pack. Okay, Chalice jumps up, but it's still going to go this time over to the side of RNG. Get a nice gear back over onto Chalice. There's that Havoc Hammer we talked about, though. They're going to try to run out the pounces coming out from Matu. They get a big punch off. Over on the back lines, though, Ghost is separated from the team, and he's getting clicked down by Matu. He's already popped that BKB, too. Sitting a little bit precariously. Matu popping his own BKB, but there's going to be the hops away coming out from Matu. Couple clicks from Saunders. Beautiful stop over onto 2 on the side of Liquid, but it doesn't feel like RNG feel confident in this particular fight. They know that the positioning from Zai, from Enigma, is going to be something they have to keep just so in mind. And they have creeps in their base. They're hitting those tier 4s, so someone's got to go home.
Yeah, they got to get home, and Liquid in the end are going to let them just retreat here. We could have seen Liquid put some threats to them when they back off here, having to defend. There were catapult waves, big waves, but now they are respecting all the items and the power spike that RNG hit there. They now have a Refresher Shard on the Rubik. They have Aegis again on the Ursa, of course. They have 2 cheeses now, so both the Centaur and Queen can stay safe. And yeah, they're just looking very fight ready. Also getting the Aghanim Scepter for Ursa is a big power spike for him.
4K net worth lead going to the side of Liquid, but RNG being very patient in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, it feels like they can probably just slowly and calmly take back the map, but they're being patient because of Slark and because of nighttime. Right now it's difficult to go out and just take the entire map because you never know if Slark is out there watching you from around the corner, ready to jump. So they don't want to split up.
Slark himself has completed the refresher orb. I have double BKB, double spells. Very spooky stuff.
Yeah, it's honestly kind of crazy. At that point, you can have 15 seconds of being in the ulti form.
The jump forward here. A couple hits from Ghost. Just like that Liquid, they're gonna just back off.
That was a blind jump in. So Matuma is just fishing, looking for anything. He jumps in, gets immediately hit by Ursa. Not really the hero he wanted to land on, so he decides to jump out again. But this is how he can play with Aghanims.
The salmon are really swimming upstream today, right into the hands of the bear.
Yeah, truly. He's just waiting for the food.
Good thing they're slippery. Otherwise, that would have been lunch.
Salmons with Dark Pact. But Liquids, while they're at a disadvantage now from Roshan falling, they still have the gold lead. They still have a 5k gold lead, so they are looking pretty strong overall. They also have a full Lincoln Sphere now complete on Enigma. This is a huge power spike, and also a big commitment. He has no buyback, so he wants to get one big connection here with a BKB black hole, and currently there's not really any solution to it.
I mean, that's all it takes is one really good black hole. Change entire games.
Oh yeah, he has to refresh a shard actually, so he could actually still stop it, even into the Lincolns. That is a good point, Mr. Observer. We got Scriff, of course, doing the observing here.
I got my Sweden squad here with Waga and Scriff. Shout out to them.
Yeah. Oh, they are looking for a push here.
They are indeed, as Ghost is very forward. So is Chalice gonna get the jump forward immediately. They've already popped the BKB. Ghost is just left behind. As a lot of these hits coming out, they drop the Wraith Pack. They'll be able to remove it. Again, they have to give so much respect to this Enigma, to this Magnus, because if they get too close, if they bunch too close together, this fight goes handily over to the side of Liquid.
You can see how Mickey is just acting as a turret on his Shadow Fiend, just standing there.
They thought about going in there for a second, going in, but he immediately gets lifted up. Look at this damage. The click's coming out. The snowball save though, and Insane. He finds the opening. He gets off a beautiful black hole. They'll end up getting Zion. There it is. There's the steal. Matamba jumping over onto Chalice. They're looking to jump back in. There it is. Kaka with the stolen RP, but he doesn't get the full duration off. Chalice then jumping out to the back line, landing a miniature grab as they get a double kill on Ghost. They're just doing so much here as now Mickey trying to fight for his life. Another snowball coming into play, trying to just finish off Ghost, but Ghost, he's still got so much life. He's still got so much health. Mickey over the back lines is going to end up getting clicked down as Somnus still on the hunt. They would love to get themselves boxy, and they need to just close this gap though. Somnus the blink forward. They're waiting patiently. Get the stomp. The snowball will delay just a little bit longer. And Foxy, he's so fast. He's got the blink. He's doing everything he can. The shard's getting into place, trying to just force himself out of here. But the follow-up from the side of RNG is relentless, and they will eventually get the kill.
And he has no buyback. He bought back to try and save the Shadow Fiend in that fight. SF does have buyback, but Magnus still dead for 30 here. They have the creep wave coming in. It's massive wave 2, and now they're pushing in. RNG with really good play in that fight. Unlucky for Zai there. He jumped in trying to get a good catch, but he just got immediately lifted by Kakia. Good reactions.
You have Insania trying to just put a little damage down, trying to force him off of this tower. They did end up sending X-Nova home to go deal with the creeps, but there's still multiple dead over on the side of Liquid. Matu seeing an opening, trying to get some damage off, finds himself Somnus. Chalice, so great follow-up with that ground-targeted stun, making it difficult. Somnus, he's already eaten that cheese here, so they'll continue to put the pressure down. Do they back off, though, on the side of RNG is the question. They're still feeling very powerful, so it looks like they'll rotate over to the mid. Matu having to be so very careful. The stomp, the jump in over onto the back line to try to get the horn toss, but just Insane as toast. BKB gets popped by Matumba Man, but looks like RNG, they're gonna just back off. They're gonna reset. No Enigma for another 40-something seconds. Did not have the black hole anyways, but every little bit counts.
Yeah, this game, I think they need everything they can get on side of Liquid. I would say this is showing to be a very difficult game for Zai on his Magnus. He's had multiple occasions now where he tries to be the initiator, and that's one tough part about playing Magnus. If you are forced to be initiator and play Magnus, then it's very hard to do it into Rubik. And they picked Magnus into Rubik in this game. But this struggle is kind of, you know, something they brought on themselves.
Matu on point with these pounces. Landed on Somnus, forced the BKB and Queen of Pain, so that's going to be on cooldown for a little bit. And then also hopped over onto Ghost.
He just wants some agi. He's just trying to steal some essence shift, you know, so you're prepared for a next fight. He has the plus 50 town, so that's 130 seconds of duration for essence shift. It's a very long time.
They're looking for the play. Kaka jumping forward again. They're putting up hits. Another snowball coming in hand. And got Black Hole gets used by Insania, holding on to Ghost. But immediately they'll follow up. They'll put the pressure down on Insania. The clicks come out. Ghost is dominating the turn over onto Boxy. So the rest of RNG getting into position. Matu seeing the opening over onto Xnova, but he's got a 4-step. He's going to be able to get himself away as Ghost wants to get these hits over onto Matu. Mickey, though, gets bashed in the middle of his ultimate. Ghost, he's taking so much damage right now. Is he going to be able to get out in time? The snowball, though, connecting over onto Ghost finally. They'll be able to kill this bear. As over on the back lines, you can see Chalice, he's trying to do everything he can along with Somnus, trying to just keep him alive a little bit longer. As Zai hunting Somnus, barely staying alive during that. They do end up losing Chalice, but Zai, perhaps he's going a bit too far. The lift cock. Okay, yes, looks like Xnova will be able to force himself to the low ground as we had buybacks coming out from Somnus, from Ghost. But no roach up for another 50-something seconds.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. Didn't look like it was going to be that good of a start to the fight. Again, they jumped in with the Magnus. It didn't look like it connected. He tried to get away, and then RNG are the ones who get pulled into the you know, sense of security that, okay, Magnus failed his initiation, let's chase him down. SF, though, came in from a really clutch direction from the bottom of the fight, and just turned out to be a really good execution there from Liquid. On the back of baiting them in with this Magnus play.
We only have 3 buybacks available at this point in this 54-minute game. Nikke, Matu, and Zai, the 3 cores over on the side of Liquid. Everybody else either has used them or just doesn't have quite enough gold. We'll see Insania have the buyback very soon. So they do swing by the Roche Pit, and there it is. It just shows up, but there are those Eilons in here, so you have to wait patiently. Zai, the stomp coming out from Chalice, immediate follow-up as they just destroy Zai. He is not going to be effective. The buyback comes out immediately. They're trying to get the first damage off onto Insania. Don't quite have it. Boxy with the snowball rolling on through, and Snova Hand of God will get used. We'll back off the dash over in the Roche Pit, though. Have to be careful. The shards holding Chalice into place. The BKB over on to Matumba Man. Get the horn toss off. This is looking like they're going to end up losing Chalice. That is their big main initiator.
There's
and
no
now
buyback.
Forced to run away. He's going to try to sit and just man fight against Matu. They have a lot of burst damage, but do they have enough damage in total to be able to finish him off? Because Matu is just getting everything right back up again. Goes fighting, man fighting, does manage to get the kill on the Slark, and now Insania getting chased away.
Detection,
As the
no
side
detection.
of RNG.
Ghost just runs away. He survives.
He should not have been able to survive that.
They didn't have any
My
detection
God.
for him, and saved by the Trickster Cloak, he just walks away to safety. Team Liquid, though, without using Black Hole, are able to secure this Roshan, and they're going to take, finally, some reward for themselves, because they have not been able to get anything apart from the one time that Matuba stole the Aegis. But this time, they get the full bounty.
Refresher, Shard, and Ags. Ooh, baby.
Yeah, Aghanim's SF now, immediately. That's what he snagged up. And of course, the Refresher Shard on Magnus with the level 25 talent, so he has a 1 second duration on the RP as well. It's a long duration stun he can dish out now.
You can see Somnus hiding in the tree line, looking to push out a little bit. Does have the completed sheep stick. But they don't have the center for another 40, and I think that's a big deal. Chalice has been landing some incredible stuns, doing some incredible reinitiation, and forcing these fights to turn on their heads at time. So they gotta hold.
Yeah, they will try to contest, but I think they have to wait for Centaur a little bit. It's gonna be so hard to go.
Zai jumping onto the back lines. Hiding over in the trees. Yeah, they're just going to end up getting the megas, I believe, here, as there's the final hit from Mikke. Walrus punch over onto Ghost. Get the lift off. We don't have the center for another 9 seconds, though. I'm not sure about this. Ghost leading the charge. There's going to be that sheep stick coming into play. The BKB, but Ghost turns back around, gets smashed up over onto Mickey. And Sadia, though, following up with the black hole, holding Ghost into place. This is looking so very rough. But look at the Satanic. He's doing so much of the follow-up, though, over onto the back lines. They use the refresh, and they went for the arm speed, and they just managed to clean up Chalice. X-Nebel flying back. Ghost running for his life. He's already lost his teammates. There are 4 dead on the side of RNG. They call GG.
They call it, and it's Mickey finally making sure that the big ultis can be used. He gets the Rampage too in the fountain. Beautiful play there. Mickey with the Arcane Blink. We don't see that too often on the right-click SF, but he has done it before. He played full Spellcaster SF before as well, that we've seen. Mickey gets the Arcane Blink in, ultis, brings down the Rubik, and then the fight is blown wide open, because if there's no Rubik, there's no backbone in that game for Team RNG.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Chalice was such an integral part of being able to take these fights, whether it was the initiation or the re-initiation, because they would tend to clump up a little bit over on the side of Liquid, but then you have to be so aware of your positioning during those fights, because they have so much AoE. We saw some beautiful RPs, you know, that even at the very end, right? You had the Enigma jump in, got a hold of Ghost, held him in place for so long. Like, that was just a huge moment there that really blew open the door, I think, for the side of Liquid, so everything else could follow up just so nicely.
Yeah, it was nice. He got the 3-man RP and then blink out to catch the 4th one and bring it back. Some Arise looking place, or, you know, Collapse looking place right there. Beautiful stuff. But that is only game 1. That is a pretty wild start to the group stage for us here on the B stream.
Yeah, I can see some of these highlights, and it was just a tough game for Zai. You know, had some nice plays here with the snowball, trying to keep him alive a little bit longer. But sometimes, you know, you just can't quite manage it. And there it is, a nice black hole that got stolen, but immediately canceled out. And there we go, Chalice with the reinitiation over onto 2. I feel like these games were very back and forth. Like, it seemed like they could turn on a hair, depending on if they got, like, the right spells off, if you got the right items. Very exciting game number 1.
Yeah, it was 57 minutes long, but it didn't really feel like it to me. And when Roche respawned, I was like, wait, didn't it just happen like 2 minutes ago? Because there were a lot of moves all the time. It was definitely not just a Resident Sleeper farming game. It was very contested the entire way. So that was a very hype game to see, and like I sort of expected going into this, very evenly matched teams in game 1 at least.
Yeah, these are the games we were hoping to see. We want to see both of these teams fighting for their lives, showing us the best Dota, and we're definitely off to a fantastic start. Who was the MVP for you, if you had to pick one?
Oh, that is very tough to say one MVP for this game, because there's so much happening. I think Mickey played very clean on his SF. I mean, he has probably one of the easier jobs, just, you know, mainly has to stand there and just right-click people while everyone else does to think about who goes in with which ulti when. But I think he was always at the right place at the right time. To me, probably the standouts. But there were so many little details to this game to be highlighted.
And that's what you, again, hope to see coming out for group stages here for TI. And again, this is the best of 2, so we are going to get another game here for sure. But, oh, we have a little, oh, this is neat. These are new. I have not seen this yet.
There they
are. A little
are.
bit of a highlight.
Yeah, we see the boys, the squad. Yeah, that was one big wombo combo draft, and pretty hard to counter draft since you can't just simply buy a BKB and then you're good. No, like all of Liquid's draft pretty much is fine fighting into your BKB if you go for it. So this was a tough game for Ghost to really be allowed to right-click things. Still managed to get some 14 kills on him, but yeah, like we see, Mickey with a 17, 3, and 12. I think he played a stellar game. I think very rarely was he out of position, and the deaths he had were mostly when they did lose a fight handedly, and he can't escape it.
Yeah, it felt like they were very, very patient on the side with Team Liquid, especially when you consider that, you know, the early game phase felt very awkward. It felt like Matu started to fall behind a little bit. They put a lot of pressure on him. But Mickey, you know, being able to be in those positions to help, you know, kind of help ease some of those just transitions, I guess, for lack of a better term, really showing up in this game.
This is very Liquid-esque, though, the way the game started out. It's quite common that we see Liquid start out, you know, at a pretty severe gold disadvantage. They were like 5k gold behind rather early in this game, but they are a hard team to put the squeeze on. They just keep moving around and avoiding their enemies very well. I think when Liquid have good vision heroes like Slark, or if they play Beastmaster or similar stuff to try and keep tabs on where the enemy are, then they are a formidable team in the early mid game.
Well, definitely looking forward to see what they're going to be drafting for game number 2. Or if RNG, you know, we've talked about it before, they're very quick to adjust and bounce back. So hopefully game number 2 is going to be just as exciting, just as explosive, but we do need to go to a break, so we're going to say goodbye for just a couple minutes here, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the B stream here for the TI-11 group stages. We had an explosive game of RNG versus Team Liquid for game number 1. I feel like we got so many of those big team fight ultimates that everybody loves to watch. And then we had a Rubik on top of that, so you got even more of the amount, right? Because we had refreshers, we had refresh shards, we had Rubiks, we had all the steals possible. I'm excited for game number 2. Waga, what do you think? How is this game going to go down?
I mean, this is pretty much. It was funny how we said it early in the draft that, you know, overwhelming Rubik with a lot of good spells, and that's truly the story of this game. Like, breaking down almost every single fight, it was just so difficult to pick and choose what you were gonna do. But yeah, that was a loss for RNG there in the first game, but they fought really hard. I would say the bigger loss in this game was probably for Roshan. He got bullied so many times there. It felt like RNG were in a good spot up until that Roshan steal by Matumba Man. When he went in and took the Aegis there, I think that was like a turning point to this game. So after I said that Mickey is the MVP of the game, I still believe that, but it just goes to show how instrumental like everyone was in Liquid here. They all played a part in making this first game be a win.
Yeah, in that situation, like you said during the game, it was a really good series of button pushing too, right? Realizing, okay, he's gonna jump in, he's gotta already have, you know, the purge ready, and then follow up with the BKB or the shadow dance or whatever. Like he knew exactly what do I need to do. I will say though, over on the side of RNG, a good read, or not even a read, right? Because I think they picked this up earlier before the start got shown, but having Chalice on something that has a ground-targeted stun did change a lot of those fights, because otherwise I think Monte would have had an even better game with the way that he was playing, just, again, as you called it, fishing back and forth. I caught that pun, by the way.
Yeah, no, he played fantastic on Chalice. Those 3-man stuns that he got multiple times, by the way. Also having, like you said, a ground-targeted ability against the Depth Shroud of Slark, so he can't just protect people with that shard. He was also playing a really good part, and I think Chalice overall played a good game, but he wasn't playing a damage-dealing core hero, and if you only have 2 damage-dealing cores, and you're against RP, you're against SF ulti, you're against the Black Hole, then it can be easy to lock down those. And I should mention, even Tusk, right? Once Tusk has the punch with his blink in, you have a lot of things to control this poor Ursa, and he got kited very hard.
Yeah, definitely had a couple of those fights where they really were pushing the limits on both their heroes. I saw where the Ursa jumped in, or perhaps got jumped upon, and he starts to get very, very low, does have the Satanic, but they move. They just move apart, they start kiting him, so he can't get that full benefit. And it just really ended up looking very nice for the side of Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I've grown used to it after watching them now for a little bit, that their early game can sometimes look a bit shaky, a bit wobbly, and then they solidify over time when they add more items. They also are a good team at recognizing, okay, we can hit a similar power spike where everyone sort of, they had one point in this game where 4 key items were completed within like 1.5 minutes of each other. And that was just a crucial point. There was like Vladimir's Blink Daggers and BKB completing at the same time. It's like, okay, now we go. And then they turned the game from looking very difficult to looking more manageable.
Now my question to you, and I mentioned this during the break, is how calculated was it that you saw this Rubik get picked up to the side of RNG? They already had the Enigma on the side of Liquid. Then they end up picking a Magnus into the Rubik. Do you think this was a forehead play, like sort of thing, where you're just like, oh man, let's give him too many options, so that way he can't decide and will just overwhelm? Or was this just a series of just playing quite well?
I think it was intentional for sure. The worst case scenario is that you have one huge ulti that Rubik can steal and it's a black hole, because then you'll never see the black hole. Like, you're not going to get to use it unless you kill Rubik first. Never see Liquid after game 1. Should be pretty happy. Nice to see Jerax as well there with the boys.
Yeah, they look focused, but they also look very calm. They look pretty relaxed too after that game, so in a good spot it seems for the side of Liquid. Because again, this is TI. This is the big time. This is where a lot of that stress comes in, and the first series for a lot of teams is the one that they're most stressed out about.
Yeah, for sure, and it also could, you know, it's only game 1 that we saw so far, but it could be a little bit what we said early, that Liquid are coming in with this momentum, right? They have been playing games with high intensity, like important games recently, whereas RNG, they have been in that little bit of a we're only playing scrims slump, where it's been a little while since their last official, and now losing the first one. They need to get back on the track, get back in control. Not saying they played poorly though; they played fantastic in game 1 as well.
Let's see now here, RNG. Sam is looking a little sleepy over there, but otherwise pretty focused. Looks like they had themselves a lunch or something like that. I forget what time it is over there. I think it's about like noon. So
yeah. It's about lunchtime, I guess, for them. It's nice and early here, 6 a.m. in Sweden. We see Team Liquid going with the first pick Clockwork here in Game 2. We also saw a little bit of adjustments to the bans as Liquid themselves ban out the Enigma. I've said this before, didn't I? When we cast Liquid, I've said it. They do this all the time. They play something, win with it, and they ban it in the next game. I've seen Liquid do this like 5 times. This is a habit they have where they want to use something they think is OP and then not allow the opponents to respond with the same thing next game.
Has anyone ever interviewed them and asked them about like the mentality behind that?
I mean, I've never seen that question posed to them, but this is a concept that is used in competitive Dota quite frequently and has been for a long time, of course. But Liquid are the biggest repeat offenders I see to this, like use something OP and then ban it themselves. It's really funny actually to watch, and it's super annoying to play against. If you're on RNG, yes, okay, you're not gonna get Enigma again, that's not gonna happen. But you also cannot use the same tool against Liquid, and they have something else prepared. Liquid always prepare multiple strategies. Even in a best of 2, they have like 2 strategies they go in with, usually not just the same draft twice.
And we're seeing some respect here, and also just a snap up, right? You see that the SF has been picked up by RNG. I don't think you want that slipping back into the hands of Mickey after that amazing game number 1. And they're doing something a little different this time. They're opting to pick up the Snapfire, which gives them some nice team fight, gives them a little bit of lockdown. And of course, if anything gets picked up where you need to rapidly hit it, the little shredder is, of course, your spell right there.
I honestly like that they don't go for the Chen against Liquid here, because game 1 they tried it. I always think that Chen has to have massive impact early game, or he falls off hard as you get to later stages. I mean, the last few team fights in the previous game, how much can you really do as a Chen when all these items are out on heroes? You become not really a non-factor, but certainly not a full hero, it feels like. And Liquid, I don't think they lose hard enough early because of their good preemptive moves. So just get yourself some team fight RNG. Be you know, more balanced so they can actually play fair team fights. Because last game they were at a serious disadvantage in any 5v5 skirmish.
Well, they are definitely bringing the team fight this time around, and Liquid is opting to grab themselves the Visage. We've seen Zai play this hero a couple times now. And it definitely, depending on the match, depending on what is needed, he can play a bit of a flashier Visage, or he can just play, you know, that quiet foundation, that kind of rock where, you know, he's just the one that they kind of rally around and he's got more utility. What would you like to see in this game so far?
I think he adapts mainly on what he's allowed to do in that game. He always pretty much goes for the aura carrier to begin with, but whether or not he gets to go for Aghanim Scepter and be able to fly around and have, you know, more freedom on the map really comes down to how the game is going to evolve. I think that's what he wants to do. Nobody wants to be the, oh, I'll buy all the auras and just sit and do my job kind of Visage. You want to have the Aghanims fly around and do things. Question is, are RNG going to be able to get in a controlling position or not?
We're seeing some more bans come out No sniper, that is something that Liquid has been running recently on Matumba Man. And the Bat Rider, just one of those heroes that never fun to play against, with that sticky napalm like during the landing phase, and then also having the ability to use the lasso, the BKB piercing magic immunity sort of grab. Don't want to have that on the table.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Liquids in the draft here. They ban out like the Naga, the Centaur, the Pango. They ban out a lot of heroes that are adding into team fights or combining more into massive team fights. And I think they're worried that RNG are going to do the same thing that they did themselves in the last game. So yeah, I think Pango was a great ban out. I think that hero destroys Visage really hard. The Q is great against the birds, and Visage generally is not that great against magic immune things.
Seems like there's a lot of deliberation going on currently, trying to figure out what is the next hero that we'd like to pick up for the side here of RNG, and Liquid also trying to decide, how do they want to shape up this draft, because things are fairly open currently. Same thing for RNG, the fact that SF could be a mid, could be a safe lane, and they pick up a Tiny. Again, that is another versatile hero. Right now, all three heroes on the side of RNG, very versatile, that you can move around to different positions, which will keep Liquid guessing.
Yeah, it keeps it a little bit flexible. It's also pretty straightforward in its execution. You get stuns again. I like the idea of having multiple damage instances against the Visage as well. You can come in with, the tree grab, the Avatos combo. It all kills off the cloak very fast. When you're against Visage, it's hard to kill him if you don't have fast damage instances overall.
I would like to see perhaps maybe some more vision coming out for the side of RNG. Oh, they pick up the Queen of Pain for themselves.
So yeah, repeats for
take it, flip it on its head.
Yeah, this is exciting. I mean, mentioned it before even the first game started that both these teams have mid players who are fantastic at Queen of Pain. I would say for Mike, in my opinion, it's his #1 hero. It's the hero that I actually think he shines on the most. And we also saw Somnus play it very well in the last game. So fun for the mid players to get to play the same matchup, only mirrored this time, and you get to be on the other side. Last game we did see Somnus, Queen of Pain getting the edge over Mickey on his Shadow Fiend, but can Somnus get ahead on SF as well? We'll see.
Ooh, alright, I see what you got here. We have ourselves a Broodmother pickup for the side of RNG. Granted, there is some pretty decent ways of being able to handle some of these spiderlings that will be appearing, but definitely going to be scary for some of these squishier heroes. She ends up getting that Orchid and chasing them down.
Yeah, they're probably pretty happy that they picked Disruptor right now on Team Liquid, because it is one of the nicer heroes to have against Broodmother. You can glimpse her back if she ever tries to run away. Thunderstrike also great for keeping vision on her. They also have other tools of vision, like you probably alluded to with the Clockwork, of course, but there's a double edge in Clockwork against Brood that is a bit rough. You don't really lock down Brood, she can just walk out of your cogs, and you also don't do damage if she has her spiderlings nearby. They can tank up the battery assault. So while Clock is good against Brood, Brood is also good against Clock to a degree.
I love seeing these sort of like mini metas that start to appear between teams. Especially when you get to this level, they really do a lot of adjustment and have some creative ways to try to counter one another.
Yeah, I really like how RNG are coming into this draft. I think what they have built here looks very annoying to play against. Probably just because Brood is on the lineup. I mean, anytime I see Brood in a draft, that looks annoying to play against. That is my instinctive thought. But I think the Brood is a good matchup against Visage as well. Not that they're necessarily expecting them to lane against each other, but gameplay-wise later, Visage getting overrun by a bunch of spiders doesn't have the best survivability against that.
I'm still trying to figure out exactly how this laning is going to be for the side of RNG. Do you assume, I mean, we're seeing that mids are being banned out currently, so I'm assuming that this SF is going to be in the position 1 seat. Perhaps Snapfire as the 5, Tiny 4, and then, the Brood as a 3. Does that make the most sense?
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think it's quite likely. I wouldn't put it past them to still put that mirror matchup on mid, but it is likely that we're gonna see a carry SF. I guess Visage, would he pair up well? I'm thinking, thinking you probably have the luxury here as RNG to put it wherever you fancy. Honestly, both matchups are fine.
Final ban is incoming. It looks like they're banning out all of these cores that have been very popular. Trying to see. There's still, I mean, Morphling has been like the flavor of the month, it feels like, recently. There's still a Pudge available too. That's something that Liquid has a very high win rate on. I'm not sure if they necessarily want to go with that though.
Pudge could be played here, but it's dangerous into Shadow Fiend, I would say, because Pudge is better at surviving like multiple low instances of damage, and SF quickly can become that massive damage dealer with his right clicks. There's also like Broodmother, when she pops her Q, is quite strong. So I don't think we're gonna see Pudge here, but we see Liquid of course talking, and Matoma is smiling a bit. Perhaps he's, look at him, he's like, give me Pudge, guys, I want to play Pudge. Are you sure about Pudge? You sure?
Whoa, I like this. I like that you can read there. I like this, like a little sock puppet show. Go on, Waga, keep going. This is very entertaining.
Moxie doesn't quite look entirely convinced yet.
Again, it seems like they're deliberating pretty heavily on what they want to put in that position 1 role.
Yeah, and of course RNG, they did go out with a ban over on Monkey King. That's what they ended up not wanting to play against. That makes me think a little bit that they want to run mid SF though if they ban out the Monkey King.
Okay.
It just feels like it could be a reason why. But yeah, it's gonna be Legion. So okay, Team Liquid add. Wow, that's crazy. They're actually going Legion here. Okay, the smile's coming out. Blitz is like, okay, guys, this is not what we prepared.
Now we know why Boxy was like, are you sure about that?
Yep. That was Matumba going like, I can play carry Legion, guys. It's great. It's carry Legion. She hits hard. She has, W and E. Those are right click abilities. This is like, okay, whatever. Fuck it. I'm out. You guys are real.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so they'll end up going for the Ursa again on the side of RG, but it is the Matumba man, Legion Commander, that's going out there, and does provide some nice solutions for what the Broodmother will be bringing to the table. Gives you some more wave clear, it gives you ways of locking things down, gives you some heal, which is also very, very important, and that soft dispel, so.
Yeah.
Not the traditional choice, but, seems to work.
I think they also used their flexibility of the SF to the very end here. Adding the Ursa was an intelligent way of countering the Legion commander here. So Legion pretty much never wants to duel an Ursa. It's high up on the list of heroes that you don't want to duel. It's like PA and, Faces Void, Ursa. Some of these heroes are just very dangerous to duel because if they get duel damage, it's terrible, and they're also hard to bring down for a Legion. So this was, RNG keeping their lineup open and then rounding it out finally with a good matchup in the carry-to-carry department. And like I said, I'm excited for the mid-mirror match from last game.
I'm curious how it's going to work out with this Ursa, right? Because you've got multiple ways of kiting again, right? You've got a Queen of Pain, you've got a Visage, and then of course you've got a Clockwork. And Clockwork is very good at being able to separate these fights using those power cogs and then just kind of force staffing his way out or what have you. How concerned should they be about that?
I think maybe some concern, but generally once the Ursa gets that Diffusal Blade early on, it's quite hard for a lot of heroes to get away from it. You might of course save by keeping the Glimpse ready or keeping out with the Kinetic Field, but I think Ursa will still be quite difficult to stop once he gets his items. But the main important thing for him is probably that it's just a comfortable carry-to-carry matchup, and then the rest you'll deal with it as it goes. If they use Glimpse to bring back their Ursa or like kite him, then at least they're not using Glimpse to catch someone else.
So which draft are you favoring here, now that we see where everybody has picked up and moved to their lanes?
I mean, I'm all for dumb shit, so I'm down with the carry Legion here. Let's go Liquid. This is certainly one way to approach the draft. I did not expect to see a carry Legion in Game 2 of the group stage at TI. We talked about what meta we're going to see at TI. What are we going to... Well, I don't think carry Legion is going to be the norm. But it's an exciting, creative way to counter the Broodmother here.
All right, well, smoke on both sides as they are going to walk into each other. They drop the ward to get a little bit of vision over on RNG. And I feel a bit shy here as they'll open up with the battery assault on Boxy. Just tosses them, boys. Get out of here.
Yeah, not going to be able to catch anything really here, but it seems like RNG are probably going to have to back away. There's a lot of heroes from Liquid still here, so they're trying to take 2 runes top.
I assume it'll be a mostly even split in terms of runes, although some of this is just kind of camped out here. No one's really moving towards that top rune currently. A little bit of harass over onto Kaka, getting the toss over. The rest of the team, but Boxy is going to walk away. They are challenging it now, realizing that they don't have all the heroes here.
Okay, this is getting called out right now, the SF mood over here, so they know that he's not blocking mid. This could be a big advantage for Mika, getting some time to block the mid creep wave. You see the heroes just chasing each other, but no real way to kill each other anymore. So Mika gets some time to block. He's going to have the lane in a favorable position as the lane starts out here.
This is a situation where you just want to clear up the creeps pretty quickly and get the level advantage. Well, he's landing a lot of these races though from AK.
That's the problem. You get too close to the creeps, and you don't want to let those races stack up too much. As we start out with a tri-lane here by RNG, by the way, on bottom lane. They're, both teams are tri-laning and leaving the 1v1 of Brood versus Legion.
So, which one is more threatening here? Because obviously, whenever you have the ends up losing that carrier for Boxy. But whenever you have these aggro tries, you're obviously usually looking to get some kills and just keep the core away from the creeps as much as possible.
I think Liquid's tri-lane looks stronger at landing kills, and RNG's doesn't look like it has very clear ways of harassing. Since they have this tiny, who's very all or nothing, either he gets in and gets tossed back or he doesn't. But over on the side of Liquid, they can use the battery assault to harass, and of course the disruptor with static storm. You would love that. Thunderstrike.
That would be great. Necessarily, my goodness.
Yeah. So I think the lane advantage is in Liquid's favor here.
Okay.
Mid lane quite even, 5-3 and 5-2 on last hits. And I haven't really mentioned too much on top lane, so just gonna report in that it's currently 7-1 versus 8-0. So the last hits are pretty even all across the board.
I feel like the Broodmother comes online a little bit earlier though than this Legion. I mean, again, it depends on what build Legion decides to go. If she's gonna be, trying to get those kills early, or if she's gonna be farming a little bit more. But I feel like we should be a little concerned that Chalice is doing as well as he is.
I also think that Chalice can win this lane pretty hard. New Broodmother does not rely on spiders early, so the Legion counter is like a bit of a relic from olden days where you had spiders from level 2 already from Broodmother. But now she mainly just man fights, and she's quite strong at harassing. Nice deny on the banner creep there. Really nice last hitting by Chalice.
We said that earlier, that it seemed like they had very good last hitting on all of their cores on the side of RNG.
Yeah, mechanical skill is very high on RNG's lineup for sure. What they lacked last game was just the team fight execution later on, or even the draft 4 team fights later on in the previous game. This game they don't have such drawback though.
So right now it's fairly quiet. Which lane is going to be the one that tries to go for these moves first? Is it going to just be, Queen of Pain when she gets some sort of like action rune, or just all eyes on this bottom lane here? As I
Bottom
say
lane
that,
is where we should see something happen, but top lane also.
yeah, chasing after Zai, and they're doing a decent amount. Nice little glimpse play with the cookie hop with Kaka. Be able to
There's a
continue to keep
battle.
that vision. One more hit, and that is the first blood in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
Top
we
lane
also
was
kept
duking
our
it out,
eyes on top there, the man fight between the Broodmother and Legion, both trading. But yeah, like you said, they do bring down the Visage. Zai got a little bit too close there, and they did connect. I said they were all or nothing in their kills, but they did manage to get close enough. Now they move top.
This is interesting because they did send Insania. Monty trying to man fight against Chalice, but he's not going to be able to do that. As now Insania is looking a little like a snack here for Chalice, but he's sitting a little bit low, so it's going to respect that he has just not got the HP right now to chase after him and doesn't have the spells up.
That could be really bad. This is a last pick Legion commander. You picked it knowing that you wanted to lane it against the Broodmother, you wanted to pair it up probably, and losing that matchup can be really detrimental to their draft. Of course, it's just one death, but the advantage is going Broodmother's way.
The mid lane in terms we talk. Oh, okay, all right. That's very, very aggressive Chalice. Thought that he could do a little bit more bullying there, but is backing off. We talked about mechanical skill. This mid lane right now is 24 and 13 on Somnus and 15 and 5 on Mickey.
Yeah, this is what I was expecting to happen, honestly, because last game he managed to win pretty hard against SF with his queen, and that's not an easy matchup to play. And now he's getting ahead as SF as well. I mean, Somnus is just a beast of a mid laner, he really is. So it's a treat to get to watch him play here.
Yeah, we're trying to make
But
some
they also
moves,
respect it.
They do very much because they sent 3 people to this mid lane to try to put some pressure on Somnus. Kaka, though, will immediately teleport over and protect his Shadow Fiend.
I like that the moment he TPs in, they already know it's not going to work, so they have to just bail on it. So one CPD stops 2 heroes rotation like that. They do get a deep ward behind the tier 1 tower mid, over on the side of Liquid, so they drop some vision there. Maybe they can use that to try and catch the SF out or know when people are TPing in.
That is a value play. Oh man, poor X-Nova. He's getting harassed by Boxy. We'll be able to go get the dial in the bounty room while this is happening, but Mickey grabbing up the Invis. Could see him potentially make some sort of rotation with that, if wanted.
Yeah, maybe. Not really the rune you would like as a Queen of Pain, but it's at least a bottle refill. Quite likely he's just going to use it for mana, but perhaps he will take it and TP somewhere.
Yeah, Kaka does end up getting spotted. Has a toss down with that Requiem of Souls. Somnus will be able to get a kill on Mickey thanks to the help of his supports. Bottom lane, a little bit of harassment over onto Boxy. That's a clean-up kill here for Ghost, and now X-Nova finding himself Zai. He's gonna open up with the Scatter Blast, has the Cookie Hop, will be able to help Ghost close the gap, and this is just death upon death here. This bottom lane Ghost has to be so incredibly happy.
Oh boy, 5 kills lead now for RNG this time. Last game it was the other way around. Liquid were the ones getting the kills, but now they are struggling in top lane even. Look at the Tumba's HP. He's alive for now, but he can't really stay too confident on this lane. The Broodmother does so much damage now with Spiderlings as well. Water refill mid. That is an obnoxious ganking combo though, the Tiny and the SF, because Avalanche can catch you from so far away and you just know you can't get out of it, you're gonna get tossed back and you land into the Requiem.
It's good timing for sure too on top of all that. So
Yeah,
you do have a
beautiful.
Queen of Pain who is pretty elusive if you're not careful with that blink. Have fast fingers.
Yeah, it was good timing. It's pretty forgiving though, because you can do it at any point that they're flying through the air. Like the later you do it, the more damage, of course. But fortunately, it's quite forgiving for him. So that gank is very hard to avoid.
Natu having a spider infestation problem there in the top lane, but they're gonna group together on the side of RNG, and Boxy gonna try to keep them off the roots. He's gonna say, the cookie is one more click. There it is.
Yeah, probably realizes that there's a high ground ward as well now after that attack that was going up high ground. You should know. And yeah, Chalice is just being obnoxious on the Broodmother. With 2 Wraith Bands, he has so much armor that Legion can't really trade hits with him.
I'm not sure how much regen has been ferried out so far for Matumbo Man here. A little bit of a glimpse play, though, over on the mid lane. Kaka is now stuck in the cogs. They'll be able to get these clicks down. Perhaps they can get the kill on Boxy, though. All right, they'll end up losing Kaka, but they toss Boxy down. Couple more clicks here from Somnus. Should be able to finish him off, but Somnus now might need a little bit of help. Cookie coming out from the side of Xnova, but there's a jump forward from Mickey, realizing that it doesn't matter if you're on the high ground. This Sonic Wave's gonna hit you no matter what. Flip stack play over onto Xnova. Another Shadow Dagger, couple of clicks, and they're TPing people in one by one. They might be able to turn this back around, though, with Kaka here. It's the toss up into the air, but we'll just be able to slow down Mickey for a moment.
That toss was definitely not the play. Throwing the Clockwork into the Shadow Fiend there ended up kind of griefing him because he got low enough HP that Queen can punish. And if Mickey sees a chance to go for a kill on his Queen, he will take that chance. He knows his limits very well.
Once this has been going down, Ghost has had just a lot of freedom. And again, we're seeing the 3 cores on the side of RNG with the top net worth again. Granted, this was also the case in game number 1, and then Liquid was just very, very patient. We're able to bounce back again.
Oh my god, I didn't realize how starved Zai is for levels on bottom. He just now hit level 4. I mean, they did tri-lane, which does hinder your experience gain a little bit in the early game, but he's against a level 7, almost 8 Ursa as a level 4 Visage. He has no rights to even be here. This lane is... he's not allowed at all to get close to the creeps.
Some moves towards this mid lane. Both the supports standing nearby on both sides. Let's see Xnova, Mickey opening up with Shadow Dagger. Gonna give a little poke. It's a hook shot in. And the pushback. To push Xnova a little bit. This is not looking good for him, though. Cookie hop forward, not going to be able to quite get it, but they do manage to get the denial, so... Sometimes you just have to deny Grandma.
Yeah. Jump against the loving arms of Shadow Fiend. He will put you out of your misery, don't worry.
He'll give you a Requiem you'll never forget. Over in the mid lane, though, Boxy stuck in the cogs here with Somnus. Ghost has arrived.
Ghost just runs up and stands on the high ground. He's like, yeah, did someone want to fight? This is like a big brother moment, calling in the safe laner, who has quite a lot of farm toss back here into Requiem.
He is just having such a difficult time in this top lane.
Yeah, and a fantastic start now for every single core on the side of RNG. They are flying ahead in net worth. The CS department is a little bit lying because, of course, you see, like, you know, spider kills, but looking over at the net worth, it is dominantly right now.
Liquid is smoked up, though, and they are making their way towards the bottom portion of the map. Feels like Ghost has a general idea that there's something headed for him, though. Does have the defusal completed at a little under 12 minutes.
Fantastically early timing, and he's being very cautious, understanding that, okay, we got top for free, there's no contest, we don't see anyone mid. Not too many other places they can be then, they have to be going for me. He does run out now, though.
Ghost just running after Insania. Come here, come here, come here. Insania says, nope, absolutely not. Glimpses him away. Xnova, though, caught in the middle of 3, although Kaka and Somnus making their way over. In comes Ghost. He says, alright, you glimpsed me back before, Insania, but I still want this kill.
Yeah, and it feels like RNG are recognizing that the Shadow Fiends can just go anywhere he wants together with the Tiny right now, and Liquid do not want to fight it. They even bring in the Broodmother to help with the tower pushing, of course.
I mean, how concerned are we that we have the safe lane Legion commander and picked up specifically to deal with the Brood and just can't seem to go stand in the lane with them?
Okay, so I don't think the Legion is a counter to Brood in the laning stage in the current patch.
Right.
As we might see a scuffle, but it'll be fine. I would say the counter is that you can always kill the spiders later on with 1Q. Oh, they do get the toss back.
They do manage to get the toss back. Boxy, though, is trying his best to prank Snaggles, but with the raises there, Somnus gets a nice pick off. But yeah, like you said earlier, during laning phase, you're absolutely right, because you don't see the spiders getting picked up on the Broodmother until a bit later.
For me, the issue is not even that, though. I'm looking at this game and thinking, how are they going to have a game on anyone? Legion is the least of their concern. The Queen is 3.9k net worth.
Ooh. Okay, I mean, this is a nice setup, but do they have enough damage to finish them off? There it is. There's a Sonic. The Sonic wave, so.
Oh, he maybe have lived. He had 20 magic stick he didn't use there towards the end, right after the duel. Maybe could have gone away into tree line.
Zai is level 5. That is a sad Zai.
Yeah, that's exactly the issue in this game. Like, both Queen and Visage are non-existent, and while Legion does her purpose and is fine against the Brood Mother, I think they don't have anyone they can fight with right now. Insane and Boxy are like, where are our cores? Who are we gonna fight with?
Do you have the armlet completed though now for Legion? So that is the first bigger item completed. When you look at some of the items that are being built or coming out or completed for the side of RNG, you do get a little worried because there's a blink dagger now in this Diffusal Ursa.
Yeah, that's when he can really start looking for kills, so he knows Visage is around bottom.
Come out wherever you are. There he is. The Diffusal, and Next Nova's just nearby for a little bit of vision, perhaps. Maybe trying to slow down these birds.
Yeah, Zai taking even the favorite juke spot there. We see a lot of offlaners really loving this, going on the right side of that low hill. Not even the birds are going to be safe.
No, they're not. Oh, you see the courier though. I'm trying to put the moves over. And that was the blink dagger on Ghost, so if they had managed to get that courier snipe, that would have been huge. Smoke immediate. Mickey about to walk into danger. Does he know is the question. No, I don't think he does because that's a lot of lockdown. Ghost shot comes in from Box. He was trying to keep him alive, but not gonna manage to do it. The cookie hop jumping here. Ghost gonna be able to just open Boxy like a can. Very nice hits coming out now from the side of RNG.
I think he has to have known that they were all down there because they just killed off his Visage right before, but they're getting desperate. Liquid, they don't see what move they can make right now, so he's just trying to perhaps go for those couriers that he's offline back again. He also had vision in that area, so he wanted to get down into the jungle, but right now RNG just getting everything they want.
Ooh, that was a nice hit from the Legion, but it's still going to be the Aegis going over onto Somnus, as he's... I think this is a BKB completion. Yeah, it's a complete BKB now. Oh, that's very scary. This is scary timing.
Super fast, and he has an entire duration here of the Aegis with BKB, and he also has a DD rune. So, looking for them to put some hurt on the tier 2 towers next.
They want Mickey. The avalanche is too much damage. They blow up Mickey.
Yeah, Tiny playing a clean game here too. Kaka been involved in 8 kills here on his Tiny. His rotations with the Avalanche have been really good.
It's gotta feel so much more comfortable after that first game of Rubik, where there was so much pressure placed on him to get the perfect spell, the perfect positioning, and the perfect just stay alive in a lot of those fights because he started getting targeted so much.
No, you're right. I mean, perfect was literally the requirement for him if they were going to win that game. And now, I'm not saying he's not playing great here, but he can afford to make a misplay on Tiny, and it won't cost like an entire team fight or an entire game. So definitely a lot of weight off his shoulders as their draft is a bit more rounded. DD rune, half duration for SF. They want to push more.
They have the Cardi there, so they might as well for this duration. See? Alright, there's a jump in from Ghost as he sees Mickey. Doesn't quite manage to finish off, but they get the duel off. Ghost taking down. He's going to end up falling. They'll get the kill on Monty, but not before he gets that duel damage first. Kaka tossed back up into the air with the Zai. Gonna see what damage they can put down. They got the avalanche. They'll clean up the Visage. And Chalice, Somnus has just been here, I feel like, the whole time, just hitting.
Yeah, he non-stop auto-attacks. He's like, I'm not even gonna bother running to my team. I am the team, I'm gonna push. He had a DD rune, he had no intention of wasting it, so he just kept hitting buildings. And the Rax is gonna fall here. There's no real way for him to stop it. Spiders as well.
And his hands weren't even on the keyboard, he just let it auto-attack those buildings. And they got themselves a tower and a half of Rax for it.
18-minute Rax cracked, and they still have 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the Aegis. We sometimes talk about teams, you know, waiting to go high ground until the end of Aegis. No, they just take a Rax real quick so they can use Aegis to go high ground again. That's how they're gonna play this.
Careful, Insania. There are a lot of people running at you, and you only have one glimpse. Chalice. Let's see, gets the courier snipe here, but we'll start reamassing. And look at the way that that Kaka and Ghost are playing with this positioning. They've got the ward over here on the side so they can keep vision. If anybody gets a little bit too close, you're going to be able to immediately blow them up. But Matthew realizing that they're probably playing this angle, sitting on the other side, keeping some space.
Yeah, they have the blink, they have the armlets. They can maybe look for a kill here, they have vision.
They're creeping forward, but they don't know what the rest of the team is smoked up behind. Alright, they get the jump here immediately over Sob's cookie up. Over here on the side, though, and the toss back here from Kaka. Beautiful positioning. They'll end up losing Matu. They'll end up losing Insania. And now Kaka here. He's stuck in the cogs from Boxy. He is going to end up dying, but Boxy stays so very low. He goes jumping onto the back lines. He smells blood and water. He wants Zai. He's trying to just close the gap. He'll be able to with a little help from Chalice. And the hunt is on over after Mickey. They're just chomping away over on this Queen of Pain and just forcing him away.
Yeah, dominant play here. I mean, Snapfire was ready. Looked like they could maybe get the Aegis down over on Somnus. They had higher ambition, but of course, RNG are going to play together. They're not going to be foolish to lose their SF to nothing.
It was very ambitious, but a nice call too to use that smoke, keep them guessing, so they weren't sure exactly what the positioning was. So tower's going to go down. Rest of Liquid, they're back up. But they still have this Aegis for another 40-something seconds.
They have no Queen ulti. I think when you're this far behind, if you don't have the Queen ulti, how do you win the fight here into Aegis? I think Rax just has to fall.
They're still holding that BKB on Somnus to the hook shot, going into the duel, but we'll throw back here now. As Somnus stuck in the middle of everything, Snapfire Kisses doing so much damage on the losing box. It is insane, but Datu trying to run away, cannot manage to get out of all of the damage. And they call GG. Team Liquid realizing that RNG is just too powerful with this momentum.
Wow, who would have expected a game like that after game one? I mean, game one was like a slugfest, really long game, both teams fighting back and forth, and then game two, RNG just showing up like, you know, they played as though they would get in trouble for being behind the schedule here. So thank you for fixing the schedule a bit, RNG. That was very, very dominant. 20 minutes and 45 seconds. GG.
Yeah, that was an insanely fast game, and this is something that, you know, I mentioned earlier, is that RNG are one of those teams that, like, they make very quick adjustments. They realize, okay, what did we do wrong in game number one? How can we fix this? How can we turn this around? And I do think that perhaps Liquid, they went in with the Legion Commander, and it was kind of a big risk, right? They needed very specific things to kind of fall into play for this Legion to get the footing that was needed. But also just RNG ran at them. They got that momentum, and they just never stopped.
I think that, yeah, for me, the highlights of their success here is the tri-lane that they put and how they played it. The tri-lane of Ursa, Snapfire, and Tiny is very hard to kill. At first, I said that I favored Team Liquid in that, but yeah, I think they played it beautifully and they got a big advantage. Here we see some of the highlights from the game. It was such a short game, though. So we're already at the end of the game here.
Reminds me when we're trying to do the weatherman during DPC.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes the games are too short. It's just like, oh, how do we get anything? But yeah, nice little play there with the cookie hop, the stun, and then the follow-up from Kaka. And it definitely felt like a much nicer game for Kaka this time around because there was so much pressure in game number one that if he didn't get everything perfect, the fight was basically lost, and this time around he had a lot more breathing space, so to speak. Zai being super under level, definitely playing into the favor of RNG. Like you said, you know, having that tri-lane early kind of didn't achieve what they wanted. Yeah.
No, that was certainly you know, a strong showing here in game two. RNG showing that they are. Not necessarily the team to beat, but they are the ones who were at TI first before Liquid, right?
Right?
Liquid came in with momentum, it went well, but game two they really ran into a wall. But we're gonna have more games coming up shortly, I believe. Moxie, what's the next matchup for us here?
The next matchup on the stream is going to be Fnatic versus Spirit, which is super exciting. You get that Southeast Asian Dota coming in hot, but then you've also got the reigning champs facing off against them. So a couple regions that don't normally meet up too often, but you know, looking at the scoreboard here, who would you say would be your MVP this time around?
For me, I think maybe Ghost. I mean, he played a great game of Ursa. He found kills that I didn't expect him to find, but also the rotation from the supports. It's either between him or, for me, X-Nova. X-Nova played great on his Snapfire too.
Looks like Ghost is going to be our MVP here. Did play excellent, and I was concerned, there were a lot of ways to be able to kite this bear. Did not run into that issue. I think, what did I say? Was he got his Diffusal Blade sub 12 minutes, I believe?
Yeah, let me check exactly how fast he got it there, but that was very, very fast. He got an 11 minutes, he had it in his hands. So yeah, he finished it around like 10:30 or something, sent it out from the base. So that is extremely fast, with phase boost of course as well.
And then of course they had this momentum, they were just able to continue with it. There was no one being able to really, slow them down at this point, and they just rode with it.
Yeah, that game was just decided by the laning stage, how well they played it. They played a great tri lane, and like we highlighted before, their last hitting and their CSing was really clean. Like Ursa had 32 denies that game, 26 denies on the Shadow Fiend. They really put emphasis on winning the lanes hard in terms of CSing, and Zai was almost half the level of Ursa when he was level 8. He was just hitting level 4, and Ursa was level 7.5.
Yeah, and we said this earlier with the side of RNG, they're just technically very, very good. They were definitely running away with it in game number 1 in terms of being able to have that very high CS and also the high denial rate too. But at the end of the day, you can see that it ends up being a 1-1 split because Team Liquid bounced back during that game number 1, brought some real hurt there to the table next to game from Mickey, and then RNG made the adjustments that they needed to do and were able to handily take game number 2 in about 20 minutes. So very kind of crazy volatile day so far. We are a little bit behind schedule, but we're trying to catch up a bit here. So we do have the next game coming up is Fnatic versus Spirit. It's going to be super exciting, but we are going to take a little break, get our players into the lobby. So get up, go stretch, stay hydrated, and when you come back, we'll have a new series for you.
the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to the B stream here for the TI-11 group stage. We've got our second series on board for you, and it is going to be a banger. It's Fnatic versus Team Spirit. We've got SEA Dota facing off with the reigning TI champs, and I think this game is going to be explosive. What do you think, Waga?
I mean, can it be anything but when you bring back the defending champions like this? Team Spirits, they're looking in form, they're looking strong as we saw them as well. No, I think this will be a tall order for Fnatic here, but also a chance to prove yourself. Apparently, you were telling me during the break here that Hokuri managed to take a game off LGD, speaking about proving yourselves over on the C stream. So it's a good time to make a statement, right? Early in the groups, if you face one of the strong teams, you get a chance to make a name for yourself.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting that you mentioned that. I went through some of the old interviews that Fnatic gave, and John Wall actually says, one of his quotes, "Work hard until your idols become your rivals." So, in a lot of cases, I think the teams view the TI winners as maybe their idols, people that, you know, they look up to, and they want to work hard so that way they get the chance to take them down, or, you know, have that rivalry going on like we see Spirit and PSG.LGD. You know, every time you know it's going to be a good series between them. But, yeah, it should be a great series here.
It should be. I mean, and also you have the curse from being the defending champion as well going into, especially with them having looked strong throughout the year, is that all the eyes are going to be on you. You're going to be one of the teams that people prepare a lot against, or even draw ideas from. So we'll see if Fnatic have prepared something here in store for Team Spirit, as the teams have, of course, scrimmed a lot since the last we saw both of them playing their officials. Both teams seem to be ready, so should be getting into the game soon. I'm excited to see if we're going to see a 2-0 or if it's going to be a draw, if we're going to see an upset.
Well, another thing to mention is that Fnatic just recently ended up playing the BTS Pro Series. So while Spirit really hasn't been playing anything officially, Fnatic did get in there. They did play. They actually ended up losing to Hokuri, a team that we just mentioned, but they do have, you know, some data and some of these games on this patch already. Whereas a lot of the data for Spirit, when I was looking up, was just in pubs. But a very cool thing to note is that Collapse currently has the highest pub win rate out of all of the pro players right now. I believe it's a 92.6% win rate currently.
Yeah, I saw something about that. Someone was saying he's getting his TI form ready, so that has to feel good going in to TI as well. And here we see, of course, the lineup of Fnatic. DJ. I would say DJ is like the heart and soul of Fnatic. He's been with them for a very long time, many years, and he's had a lot of epic moments as well on his Enigma in particular.
Yeah, DJ, this is actually his 6th TI appearance as well, so this guy knows what it's like to be, oh, we've got, it's like we've got double going on over here in the camps.
Clones?
But
is this legal?
Just that talented. Just that talented. I don't know, is it? If it's still you,
that's
does it
OP.
count as still one person?
Yeah, you just have a really talented player and then you just clone him. That's the way you win TI.
That's how
I mean,
it works, right?
with names like DJ and Jay as well, I mean, they really are cloning over there.
Yeah, which one's D and which one's J? Got some nice hero shots here of the reigning TI champs. Some interesting poses. It's just always fun.
Yeah, I feel like you can sometimes tell just by the hero poses for teams playing in TI or playing other events. You can tell by the poses who watches anime, you know. You can tell there are really some anime intro poses they're pulling out.
Everyone's got really normal looking hair on the side of Spirit. I don't know how I feel about that. Yatoro has hair. Fronto Tokyo doesn't have any crazy colors this time around. I think Yatoro actually had some weird colors too at one point. But,
Yator is probably prepared to do the playoff shave. I'm calling it now. It's gonna come back, you know. It's the TI winning move after all.
Yeah, I mean it worked last time. Why not continue the tradition if you're superstitious?
Yeah, that's only for when you desperately need it. You know, it's not allowed quite yet. Only after the group stage is over. Because I don't think that Team Spirit should be having to pull all the stops here.
That is so anime, though. Like the way you said it, you're like talking about how you know which teams watch anime by their poses, and then you're like, yeah, but that's like the last, bastion of when your back's against the wall and you need to draw that power and push your limits, or.
Yeah, their sensei would never allow them to use that in the group stage. That would be shame. Yeah,
no. Boruto's dad would be very disappointed in them if they did that, for sure.
See both the teams sitting pretty ready here. DJ looking focused.
So yeah, both of these teams, obviously, you've got to feel pretty hyped when you're... I don't know if this is Fnatic's first series of the day. I don't have the schedule up right now in front of me, but one of your first matches, though, up against Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's mixed feelings probably. Like a little bit it's intimidating to play against the defending champions who also have played very strong throughout the year, but I think it's good to get a game like that out early in the day or early throughout the group stage, because outside of that, even if you lose here, say Fnatic lose against Team Spirit, it's not really a bad feeling like, oh, we're now in a terrible spot. But if you claim a win here, or if you 2-0 them, then Fnatic can have great momentum from that. But over on the side of Team Spirit, I do believe that they're, for me, quite the favorite going into this, but not by a huge margin to the point that, it's unthinkable that Fnatic should beat them. I just think that they are expected to have a slight edge here.
That makes sense. I am curious, too, to see how their different playstyles are going to match up, because Fnatic does have a little bit... I don't want to say less of an explosive playstyle because they're still very, very aggressive, but they definitely focus on different things that maybe Spirit aren't necessarily focusing on as well. I think the big things come to fight is that they have, a lot of the team fight, but do tend to go for more of these supports that aren't necessarily damage. They're more for utility. And then, of course, putting that pressure out on the creep wave, really forcing those waves in and forcing their enemies to respond to them.
Yeah. And as we head into the draft here, we're going to see that Fnatic, they ban out the Primal Beast, and we also see the Enigma. And we see Team Spirit huddling up for the drafts. I like when teams group up like this for the draft, instead of just sitting at their chairs. Go join and group around your captain so you can all feel part of it. Everyone's sitting at their chairs, so you're at a boot camp. You might as well be next to each other,
So who did you put down for your most banned hero? Because I definitely put down Enigma for my TI predictions. Did you also put down Enigma?
I think I put Marcy actually as my most banned. But yeah, both of them are going to get banned a lot. We also saw Primal Beast get banned quite a bit, so we will see. I think Enigma might just get picked every now and then by teams, but I don't know if anyone will be allowed to pick Marcy or if they really will be able to,
Yeah, and it's early days in the meta as well, so things could change. You had mentioned Undying has been very, very popular, but you also feel like he's not unbeatable. There are definitely ways that...
Yeah, they play nicely into each other, good synergy. I think one problem with Undying for teams right now is that so many drafts want to be big and tanky, and Undying just counters a lot of that mentality, because those frontliners are not good at killing Tombstone just because they're normally melee heroes, and Decay is extra good against strength heroes as well, so it can be hard to draft sort of the current meta into Undying, and that's probably why he thrives so much. Some heroes are good just because they are the meta, and some are good because, well, they just fit great into the meta that we have right now. I think Undying is a bit of both right now, which is why we see him be so great.
I just have to figure out what the next hero that Fnatic would like to pick up and don't have too much to work off of. I mean, we've been seeing a bit of the Nyx Assassin popping in and out, but then that does give you 2 melee supports, which I know you're not a huge fan of.
Yeah, I'm more a fan of opening, especially even opening 2 picks. I like having 1 melee, 1 range. If you commit into the double melee or even double range opening, then it makes it easier for the opponents to narrow down what they want to ban. Like if you have 2 melee heroes, you're very likely to add up something that's going to be ranged in second phase. So it gives too much information, and I like restricting the amount of information, which is something the teams like to do as well. We see DP Undying. This is giving me some real nice like TI4 flashbacks. Feels push, man.
Feels like a spooky Halloween draft. I appreciate it. Halloween is my birthday. I like to see all the spooky characters.
Oh, damn.
But no, it's nice to have, right? Because if you have, you know, melee heroes coming in, the Spirit Siphon is obviously very, very strong. It gives you some team fight, tower push. Silence is also very, very nice on the Death Prophet. So, and also a very flexible hero. You still can move her to various lanes. So it kind of keeps your draft a little bit veiled, which is always a benefit.
I like the little detail between DP and Leshrac, where both these heroes are also heroes that want to run next to their target and just deal damage by existing. But DP has the upper hand a little bit over Leshrac. If she has the ulti going and her Spirit Siphon, then Leshrac has to be the one disengaging, even if he pops W and his ulti. It's not quite as strong usually in the single targets, whereas Exorcism just shreds you. And Lesh is not a very high armor hero until he finds a way to solve that. So it's a good response to the Lesh.
I would like to see perhaps more lockdown for the side of Fnatic currently, because you have a silence, you've got a little bit of that slow from the Undying, but no hard lockdown, nothing to cancel out TPs. Usually Death Prophets opt to go for, depending on the position of course, the Yule Scepter, because it provides them a way to stay alive, gives them a little bit of catch and whatnot, but I would like to see a hero that has some catch already built in.
Yeah, it would be nice to get something. On the Team Spirit, they ban out the Ember and the Visage. Both are, you know, slightly good at chasing at least, but not really the hard lockdown. So this is a lot of respect to heroes they don't want to deal with. I think Ember could be problematic for Leshrac early on. The Sleight of Fist is very easy to connect on Lesh all the time, and he can't quite sustain against it. Meanwhile, for Fnatic, they're banning out the AA because they're both running. They're running 2 healers from the start here, and SD because SD combination with Leshrac is very strong. So it makes a lot of sense. Also, SD ulti against DP, of course, a terrible counter.
Now, you do have this Death Prophet who's flexible. They picked a lot of Puck recently, and they have an excellent Puck player on this team. Obviously, you don't want to necessarily pick it up too early, but is that a solution to having a bit more catch, a little bit more lockdown?
Yeah, they could go for it. I would probably pick it later down the line even then though, or try to wait a little bit more. Puck would allow them to get some way to guarantee the fight, but it's also an ulti-based lockdown. Perhaps they want something that is not dependent on that. And looking for Fnatic's +5 here, I think something as simple as just like a Bane or something, you know, something that has reliable disables early on. It can be hard to get a long channel Fiend script here, but I think they need a hero that can stop Leshrac right now from having that big impact.
What about a Disruptor? That's been a very popular hero, gives them the latch capability.
Could certainly be great here. I mean, Disruptor is good against Leshrac too, and it solves the problem that they have right now. They would also double down on the silence, so they have even more ways to prevent people from using spells. Team Spirits, they are adding good combos here though. I like the Snapfire when you have Clockwork. The Cogs can now set up for both Leshrac and Snap to be landing their spells into it. And it's again a good, like, a ranged, a melee, both tanky. They're playing the meta, not doing something too surprising. Team Spirit with pretty well-rounded opening, not super aggressive about something. They have a bit of everything.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a well-rounded draft so far. So we've thought about the Bane as a possibility as a +5. It's also ranged, which would be kind of nice. Perhaps something like a disruptor, like you said, the double down. We're seeing a lot of that Ags. Okay, there's a hero that you and I have not seen a whole heck of a lot of recently.
Really not, yeah. Hoodwink is not too common in the current patch, but it is a curious choice against the Leshrac and Clockwork. I don't like Hoodwink against Clock that much, because if you do get rocketed in the tree line, you could get hookshotted and then you are stuck in the cogs very quickly. But on the other hand, it's good against Leshrac because you can sit in the tree line and not be as easy to run down. Morphling, though, that doesn't surprise us much at all. Raven, Morphling is very, very strong, and this is a great Morphling patch overall.
Yeah, I've been seeing a ton of Morphling recently in our games. Seems to be like Morphling, Faceless Void, those seem to be two of the highest heroes in terms of position 1 core, I think, for this meta.
Yeah, also some good stuff to steal here. I mean, you can easily turn yourself into Leshrac and use his spells. The Edict and the Q are quite good. You can also become Snapfire if you want, some good burst damage. So no matter what he wants to turn into already, it's quite nice, and that's without even seeing the enemy carry yet.
So I guess now what's the next pickup here for the side of Spirit? What goes well with what they have? They could go something like a Faceless Void if they were interested in it, with the Snapfire Kisses and the Pulse, whatnot. Okay, all right.
They certainly could do that, but they're gonna go with a Centaur theme. Look at Leshrac, look at Centaur. Wow, they're picking similar heroes. No, but in all honesty, the Snapfire and the Centaur, very common combo, probably one of the biggest staple combos of the entire DPC this year, I want to say. Like, I have seen so much Snapfire Centaur in competitive Dota, and that and like Centaur or Mars Snapfire, I guess, would be even more popular. But this is good. This is what Team Spirit needed. They need more stuns, more lockdown. Anytime you play against Morphling, you don't need 1 stun. You need like 8 stuns so you can kill him reliably. And wouldn't be too surprised if even the last pick they have is something that has a built-in disable as well.
What do you think they want to pick up, I guess, then?
I'm kind of on board with what you said about Faceless Void, apart from one thing. It enables Morphling as well. Morphling is going to turn into Faceless Void and turn that time dilation back over on your team. So I probably wouldn't go for that route. Perhaps even go for something like Naga Siren in this game. If you feel confident you can drag it out, then Naga is quite competent against the Tombstone. You can sing and kill it. Matches decently against Morph. Fnatic are respecting the Troll. That's what they're scared of.
Huh.
Okay.
I mean, that is a hero that we've seen Spirit play a lot of. Interesting you mentioned the Naga, too. I feel like we saw so much Naga Siren in the games that we cast. When I was looking at the statistics, Naga wasn't even listed in the top ones in terms of position 1. In fact, it was really funny to look at, because I think it was Morphling, Faceless Void, Terrorblade, Pudge, and then TA. And if you had told me, like, a year ago that Pudge would be a position 1 and one of the top picks during last chance qualifiers or whatnot, I would have been like, you're out of your mind.
Yeah, he changed a lot. He has evolved. It's a new era for Pudge, the most popular Dota 2 hero. Gets to be griefing us on multiple lanes nowadays. It's fantastic.
All right, Monkey King. This is a fast-playing draft coming up on the side of Fnatic.
Okay, so this is now looking very interesting. Looks like this is going to be a mid-Morphling, quite likely then. And they want the Monkey King against the Centaur. So at least that's what I'm feeling, unless they want to do something more creative. But to me, it looks like an offlane DP together with the Undying or Hoodwink. They probably want Undying against Centaur and Snap, though.
Some strength heroes that everybody would love to, Undying would love to be paired up against. Take away all their strength.
Yeah, no, that would be ideal. I mean, there's also Clockwork. When you have that double strength support, the Undying is going to be quite happy. And this is what we see so often. Even with the first phase pick, Undying, we see not 1, not 2, but 3 strength heroes. And Lone Druid comes out for Team Spirit. I think that's a great answer to a lot of what Fnatic have picked here. I think the fear from the bear can be very useful against Death Prophet to disengage her, make her run away. And it can also be a great way to make Monkey King run out of his ultimate. So interesting ways to counter two ultimates over on the side of Fnatic here. So it's going to be carry Morphling. We see the players now locking in what they're going to be playing. So it's going to be Raven taking the Morphling after all. And it's just going to be Jay taking the Monkey King.
Mm-hmm. So I'm curious, which draft are you favoring more right now?
Seeing now that this is how they want to pick it, I would say Team Spirit. I think I favor them quite a bit even with this. Okay. Yeah, it just looks very easy to execute, and while they don't have like the hardest late game carries necessarily, Collapse could scale quite a bit on the Centaur still. Of course, the Leshrac becomes a potent threat in late game, and Lone Druid just looks like it fits so damn well into this draft. I can't even really put my finger on exactly what, apart from the things that I mentioned. But could also be that he's quite hard to burst, and I don't see the lineup of Fnatic being able to kill Lone Druid that easily in the fights.
Okay, so what are the timings then for Fnatic if they want to stand a chance against this lineup?
It depends how the Morphling's laning stage is going to evolve. If he has good farm, if he is above everyone else in net worth, then they can really take it slow. But otherwise, I would like to see them make a lot of moves with the DP ulti as fast as possible. Utilize that DP ulti is hard to counter until people have survivability items. So they have kind of two power spikes, one being when Morphling is enormous, and the other being DP before people have tools to solve it. So we'll see how Morphling's laning stage goes.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how they're going to be able to shore that up, make sure that Raven can get what he needs, and then, like you said, want to see a very active Death Prophet that's moving around the map. With the support that they have, though, it feels like they should be able to kind of take advantage and sort of shore up these lanes. What do you think?
Yeah, they have good supports to shore up the lanes, but we also have seen how strong Snapfire can be in laning stage, what she can do, and it's not necessarily like there's a glaring weakness over on the side of Team Spirit. It comes down a lot to how well they make use of their Lone Druid as well. I mean, last series we cast, CSing was really what dictated who won in the second game at least. The laning stage pretty much broke the entire game there. So let's head into the game and we'll see what's gonna happen here.
All right. Well, as per usual tradition, everybody's gonna smoke up out of the base, get out of there a little bit faster, try to plant those wards. Kind of a fun little tidbit when I was reading my interviews, Maposhka mentioned, he's like, man, something to the effect of like, this map is just, it's boring. It's too easy to find where everybody's wards are. It's so predictable. He would like to see a change on that, for sure. And I think another person mentioned that too. I'm trying to remember. It was the support players just saying, love to see, a slightly different map. Because it's just too easy. You can generally know where the warding is. And if you think about it, the wards are pretty much always in the same spots. Like, occasionally you'll get an interesting ward, right? But for the most part, it seems to be the same spots over and over again. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of the wards awarded by Maposhka after that statement.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's a bold thing to say, that the wards are too easy to find. I certainly find that a lot of wards still live quite full durations, but I'm totally with him. I would love to see another map change, if not just for the wording, for the new environment to play and understand how to use. Anytime we get map changes, that's always interesting.
Oshka's just gonna walk past John Well and see that Monkey King doing a little bit of harass here right off the start.
Yeah, Monkey's gonna secure himself the bounty on top, and it's still gonna be a 2-for-2, so no real advantage here. Neither team is like super strong at level 1 fights, unless Team Spirit were to group up all their stuns and go together, but both teams just planting down some vision in the early game. We see also the small camp blocked up top by Fnatic. And the trading begins between Undying. He has his work cut out for spamming that decay as often as he can.
I feel like Generally speaking, though, Undying is one of those heroes that's going to be able to really secure Raven a decent lane. And that is something that you said is very, very important, that they're able to get this farm, get the levels in CS over on the Smorfling. And again, you can see, just keep stacking up the decay. Doesn't have to be careful, though, because they are dishing out quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, he also didn't have any HP regen yet. He gets Tangle, he's gonna start regening up, and Decay is gonna serve to heal him a lot in this lane, so he'll probably be fine. But he certainly will be trying to keep the attention away from the Morphlings so that he can free farm as much as possible.
Like an Undying, just spam your spells, eat a bunch of fruit, get more of your mana back, spam your spells.
Yep, mangles, as many as you can possibly afford, and then you're gonna be super poor in the mid game or early game because you don't have any money left. You spent it all on consumables.
But that's okay. If your core is getting the CS, if they're getting the dollars, you know, it all works out that way. Support you early game so you can carry them later.
That's true. That's true. And mid lane looking quite even right now, 6-2 versus 8-3. DP being slightly more aggressive, trying to bully Leshrac back a little bit, fighting for some advantage.
How does this lane usually play out between the Death Prophet and the Leshrac?
I would say it's usually just a lot of spamming of the Crypt Swarms and Lightning Storms to farm. I mean, DP probably has a minor edge, but she has managed to get a nice amount of CS there, 11-5 versus 8-2, so building a little bit of a lead. He is outplaying him a little bit just in how he trades right now. Done a good job.
I think it was an interesting point that you made earlier, saying how the Leshrac and the Death Prophet kind of provide a same service with their roles in a sense. Death Prophet just perhaps a little bit more of a versatile kit.
Yeah, they're similar in how they execute to in the team fights. Like they both run next to the opponent, and they're both power pushers. They have quite a bit of shared identity, I would say. These two heroes.
You see the decay stacks just continuously building up on the Undying, and Raven definitely reaping the rewards of that in terms of CS.
Yeah, he's making it very hard for Collapse to last it even. I mean, he's trying to get the denies there. You saw that if he had the 8 strength instead of being decayed twice, that range creep would have died to his 2 hits, but it's just annoying to see as a strength hero into Undying lanes.
EJ kind of hiding over on the tree line here. Poshka. Rotating over, just gonna... How do you, like, slow down this this lone druid here in this top lane?
I think they're doing it in a pretty good way right now. They're playing close together with the Hoodwink and the Monkey King, so overall they're CSing together. And the Clockwork can't really pose a threat if they're playing with each other. So it's difficult for Lone Druid then, because he has the last hit against the 2 of them, and doesn't get much help from Poshka. And Poshka trying to pull.
On the lane, he's a tanky boy. Is it gonna be enough? Yeah, he's gonna survive this. As Collapse is just gonna cut the wave. 16 decay, I think, over on Dunwell, so he's got to feel very, very good about that.
Yeah, nice usage of the Soul Rip as well, but getting these double decays really makes it so costly to try and bring down the Undying, and that's what you don't want to have. It's like, that's the worst case scenario. You use a lot of resources to try and bring down Undying, but he didn't die. You get to jump on the Morphing bottom, just trying to get him out of CSing.
Seeing the Undying rotating over here to the mid lane. A little bit of grass.
Looks like he's rotating over to his death. He's like hugging the tower, like. Oh.
Yeah, might as well.
Honestly, I feel like he should have run to base because he was so close to base. It felt like he made a move. He didn't even drop a ward or anything while going there. So the time it took for him to run to tier 2 tower, he could have run home instead. I feel I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, that's what I was curious about. I thought he was going to go drop some wards, but that was not the case. Top lane, a little bit of pressure being placed over here on Jabs. DJ trying his best to support. Land of Boundless. They're trying to get rid of the bear. Not quite going to be able to get there, though, in time.
Yeah, they have to do a good job staying close to each other, or the Battery Assault is really going to start kicking their ass here, because level 2 Battery Assault does a lot of damage. And they almost got the bear, but the resummon is back to full HP. Monkey is now holding his Jingu. He wants to wait until it's boundless again. He's gonna heal fully from one boundless strike very soon. Or almost fully at least. The glyph, they counter.
Yeah. The hop down though, put a little pressure.
Always funny to glyph against the monkey with Jingu, because you know exactly when he's gonna stun. You can just deny him his heal, but he's gonna be fine either way.
6-minute rune is going to be top, the Invis rune. DJ should be able to secure it here for Armel if he wants it. No, he just says grab it.
Yeah, he's playing without bottle anyway. He went for the Falcon Blade on DP, which I like this choice. DP has other ways to heal anyway. She can heal from the Spirit Siphon. And mana you can get a lot from Falcon Blade, and Falcon Blade gives you more HP pool, which is super important on DP. So bottle wouldn't, you know, make you stronger for when you full commit, but now he's really tanky.
And this is exactly what we wanted to see from Armel in this game. He's got his level 6, he's putting pressure on this mid lane. DJ trying to slow down Maposhka here off to the side. You see the teleports are coming out. Tunwell's also here. DJ needing to be careful. Nice soul rip, going to keep him healthy. As Toronto Tokyo will land the split earth, but you still have this Undying placing pressure.
Yeah, might be difficult to get real tower damage here for Armel, but everybody is looking towards the mid lane right now, and he's still getting the ghosts hit a little bit, just staying close. But this is time that it's just a 1v1 lane bottom between the Morphling and the Centaur, and Morph should be happy getting quite a bit of farm here.
Yeah, he's definitely getting chunked down by the Centaur whenever it's available to do with the Stomp Double Edge, but not enough to get a kill for sure, so we'll just continue to morph those attributes. See Maposhka getting his position. They want to try to punish Armel if he comes too far forward, knowing that that Exorcism is on cooldown.
We see so many teams do this, the double support move towards mid around min 6 or 7, there we go.
Nice cookie with the pulse, the cogs coming into play. Armel trying to use the Spirit Side, but they turn it right back around again. Oh my goodness, calculated. That is a double kill now for Armel thanks to the rotation of his supports.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, DP is a very scary hero to commit on. If you're not sure you can get the kill, then it can backfire. The help of the tower there, he brings them down. Perhaps doing some damage to Raven, but no real threat, just being a nuisance.
This is what we keep seeing in that bottom lane. A rotation top though, Maposhka. Let's teleport on in. Give a couple clicks on him.
They also went Quelling Blade on Clockwork to try and be able to catch the Monkey King at any chance that he gets. It could be nice to have Quelling Blade as well for some warding. Sometimes you can cut a tree and get a little bit better vision with your ward.
Yeah, and then you have the capability of DJ, who's also going to be using these trees and planting them too.
That's true.
Lane, a little bit of pressure placed on John Well with the rotation from Toronto Tokyo. They'll happily clean up, and Raven just hiding in the tree line. He's gonna teleport up to the top lane. Doesn't want to have to deal with this. As Armel waiting around here does manage to snap up the rune. No rune for Toronto Tokyo. At least not from the Radiant side.
Yeah, so we have the switch up happening by Fnatic. They want to move and start taking the safe lane tower, the Esteem Spirit, and Spirit's gonna do the same thing, just keeping away the lone druids, not wanting to contest. And he goes down bottom, but DJ is gonna go there to try and get the experience when the tower gets pushed. Hoodwink can be a pesky little hero to get rid of.
She is a rodent. They are known for their survival.
Yeah, but not gonna be standing up too well against the bear. It's a bit hard for him to defend this tower. It's still gonna fall quickly.
Down it goes. So both of the tier 1s for the safe lane have been eliminated.
Yeah, but Snapfire looking for a catch.
Yeah, doesn't quite manage to land the cookie over onto DJ though. And some collapsing here in the middle lane as they really want. Oh, there's double damage top too. They'll go for the Exorcism play, just wanting to push down this mid tower, open up the map more. There's going to be the fortification. Back off momentarily.
This mid tower looks like Spirit are conceding it as well, so they're going to fall behind a little bit in tower control here, but they're taking this time to jungle. This is quite typical. We see when a team is running the Lone Druid that it's a little bit slow to kick off in the beginning, And Fnatic are doing exactly what we talked about in the draft. Use the DP ulti off cooldown, try to gain yourself as much space as possible, so that Morphling can farm and get really huge.
So who is the person that we should be keeping our eyes on the side of Team Spirit? Because we've already said what Fnatic needs to do. They need to be playing with this Death Prophet Exorcism, and we need to be seeing these rotations come out from the supports. But what's the play here for the side of Spirit in the meanwhile while this Lone Druid gets bigger?
I mean, they have Hookshot now. I want to see them use the Snapfire ulti and the Hookshot together. I want to see them find a chance to get some kills. They're smoking towards the lane where Snapfire is residing right now. But yeah, Clocker's probably going to be the catalyst of all the action for Team Spirit. Okay. And they want to use the Leshrac.
So a lot of pressure on Miposhka to make these moves. Bottom lane, a little bit of harass being placed over onto Collapse. They get the silence. Does have the Stampede if he needs to run away. Turns back around, gets the stomp on Armel. But just gonna get shoved out of the Radiant jungle for the time being.
The downside of Undying, that's the end of that. You're trying to chase something and kill, you have two heroes nearby, but Undying just does not provide any form of catch to these scenarios, so safely get out.
Jabs in this top lane, perched on the tree. Does see Mira, does not see anyone else though. We'll go for the Primal Spring down, but there's the hook shot from Miposhka. It's gonna hold him into place here, and he's thinking about Ghost tries to dodge with Mischief, but there's so much damage here as he uses the Boundless, but eventually will fall to Mira.
That was pretty cocky by him to go in there. He did have knowledge that they were in this area, but he felt like he could go for it.
I'm not sure if he knew that Miposhka was standing nearby. He only saw Mira, I believe, with the Fog of War being what it is.
Yeah, he didn't see both of them, but even so, he's alone, and if anybody has made their way all the way out on that lane, it's quite likely they have backup.
That's true. And well, going for some of this decay, but it's another kill from Miposhka. So like you said, this little clock being very, very active and finding these little pickoffs to help make space.
Yeah, he pings the ward analysis that, because of a ward, they did find it immediately by dropping down Sentry, but that's 2 kills going the way of Spirits, and they needed something, because it felt like they were a little bit too passive in the way they were approaching the game, even though, of course, Lone Druid always wants to farm, so you have a little bit of slower lineup. But now, making a move, all ultis ready. Armel.
Armel finding the opening over onto Death Prophet to put the hook shot with those Mortimer kisses. That's a dead Death Prophet, and DP ends up getting cancelled for people going towards that mid tower, so should be another building going over to the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, very controlled start to this game. Armel just thought they could be mid, but that was a smoke used, that was 3 ultimates used to bring him down. So at least he died, but he also feels like, they committed a lot of resources for me. Sadly, mid tower is not going to be defendable for a side of Fnatic, so tower situation equalized again.
It is on the bright side, it is a little bit of space for the side of Fnatic.
I mean, Morphling is having a great game here. He finds a D-Rune as well. They want to try and get Roche with this. This is a possible big moment to get an advantage. This is a fast Roche.
Oh, yeah,
they have no idea.
Use the exorcism. This is big. Alright, well, that'll be our
Spirits
first
have
Roche.
no clue. Yeah, so with the safety of this Aegis, he's now gonna go towards top, look to push the tier 2 tower. And of course, we see mirroring movements here. When Roshan gets taken, they know that they're gonna be pushed top, so what does Yatoro do? He goes bottom, pushes with the Mask of Madness on the bear. He pushes faster than the Morphling, but it is probably not favorable to take an equal trade.
See, they're backing off a little bit now when the Morphling is now bottom. Just have to be careful though, because you still have Collapse. He's got the Blink Dagger as we saw earlier, and they have a decent amount of damage if they decide to make the jump. It looks like Miposhka's moving his way towards this mid lane. do have DJ and Armel moving forward. Yeah, look, this is a big shift over to the side. There it is, the blink forward from Collapse over onto Armel. They just want to get rid of this Death Prophet, and by God, they do very quickly.
Again, same place, same style. He just gets brought down, and now going down towards bottom, knowing that DP is dead, they want to try and get more. Like, kill is good, but they want buildings.
Ooh, the jump over onto Raven immediately. You can see him shift from the side. You want to just blow up Yathro, and they do jump pretty fast, but there it is. There's that roar we talked about. The follow-up, though, from John. Well, they'll make sure that they get the Toronto Tokyo on the back lines, trying to just blow up John. Won't be able to find it. Now Raven, another stop from Collapse. A nice bushwhack play, but they'll still be able to take the Aegis as they go, and they drop that Wukong's command. Up comes Raven again. They're chasing after Maposha. The hook shot, though, he's just too slippery. They can't get their hands on them.
Yeah, not quite gonna be able to get the catch here. Still, fantastic fight. They brought down the Lone Druid really fast in that fight. And didn't really expect them to get such a clean goal there, especially with them having DP dead. I think Spirit felt pretty confident. But that confidence also punished them, so losing Yathro once there.
I feel like they want to use this exorcism more, but they're just not finding the space to be able to do it on the side of Fnatic. So they go for a smoke play.
Exactly. They're quickly gonna smoke and try to enable themselves to get in positions to do more. They're already running towards the creep wave top with Morphling and wants to push so that they can maybe get a tier 2 for it.
Jabs doing some research here, and we'll see Mira. They'll reveal themselves off in the side, but that's not the hero that they want.
Yeah, not quite the targets. Also a difficult spot to fight. They're fighting into like darkness if they go there. You'd rather play under your own vision, your own area you control.
Ah, interesting. We're gonna see Collapse going for a Solar Crest for his next item.
Yeah, that is a very curious item, but it is super good when you have Lone Druid on your team, of course. You're gonna be spamming it on the bear a lot. There's a lot of physical damage on the side of Fnatic. They even want
the hook shot! Maposhka goes sliding on in. He sees jabs. DJ trying to just put a little damage out here, but it's looking a little bit scary now. Collapse gets silenced. Cookie just to save him. They've already dropped the Tombstone on the side of Fnatic. It's like, Spirit, just gonna back off for the time being. They don't want to fight under Exorcism. They don't want to fight underneath the tomb.
Yeah, it's quite terrible for him though. They have no Exo, they have no Tomb, and the push is coming now. Team Spirit have a great timing to start doing more. Creeps are being pulled, but I think they don't care. Buildings should fall.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This bear just chews through your buildings.
Radiant are scanning.
That's Tokyo with that invis. Ooh, he's gonna run over to. Okay, they drop the sentry. They know he's there, but Collapse already in position. They just blow up the Undying.
Yeah, Undying. Not the biggest kill. I mean, last 2 times we saw someone die there was Armel. Bottom, they're pushing back the Hoodwink.
Yep, these hook shots have been on point. Man, Maposhka's clock is quite the scout.
I like the combination there of the fear making him run into the again, so you get 2 pushbacks even, and of course the fear not allowing him to run away at all because he doesn't path around the cogs, just run straight into them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're peeking out. They know there's a monkey down here. Go for the Wukongs. The jump over onto Maposhka. Trying to run out of the circle. Doesn't the Cox does still end up dying though, so perhaps a little overconfident in what he can do with pushing those limits.
Yeah, he did have to use his ulti, but he's happy to do so. Snapfire could be chased here. They want to look for her.
Yeah, look at this. Continue the tree dance, but no, Fnatic will back off.
Yeah, they get the safety. But meanwhile, though, that was a good kill. And of course, when you're playing with a Desolator, you want to get these kills so that you scale up and get more and more damage. The Deathroll, that change honestly incentivizes you to fight a little bit more than just farming. So happy to drop the ulti, even if it's for a support kill over on the side of Monkey.
think it's fine because it's the off lane, right? This person that should be working along with the rest of the team to make that space for Raven. So.
Yeah, I mean, any form of aggression is ultimately going to allow the Morphling to have more space and farm. Spirits, they are, again, moving up with the smoke now. They have the Solar Crest that you mentioned, so they're ready to buff up whoever they want in the fight as well. Or if they push a building.
Yeah, look at this. They're smoked up, searching in the tree line.
Are scanning.
Smoke does break on collapse. I know someone is here. This is John Wall again.
Dude, that rocket barely just missed Morphling. This thing all the way sucked up.
Alright, Raven does end up revealing himself. It's a little bit scary, but John Wall, he's just absolutely toast. The rest of the team is nearby now on the side of Fnatic, but they're already down there undying. They go for their own smoke. They have a ward in the back, though. They know that they're smoked up. Look at this positioning coming out from Team Spirit. They go for the exorcism and they buy back on the Undying. The BKB coming into play. Toronto Tokyo sitting a little bit low, but he does have the cookie and they're able to run out. Throw getting slowed down a little bit here. A lot of those ghosts coming around. Gonna be the hook shot over onto the back line. They find Jab. They get the stomp off those long-range Mortimer kisses. Doing so much. We'll end up losing one of the bears, but they go right back up again with Summon.
That was beautiful. Really well played by Team Spirit. I like the save they have over on Leshrac. They force-staff him, they stampede, and they cookie him as well. That Lesh was out of there so fast. They thought they could burst him. He doesn't have BKB or anything, but they just completely bail him out. And then the initiation was clean as well after. And all of this based on the ward that you mentioned at first there. The ward they placed when they smoked around allowed them to take this good fight.
A 5k net worth lead going to the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, now with the shard on Lone Brood, it hits so fast, so hard.
Alright, well, that is the end of the tier 2 in the top lane for the side of Radiant. And I'm curious now, like, Fnatic feels like they're really kind of on the back foot. They do have some space for Raven to farm, but I'm starting to feel like Spirit is just starting to get too far ahead. That's going to be really difficult for them to catch up over on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, the tempo is very high that Spirit are playing right now, and with the Aegis, they're gonna probably put that one on Lesh and just go even more aggressive.
Yeah, going
They're
forward,
smoking
but
by
it's
too
too late.
late.
Push back over onto Collapse, and he's very tanky, but oh wow, alright. Not so tanky when you manage to land that sharpshooter.
Yeah, sharpshooter, the monkey stun, and they bring the Morphling in as well. Then you bring him down quite quickly. The survivability they have on Spirit really is when they are all together with the four staff combinations that they have. The four staff clock, four staff on snap, and then the cookie snap, of course.
See those snapfire kisses
Dyer's bottom
tossed out.
is under attack.
It was a cookie hop, hoping they could catch someone. Do have the vision on Jabs, but not the damage, so a little support duo, just doing some poking, just seeing what they can achieve here for the time being.
That could have backfired. If he dropped the ulti there and Miposhka decided to immediately hookshot him and cog him, then he would just die to the Snapfire ulti. So, bit of miscommunication or like missed opportunity for Spirit, but they got out safely. Monkey wasted his ulti. Trading Monkey ulti for Snapfire, not a huge deal, but ultimately Team Spirit just feel like they're very in control in this game.
How do you feel about the range of the Mortimer kisses? I feel like it is gargantuan.
It is. I mean, but that's... I think the range of it should be high. I think maybe Snapfire needs some nerfs in other departments, but I like that the ulti is this ridiculous artillery. Because sometimes the range is so long that people even forget to look around their own hero while they're using it, so you can just go up and kill them. But yeah, the utility of having Snap on your team is certainly huge.
I just always think it's funny whenever we're looking at team fights, you have to scroll so far out to be able to see the Snapfire half the time because she's not even on the screen.
Just gotta follow the globs.
Yep. Okay, so what's the play for Fnatic? Because they still have the Aegis online for Spirit, and they're shoving in these waves.
It seems like the timing they want to hit is when they get this Eye of Skadi on Morphling. Morphling has not been joining too many fights. We talk about how people can play differently. Raven is a pretty farm-heavy carry, but he doesn't have time to farm. He has to feed back already now. The push is coming.
He's going to open up with the Boundless and a nice bushwhack. But look at this damage the bear just outputs. They just take a tower and then they can walk away. They don't even have to put themselves in any potential bad situations because it's up to Fnatic to hard commit on this.
Yeah, with the Aegis on the Leshrac as well as the Bloodstone and the Sanjin Kaya and even Pupil's Gift. He has 2.7k HP and 2 lives, so you can't go on him. And it's just him and the bear standing the closest in the fights. So difficult for Fnatic to find a clean initiation. To me, it just feels like they're running kind of double carry and playing greed. This offlane Monkey King has been playing, but it effectively is very greedy, I feel. And Team Spirit are just punishing them right now. Their lineup is much faster. The tower is well taken out now. I mean, they're losing all the control on the map. There's even a deep wards wall. When they remove all the towers, they put a deep observer to have vision when Radiant leave their base as well. And they're going to play the area.
Yeah, it appears that they want to see just all of these waves pushed in on the side of Spirit. Toronto Tokyo drawing those lines earlier on the mini-map, saying, okay, this is the plan, this is what I want. And again, they're just pinning Fnatic into the base. They have no breathing room, very little vision for them to be able to go out onto the map. In fact, they're all moving together. Did pick up a blink on Armel. Ooh, that like one rocket there. Figured, okay, maybe they have vision, but nope, just a lucky one.
Yeah, I like the decision, by the way, to go Blink Dagger on DP, because he has to get past the Leshrac and the bear, but then he has to try and melt down the Lone Druid or kill off the supports really quick. So the Blink Dagger will allow him to try and move past that. But to me right now it feels like Fnatic are just hoping that there's not going to be more punishment coming in here, because Team Spirit are in full control.
How much longer do we have on this Aegis? We've got about 10 seconds left. So...
yeah, not going to do so much more with the Aegis. The timing is going to be next Roche. This was pretty obvious when they took the bottom tier 3 tower and then immediately just backed off. They still had long duration on the Aegis, so they could have done more, but they felt like, nah, we're going to wait one more cycle for Roche, and that's going to be the close-out point. Very methodical by Spirit here. Fnatic, they're trying to break it though. They know that this game continues in a safe manner. They're just going to lose their base. So smoke outs, trying to get anything. But they have to go deeper. They have to commit for a move quickly.
But how do they approach these fights? Like that's my big question, is how do they get that advantage? Because it just feels like Spirit, again, they have just a really easy to execute draft, and they're ahead by quite a bit in terms of items and levels.
They can win the fights, but they need to kill Lone Druid. That's actually the key. They need to get in and kill the Lone Druid heroes so that the bear also disappears. But yeah, they're not in base, and here comes a super lightning fast push.
I mean, this Vanguard that they've got going on, not the actual item, but just like the heroes, right? Like, you gotta get past Collapse, you gotta get past Mira, Clockwork even, the position 5. Very tanky, very difficult to jump onto Toro.
Yeah, that was why the smoke would be a key way to get in there, but yeah, no, they're just unable to find the initiation. They don't have much time here. They have to make it happen.
Trying to make it over onto that side here, trying to find this opening. We'll be able to go drop the Wukongs, but they just immediately run out. As Armel has popped the BKB, he's trying to get whatever he can, but Toronto Tokyo just murdering people here with the kill on DJ.
He didn't get the stun. He put down the Wukong's command, but he didn't stun during it, so they just allowed to run out of it. I think he misclicked a bit because he tried to cast it there and then he can't. I definitely don't think he wanted to cancel it.
Just wash, rinse, repeat over here, dropping the Wraith Pact. Well, see, the itemization has just been excellent too over on the side of Spirit. There are multiple force stays. I think it's stays. But you saw how fast they got out of that Wukong's too, because he didn't land the stun. And like, look at this air collapsing and opening over onto jabs. big silence getting dropped, but there's so much lit earth going on.
Yeah, they're trying to kill the bear, but I mean, it's barely even taking damage from all this hard work.
Get it? Nice. Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay, all right. The boomerang gets them.
Yeah.
There's immediately the resummon.
It's like, nice Rax nerd here, you can have 300 gold, but, you know, you don't anymore. Fnatic, just not getting a chance there. I mean, they committed both the Exorcism and Monkey King ulti. I'm honestly a little bit surprised even that Spirit didn't want to commit to close out the game there, but this just speaks for how controlled they're playing. They want to take this slow and steady and be sure that they win, not risk something when they only have one bear. And, like, if they died without resummon, could be really bad for them. So play is going to be around Roche Pit.
God, Wagga, you'd be a terrifying bully. Like that whole yeah, nice job, nerd, but you don't have a home. You're homeless. Now that would be very vicious. Good lord.
I mean, it's true though. Look at that. Their home is in shambles right now. It feels bad if you're a Dota player. This broken home. Yeah, that's all you have. And at any moment, the Wild can come in. Okay, so Fnatic now angling to try and get on the map. They're moving top. They don't want to just let this Roshan go the way of Team Spirit. So they want to try and take over anything they can. If they get the tier 2 tower and then outpost, they're actually in a good spot to hold on to Roche Pit.
But look at this. They've got creeps going into the base. You've got Toronto Tokyo, who's just able to put, like, they have to go respond to this. And Toronto Tokyo, he has boosted travel. He can just continuously give a shove. And already you can see Jabs has gone home. Roche is up. Like, this is the moment that they needed. They needed to be able to take this, and they're gonna rip through Roshan.
Oh no, Undying. He might be caught out here soon.
Yeah, I'd say he got caught out. Well, into the pit.
Yeah, he dies in just like 2-3 hits right now.
We're gonna see a fight break out though. They see Maposhka. Again, these 4 stars coming in clutch, plus the Stampede. They just walk away. Buyback on the Undying too, so. And
that looks so funny. I think the animation bugged out when Centaur ultis and you force staff at the same time. The Clockwork was just like reaching forwards with his hands when he was running. Looked hilarious.
It does look ridiculous. Looks like he's got himself a little, like he actually, well, we don't, yeah, we still have the jetpack. It looks like he's just being jetpacked out of there though.
Yeah, it really did. I thought he had shard. I thought he had shard already.
Yeah. They have a lot of mobility because you've got the 4 stays, you've got the hook shot. Gosh, let's see. Miposhka has one. Collapse has one. Mira has one.
3, yeah. 3, 4 staff.
3 of them. Like, that's so useful. It's actually kind of
yeah. It's a good read in this game. We see it sometimes teams doing it when they play against like Ursa or something, but when you're against DP, when you're against Monkey King, you want to get out of the Monkey ulti and you don't want to stand next to DP for too long. And honestly, even repositioning out of the Tombstone, it's very useful to be able to do it quickly. So, great itemization coming out by Team Spirit. But they also just have more items. They have a 15k gold lead right now.
Oh,
so,
baby.
That makes the Marcy stun not hit.
On it too.
Yeah, we'll see here. Yeah, the sleepy jump.
Spirit pair. They smoke up. They're already smoked on the side of Fnatic, so they're gonna run immediately into DJ, but there it is, and then jump onto the back lines, landing over onto three. The shot, the Mortimer's kisses, they're just absolutely obliterating them with the blink of an eye. Oh my god, Team Spirit! What a read! Class
yeah, and that's just gonna be it, I think. They're going for the throne.
Yeah, they don't have
the fight doesn't even matter.
Oh my god, alright, well yeah, they're still duking it out over here on the back lines. They found themselves Raven,
is done.
but it doesn't matter. It's GG. Oh my god, that fight!
Yeah, that was a beautiful 3-man catch, and of course the DD rune makes them just shred them even harder, not like they weren't already. It's a 35-minute game roughly here, 34-40, but that felt like Team Spirit looking pretty much like we expected. They are the stronger team, and they were in a firm control here. Drawback for me though, if we go back and think a little bit, I think Fnatic, you can't get away with being this greedy against Team Spirits. Running a Deso, offlane Monkey King, and a Morphling, when you run DP didn't have any support for what you wanted to do.
Does the Monkey King fit into the draft better if he doesn't go for those damage items, if he's a little bit more utility, or do you think that this draft is just played to a T from the side of Team Spirit?
I mean, I honestly thought they would pick the heroes differently. I thought that they were going to run an offlane DP, right, and put like a carry Monkey King and a mid Morphling with some fighting Morphling style. But yeah, this is definitely a game that was just controlled so hard. I think over on the side of Team Spirit, Miposhka played really well as well on his clockwork. Like, he was always at the right place at the right time, but all of them were just more on the same page, I guess, than Fnatic.
Yeah, it was hard to pick an MVP out of all these players because they did play so well together. But I would say, you know, Miposhka having some of those really clutch hook shots coming into play, some of the escapes that he had on top of that, and just all the assists. Like this little clock, like again, he's a position 5, but he felt like he had so much more impact and was more of a 4 in some respects. I don't know if you feel the same way.
Yeah, I agree. He had very big impacts like a POS 4, but that also comes down to them taking more towers. Then your POS 5 can transform to a POS 4. You have 2 of them instead, because tower gold really is a big thing for supports. That's the main gold you get as support is the bounty runes and the tower gold. And the more towers you take, the more the tower gold, the bounty gold will also come your way. So yeah, he played an outstanding game, and overall, I think he punished the Monkey King quite well. Also the Hoodwink, like trying to hide in a tree line. I didn't like the double down of having both Monkey and Hoodwink want to hide in a tree line, and then one rocket, and whoa, you revealed the enemy team quite easily.
Yeah, that was a bit rough, but it definitely felt like, you know, Team Spirit, they came into the game, they had this great idea of how they wanted to play it, what their item timings were, and just executed their draft very nicely. Collapse going in, I mean, we expect this of Collapse at this point, right? This guy is so good at his positioning. We've seen him rocket on his Magnus, seen him play his Mars, and like with the Centaur, just landing those 3-man stuns, just absolutely gorgeous, being able to help set up for the rest of the team. Would like to see perhaps Fnatic do a little less great like you were talking about in the game number 2, because this is a best of 2 series, guys. So for groups, we're going to always have those 2 games. For now, though, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll see if Fnatic will be able to spin it back around, get that 1-1, or if Spirit's just going to continue to be dominant. Welcome back to the B stream, everyone. For the TI-11 group stage, we saw an explosive game, number 1, coming out from the side of Team Spirit, and they are up against Fnatic. Fnatic perhaps a little bit too greedy, like you said, Waga. I'm curious to see how they're going to adjust for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, at least that's how I feel. I think against a team like Team Spirit, if they play tempo heroes as well, they play Leshrac, they play Lone Druid, I don't think you can get away with being like greedy to the extent that they were, running that Desolator on offlane Monkey King, as well as running a Morphling who just wants to farm. I think you need to find a way to be more fight ready at an earlier stage. So let's see if it's, you know, back to a drawing board and if they're more prepared for next game. Fnatic though, they got the second pick as their choice this time, and I believe that's Team Spirit. Oh, that was actually a previous game, right? Are they? Oh wait, it's for some reason showing last game's choice. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why it's showing up still in the lobby.
Happens sometimes. But yeah, be curious again to see the adjustment that comes out from the side of Fnatic. Team Spirit, though, looking to be in fine form. They really, I don't want to say stepped it up, because they never really fell down in a sense, but they're definitely proving why they're one of the top contenders for this TI and why everyone has their eyes still firmly set upon them.
Yeah, I mean, they're defending champions, so they have to come back and prove their strength here again. They have been looking, like I said previously, good throughout the season, but coming in here and starting out with a win in game 1. It's the best of 2 though, so Fnatic, they still have a chance to equalize. Going into game 2, Spirit are going to be the ones with the first pick here, and we should have draft coming up in a second.
There it is, and there will be no Enigma in this game. Again, one of those heroes, I believe, like you and I were talking, it's either going to be Marcy or Enigma who ends up being the most banned. The Primal Beast just consistently being banned in this particular series. Nobody wants to see that in the offlane. I think that'd be very scary to see a collapsed Primal Beast running at you, to be quite personally, like, honest.
Yeah, Collapse is very good at it as well, and he, from when I watched him, maxes the QW and doesn't put a single point in the E as well very early on. So plays it a little bit differently than some other Primal Beast players, but he plays it very, very strong. And I think he was also one of the first ones that I saw doing the trample level 2 trick, where first creep wave, you just go and trample it as it walks towards the lane, and you get your level 2 immediately, and then you bully the enemy carry. Of course, you wouldn't really be allowed to do that though. If the enemy know that it's coming, they would just move their support and their carry over there and get so much harass on you and slow you from taking those creeps in the lane.
Yeah. It does seem like one of those tricks that you can only really pull off once, and then after that, people just expect that it's going to happen a second time, so.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you see the Marcy ban? Visage also removed. Not going to be seeing that in this game, and they go with the Clockwork again, and I can't blame them. Maposhka did a fantastic job playing it in game number 1, and it's also just really flexible. You could move this clock into multiple positions if you find yourself backed into a corner.
Yeah, so they're presenting the Undying again. They're like, you know, take it if you want it. But this is what I'm expecting to see about this TI, like Undying being sort of ignored in the bans and just going through, and then always teams having like found out a way to counter it or how to play around it. A key component to that can be like baiting out the tombstone and then fighting when the tombstone is down. It feels like you're fighting half the hero at that point. And Fnatic, they're gonna get a good catch this time. They're picking up the puck immediately.
I'm happy about this. I think that this was, it's a little bit of an early pickup, considering that puck was not really paid attention to at all in the last draft, if I recall correctly. But this is definitely a hero that Armel shines on. Will give them more of a skirmishy sort of lineup, because like you said, it was too greedy last time, and they just didn't play tempo enough compared to what Spirit was throwing at them.
Yeah, it might also be more comfortable if you do want to run greedy on the side lanes, then you'd rather have a fighting hero mid than a pushing hero, because DP, she wants to push, she wants to group and do stuff together, and it just didn't synergize well with them having basically 2 heroes that just wanted to farm, and then DP is like, who's going to go with me? But if you have a cash hero that wants to kill stuff instead, I think it's a little bit more synergetic.
Oh, there you are. Okay, I lost you there for like half a second on the TeamSpeak.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm sure you made excellent points, but I did not get a majority of that, but sounded like you're talking about Death Prophet and how they wanted to group up around her. So
It's
I got the
between
general.
me and Twitch chat. It's between me and Twitch chat.
Okay,
Honestly.
all right, well,
You
hopefully
weren't
you-
privy to this knowledge. Yeah, sorry.
Hopefully it went through the VMix too, so that way they can hear it. Void Spirit picked up though, and again, when you release, or not release, but you reveal your mid lane so early, that does give you the opportunity to pick up your own mid. And looks like it's going to be the Toronto-Tokyo Void Spirit.
Yeah, it's a matchup that's very fun to watch in my opinion, because both it's what I would define as a very volatile matchup where Void Spirit is able to kill the DP or the puck, and the puck is also able to kill the Void Spirit quite easily. Both have good catch against the other, and both are normally very hard to lock down heroes. But the coil is great for killing Void Spirit in the mid to late game. However, his double Astro Step makes it hard to run away as puck too.
5 seconds remaining.
So no Faceless Void, that is of course one of the top position 1 heroes du jour. And Snapfire this time is going to be removed, not going to be available for Mir to play this time. We saw some really nice plays paired up with the rest of the team, being able to clear out creep waves quickly. The cookies were on point, and those long-range Snapfire kisses were pretty devastating.
5 seconds
Yeah, they certainly were. They did great enabling that. He also didn't die a single time on his Snapfire. He was like 3-0 and 8, I think, or something. So he had a standout performance for sure as well. Give some respect over to it. Team Spirits. Gonna ban out the Lone Druid.
They're doing the liquid approach here, you know, play something, make it look real OP, and then be like, yeah, no one else gets to play this though for this game.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, that's a good idea when you play against Undying, though, and Puck, to ban out the Lone Druid. I'm not even sure this is so much like, oh, let's not have them what we just had. This is probably more just thinking Lone Druid would fit really well with Undying sieging up buildings, and Puck's lockdown works pretty well with Lone Druid usually struggling a bit to catch people, so that would be a great fit.
You know, Chen not going to be able to have that Hand of God available, or of course have the Chen army for pushing, because right now I would say they're pretty light on pushing on the side of Team Spirit, so curious to see what they decide to pick up, because they do like to play at such a fast tempo. It feels like a hero that has that ability to take buildings very quickly would be pretty high up in the priority list.
Yeah, it would be for sure. I'm curious right now what Team Spirit are gonna build as their combinations here beyond just Void Spirit and Clockwork, because you have two great heroes at locking down and catching people. So I'm expecting some big damage heroes. For me, a hero like Skywrath could fit this game. You're against Puck, you have Clockwork, you have Void Spirit. These are good catching heroes, so Sky ulti could be huge, and the silence from Sky could be enormous against Puck as well for killing him in the early game. But that comes down to if they really want to play that. It's a squishy hero, and this meta usually favors a bit tankier things. Of course, Disruptor is another option.
That's true. That is very true. We've seen some really excellent Disruptor plays so far in the last chance qualifiers coming out from, it was Hakoda who was playing it, right?
Yeah, Hakoda played it, and a lot of other people played it too, but I think Hakoda was the outstanding Disruptor in the last chance qualifiers. But yeah, we saw it so much. Almost every single series felt like it had at least 1 or 2 Disruptor picks. So we'll see what they think on Fnatic. Are they still going to target more supports? They banned out the Shen. Okay, Shen and Beastmaster, so both tempo heroes. They're trying to slow down what Team Spirit have.
Kills.
At least I haven't seen a lot of him in the game.
He'll back up while you're.
Is a DK still something that is applicable? Which would give them a stun, it would give them duration, extra damage with the fireball shard, and then also push with the
OG and it's back and.
It's okay, it's not high rated, it's decent. It would be a tanky hero against Tiny as well. The downside is it's another melee strengther against the Undying, so you can struggle in the laning stage a bit. maybe you would want more intel on who you're going to be laning against as a carry before you commit to it. But it's certainly a good option against Puck. Usually, I mean, Dragon Knight is favored as one of the better heroes for dealing with Puck, so good idea for trying to ruin his game a little bit. And I think you need more stuff against him. Void Spirit is good on his own, but I think you need to, in the next 2 picks here from Team Spirit, add something that helps you kill Puck in the mid game to late game.
Okay.
There's one. Yeah, Rubik certainly helps. I mean, especially if you steal Avalanche from Tiny, or if you steal the Silence from Puck himself. Great spells to steal this game. Even Tombstone.
10 seconds remaining.
So we've got our
5
most
seconds
likely
remaining.
4 and 5 picked up for the side of Spirit. Got the 2 in the form of Void Spirit. Still looking for the Collapse hero, and we're still looking for the Gathro hero.
Yeah, I mean, they picked the Rubik. They could go Magnus with that as well. Oh, okay, it's going to be the SF. So that's going to be the Yatoro SF, quite guaranteed here. And I like SF when you see Undying on the enemy team. Just a fast hero at killing down the Tombstone. And also Tiny has no armor to start with, so you can shred him quite hard.
Well, speaking of armor,
Yeah,
hello, Terrorblade.
there's the
back up.
Raven pick right there.
Well, you're wrong. You're getting caught out by NPC. They must have played us all back.
His signature hero, in my eyes at least. He plays a great
Yeah,
the Macropire, Jackie.
Oh, God, yeah, gotta get himself out of that one.
Farm heavy carry player, and Terrorblade is probably one of the best heroes for that, as you can choke out the map a lot with your illusions and still have impact on the enemy while you're just building up your CS, building up your net worth even more and more.
Now, right now I'm looking at the drafts and I'm thinking that Spirit plays a lot faster still. Would that be a correct assessment? Because I feel like Terrorblade takes a while to come online. Meta's great, but does have cooldown, whereas spells coming out from the side of Spirit, pretty low cooldown, will have pretty decent sieging power too.
That's true if we're thinking about when TB is going to be able to join, but they might also skirmish a lot with just the 3 heroes they have. Undying, Puck, and Tiny can fight on a pretty low cooldown. You don't necessarily need Tombstone and Coil even always if you have Tiny nearby. So I think both teams look like they are going to be quite high pace, and I'm excited for how it's going to play out. I'm expecting Fnatic a little bit to be 4+1ing it, and then maybe when they have Tombstone and Meta, they just try and take the big objectives, Roshan and Tier 2 towers.
What would be the cherry on top of the sundae for the side of Fnatic? Because we talked about having a high tempo kind of skirmishy for Protect 1. Who is their 4th member that will be making space for Terrorblade?
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Team Spirits, they were worried about the Venomancer for lockdown here with Venom Wards and the TB Illusions. They have the benefit of waiting though, so there's a lot of stuff open for Fnatic, but right now it's Team Spirit to have to make their choice immediately. They see the TB, they probably would like something with good magic bursts still, so you don't rely as heavily on Void Spirit and SF races to kill him.
I was gonna say Mars. I said, like, in my brain, I'm like, well, it looks like the Magnus and the Mars are still available, and Mars seems like it would fit pretty well with what they have. Not gonna be the best against Puck, obviously, because Puck can be very elusive, but you'll have other heroes for that.
Yeah,
What do you
there's
think?
also there's added usefulness to being Mars against TB. TB, I mean, Mars does a fair amount of magic damage with his ulti and his spear potentially, but there's more importantly, his ulti blocks ranged attacks, right? And TB is one of the biggest heroes that you can punish with this. If you drop down a good arena, TB cannot help his team. He cannot help, you know, bring in some damage into a team fight. And then you even have the Bulwark, possibly retargeting some of the damage if you want. I think Mars was a smart pick here, and definitely a hero that Collapse knows how to play perfectly, so some repositioning tools as well. They have the Clockwork Push with the Cogs, you have the Ruby Telekinesis, the Ether Remnant, and the Spear, and then technically the Fear from SF2, so all of them can make Fnatic move the way they don't want to in this game.
feels very, very powerful when you consider what they have currently drafted on the side of Fnatic. Like, anytime that you can punish your enemies and put them into a favorable position for you, it's just absolutely huge. And they go back for the Death Prophet.
Okay, so it's gonna be Armel on the puck this time, and it's gonna be an offlane DP. Then I would assume they're still holding a little bit with the picks, but yeah, it's gonna be more what I was suggesting last game, to use DP as a tempo hero from the offlane, and then have something mid that's more active at fighting. I like it better. I think Fnatic have, you know, put themselves in a good spot here overall. But Team Spirit's draft looks quite strong, and it's also Team Spirit. I mean, can they really take them? Last game looked a little bit like a class difference, honestly. The execution was really good from Team Spirit in a lot of those fights.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about, is that even though Fnatic definitely, it's a less greedy draft, you've got some really good skirmishing going on between the Puck, the Tiny, and the Undying. I'm just a little concerned that the way that they drafted over on the side of Spirit, and like we said, just the repositioning alone that can occur from this draft is going to be very difficult for them to kind of get into the favorable positioning that they might want. But they do have good pickoffs, so if they're able to find these pickoffs early, kind of snowball that momentum, they could definitely stand a chance here.
Yeah, no, certainly, and I'm curious to see how it's going to play out. I mean, they did get comfort picks, right? They have Raven over on Terrorblade as well on Fnatic, so certainly a hero that he will be happy on going into a late game against any team. I've seen his Terrorblade do some amazing stuff, so I'm excited to watch him get to play that as well here against a team like Team Spirit.
So what are the two heroes, or rather, which heroes do we want to be watching during this laning phase? What are the ones that are like very essential to ensuring that their drafts become unlocked and activated?
I think mid lane is going to be very prone to outplays. I think in general, when you have the Void Spirit versus Puck matchup, it's so skill-based. I think Void has a slight edge in that matchup just due to last hitting being stronger, and also the nerf to Puck that happened a few patches, or like was it last patch or a few patches ago? Can't remember. They brought his mana cost. It was the last one, from 110 to 80 mana cost on the Illusory Orb. But yeah, that's probably the lane that I'm going to be watching the closest. However, though, SF laning stage in the current patch as well is always something you should keep an eye on.
All right, well, make sure that you fill out your predictions, because I always forget to do them.
I forget to. Let's see.
Get caught up in paying attention to everything going on here. But yeah, I'm interested to see, you know, when we start seeing movement come out from Armel, and of course, movement from Toronto to Tokyo. Once they hit their 6, if they're going to be super active, if they're going to wait for particular runes. Oh, I love these balloons. I ran out of balloons in my games. I used them all.
Scouting balloons, send them.
Ooh, that. I wasn't sure if that's supposed to happen that way. That's a...
They get the paint on them.
Yeah, dog balloons. I do like that sticker.
Yeah, the Fnatic doggo. It's a good one.
Yeah, we're just using all of our consumables, apparently. All the balloons, we'll put a little potion in the ocean.
Yeah, all consumables are refunded in custom games, so you can just spam them. Yep.
You might as well.
Pro player advantage. That's why they can tip infinitely too. Pro players, they get 3 tips per game and they get them back after every single game. It's very OP actually.
The secret's out. Now we know.
Yeah, if they didn't have that, OG would never have achieved what they achieved. Honestly.
That is a good point. I wonder how much of a nerf it would be if you did actually end up running out of your tips and taunts and whatnot.
For OG, massive. 30% power gone.
Oh man, I feel very worried. Like, I see a collapse Mars, and I just know how good this guy is on this hero. I feel like you have to be a little concerned.
Yeah, he certainly is very, very comfortable playing this hero, but at the same time, players on this level, they always kind of get something that they're happy with, and you have the same thing going on. I mean, you got Armel on his Grandmaster tier Puck. I mean, he plays that quite a bit as well. So in terms of comfort picks, maybe Fnatic even have an advantage here. Armel? Okay, yeah, he's fine. Taking some extra right clicks though. Don't think he wanted to jump in there.
Perhaps he thought with the creeps hitting him, they would do a little bit more damage, but...
Just gotta watch it. Puck has so little armor in the laning stage that going in is difficult.
Well, he's currently winning with the highest physical damage right now. A little bit of a drawback. Ooh, a little bit scary here for Armel. He goes forward. He's going to try to outplay Toronto Tokyo because he does have the bottle. Whereas Toronto Tokyo's bottle is being sent out to him right now. Goes for that orb. Nice little sidestep from Toronto Tokyo. And in comes his own bottle, so he'll be able to regen. And stick around in lane, no problem.
That was pretty big, actually. The fact that he got his bottle first, I mean, he also only got one bounty rune at the start, so he did a good job last hitting early to make sure all those creeps for his bottle.
Top lane, Jabs is just going to have to teleport away. And fairly tanky with the Spirit Siphon, even though he only has the 1 point, but has to be a bit careful in that lane with what they have going on.
Yeah, I'm just really paying attention to mid right now. He's looking great on puck, honestly. He's CSing. We see a bit of a trade top, but he's 16-0 right now after the first 4 creep waves. So still flawless CSing. No denies, but
He's trying. They're definitely duking it out here in this mid lane. Dodge drawback, but it's gonna be fine.
what's the sad part about puck against Void Spirit? You can dodge it initially, but I mean it's gonna land on you when you come out of your phase shifts. It's not like you're gone. You're coming back. Toss back top.
Toss back over on Mira. Taking a lot of damage. That's gonna be the first blood. Can they turn it around over onto Jazz? No, they can't because he's got the Spirit Siphon. It's just sustaining him so well that now Yatoro forced to run away as DJ continues to chase after him. Gets pushed. There's the toss up into the air. Crypt Swarm comes through. He's still alive though. Pops those stick charges. It's looking very close here. 70-something hit points as Mira joins back in, and will be able to help protect.
I'm surprised he didn't keep chasing there on Jabs because he could toss him back onto the DP. He still had enough HP to go as well, but a little bit scared of many more races coming out, but they could potentially have gotten 2 kills there. The toss in?
Toss in, yeah. Over onto Yatoro, but it's gonna be absolutely fine.
Yeah, telekinesis saving there, moving the Death Prophet away so she can't keep the drain going. Undying, taking a bit of damage bottom, but just Clockwork doing the battery assaults.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a skirmish for some runes over there, so just trying to be active, trying to see what he could get. Raven has the meta popped. Continuing to just push these waves. Top lane, they're going for a deep dive over on Mira. Yatoro turns around, starts trying to get some of these raises off, get a little bit of space, trying to hide a bit more. DJ, not looking super healthy, but the toss back! Oh my god, what a play! They'll find the kill on Yatoro, and they'll still be able to get DJ and Mira.
That was a well-deserved tip. Beautiful toss back in there, getting the double kill for his DP. This lane is starting out beautifully for Fnatic. Very nice play. DJ with the moves.
The calculated toss, realizing he's going down, but he's gonna take some people down with him.
Bottom lane still just kind of safe farming here. Very hard for this Clockwork Mars lane to put any form of threat over on the side of TV when Undying is just in front, you know, doing what Undyings do. This lane is not necessarily the most exciting right now, but Raven is probably pretty happy with it.
I like how DJ teleports to the mid lane. I believe he refilled Armel's bottle. Walks directly. Oh gosh, alright, there's a kill, and there's the follow up over onto Collapse, but he's gonna be able to pop the wand and just go right back to lane. Top lane though, a little bit of play over onto Yatoro. The toss up after the avalanche. Mira's here. He's gonna try to keep Yatoro alive. The Crypt Swarm and that tree not quite enough to finish off this SF, as he's got a couple raises down over on DJ. Mira just
back
throwing out a
me
couple
out.
of these clicks.
I was watching as they went on him bottom actually, and it's so funny, they cog and catch down dying, and Terrorblade is running over to try and help, but instead of really doing too much because he has no meta, he just decides to farm the cogs, so he starts hitting them with his illusion and his hero, and farms up 2 or 3 of the cogs there and gets some extra gold. So he trades his Undying for, 40 to 60 gold. I think he would do that again if he got the choice. Carry players.
Oh, is that all he's worth to you?
40 to 60, depending on the day.
Feels bad. Still have DJ hanging out in this mid lane. I was laughing earlier though because he teleported and then he just walked right past Toronto Tokyo like in the mid lane and went over to the eye spot. It was very power move. It felt like, yeah, I know you're here. I don't care. A lot of rotations though to this mid lane. You can see that Maposhka making his way over. You've got Janual nearby.
Yeah,
DJ looking for the opening. They'll go in with that Dream Coil. They'll toss it back after the outlet. Step forward though from Toronto Tokyo. They're seeing if they can possibly turn this around. A couple clicks over onto Maposhka. It's like he's gonna survive. They end up losing Janual, and now DJ is trying to run out as Armel has already backed off. So that gank proving to be just an exchange of supports for the most part.
Yeah, it was beautiful execution. By the way, both side lane towers being pressured hard as the exorcism was popped top, and bottom they pushed into a tower as well with Metamorphosis before. But yeah, Jabs.
He'll be a little cheeky here. He's a bit low.
Oh,
Hanging out.
see him? Tries to put the center word for vision.
No, I can't quite get it. So there's the bottle service from John Wall as he teleports back to the mid lane. Still looking to skirmish here, DJ. Running into Toronto. Just tosses away, says, get away. Quick gamble on this. It is the Arcane Rune, so that's a very happy Armel. And
Oh, the Terrorblade might be in trouble.
Oh, okay. Alright, he's sticking around here.
He's farming.
Yep.
He knows he's dead, he's
Yep,
farming.
he does.
What did I tell you? He likes to farm even to the last second. He's like, yep, I can farm these before I die. I like the efficiency though. I saw someone was talking recently about like how some players just stand still and let the enemy kill them instead of expending all their resources. If they look like they're tilting. But I like to see people go down, fighting to the last second. And that's what he did. Granted, he was fighting the power cogs, but get every bit of efficiency you can out of the game. That's literally Dota.
Like one of the first things they teach you when you play Dota is like, I don't care if you're dying as a support, just use all your spells so you come back to lane when you're first getting started, because otherwise you could have turned some fights if you had the chance. DJ though finds Maposhka. Get a little bit of a toss. 3-man Dream Coil coming out from Armel. A nice play by Maposhka, dropping the cogs. Going to try to separate a little bit. See if he can get the rest of the team out. Clubs does have the arena if he wants to use it, but Maposhka will fall from that rotation. And while this is going on, we end up losing John Wall to Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira.
Yeah, they managed to catch him, use the Astral Step, get that kill. So in the end, a 1-for-1 trade going on, and looks like Spirit might want to fight bottom still. They have the collapse ulti ready, but it's a little bit dangerous to go in here.
Nice items found. Fairy Trinket and Arcane Ring. Always nice to have on your team.
Yeah, Fairy Trinket on Void Spirit now, very strong. Arena, can he reach?
They have
He wants to do
Exo.
it.
Thinking about going and trying to burst down this Death Prophet. Over on the back lines, the Avalanche from DJ looking very nice, but they just jump into the arena. They'll be able to pick off Jabs super fast here now. DJ running for his life. Dream Coil gets used again. Mira perhaps going just a little bit too far as he's hooked underneath this area. He's still let go. The tree comes in. They'll get the kill down well. They'll pinned to the tree as Toronto Tokyo drags back over onto DJ. 3 dead on the side of Fnatic. And all it cost them was the Rubik.
Yeah, and they TP mid immediately with Collapse as well, TPing right on top of the Terrorblade who was pushing, so forcing him to back off. And that was a really good fight there. We see a Rubik and how much he stayed alive, by the way, with his Spirit Siphon in that fight. He stole that and kept draining HP. Almost looked like he was gonna live for a while.
I like how fast they make these decisions on the side of Spirit. Like you said, sending Collapse over immediately. He's already used his arena. Fight's been won. You see that instant, like, almost reflexive movement coming out from them.
Yeah, they want to hold on to the towers as much as they can. I mean, if TB commits meta like that and hitting, then someone has to go there quickly or the tower is going to be gone. So Important move. I like this build, by the way, on Mars. The Falcon Blade, it's quite nice. The Soul Ring is so expensive now. The Falcon Blade gives you a nice amount of damage as well. So it's a good replacement item.
Like Fnatic wants to take this tower, they'll end up using the Exorcism for the tier 1. Trying to clean up these creeps. They do end up fortifying this middle tower. You can see teleports. They want to keep the silence over onto Collapse. Does have the arena up, but isn't jumping in just yet. What do we get? We get the silence picked up now from Mira. And that's an EXO, and they didn't manage to get much of anything other than perhaps a few TPs.
Bit of an opening now as well if they want to make moves for more stuff, but I think Team Spirit might also just want to consolidate and take over more of the map. They're farming the jungle with their Mask of Madness Shadow Fiend. I've seen this build, by the way, a few times now, the Mask of Madness SF. I really like it in this patch. You go races because they're so strong in laning stage, but then you go back into the full right-click build. Yeah, this is the common play as well. You put 3-point races and then you just pretend race doesn't exist anymore, you stop leveling it, and of course you can use it to farm stacks, but mainly go back into all right clicks from here.
EJ here in the bottom lane, this hastering on Toronto Tokyo. Gonna try to get the angle, can't quite manage it though, so we'll be able to teleport away thanks to all of those creeps.
Yeah, nice play. He found the only safety there was sitting in his own creep wave, and not enough time really for Toronto to try and pull the creeps to his side. TP is enough against that. Both teams kind of just chilling right now, taking it quite easy. I mean, obviously Terrorblade is farming the fastest right now, as he has his illusions and had a very good laning stage as well. But due to how Team Spirit have been winning these fights, they have quite good farm on multiple heroes. Their highest farm actually Mars right now. Collapse with Blink as well Falcon Blade. Look at Puck.
Can they stunlock him for long enough is the question, though. Okay, immediately gonna try to jump away. They see him over into the corner, though. The drag back with the remnant, and Armel is toast.
Yeah, nice reactions. He dodges the first stun, but there's so much more, and that's why we're talking about Void Spirit, how that hero can keep chasing you. You can't really get away that easily as Puck against it.
Lines being drawn on the minimap. They have a lot of control in this Radiant jungle currently. Still Terrorblade farming quite well. Top of the net worth, 6.4. Very close though, along with Collapse. And Collapse having that Link Dagger is going to be a big deal.
Bush got a little bit alone here. Might want to get out of here. There's no Witchblade yet on the Puck. Well, still the coil.
Turn back around here. Do get the silence, but the rest of the team was standing. There's the double damage on Toronto Tokyo. So they're just going to back up Maposhka. Looking for the opening. Nice spear over onto DJ. Collapse. Does need to be a bit careful here. They've got the Avalanche. And comes Yatro and Toronto Tokyo. They'll get off a really nice arena. Toss out the Collapse. It will end up dying. And now Toronto Tokyo taking a lot of damage. We'll go for that Requiem. We'll push them away. So they've used the Exorcism. Feeling like perhaps Mir is in for some trouble. The rest of the team has managed to get back to the safety of their tower. These Exorcism ghosts are doing too much, so...
Yeah, and
Metamorphosis.
Gonna be able to take tower as well quickly afterwards. That was a bit unfortunate for Spirit. They were just a little bit too disjointed there. They dropped down the arena, but SF not really close enough to use his ulti in time with it.
Oh, a little bit of a find onto DJ. Can they pop him in time, though, is the question. Yeah, Toronto, he still wants this, but barely going to be able to just step out fast. They do have the vision. Can they get over there fast? No, he's all right. 60-something hit points.
That was really on the edge. Metamorphosis was running out as well, so Raven not gonna commit to get baited in by how close he is to getting that kill. He's a very safe, reliable carry player who's just gonna keep scaling here. He knows almost killing the Void Spirit still forces him to run back to base, take all that time away from making moves, and he's just gonna keep farming.
Yeah, he's got his sights set on a BKB as his next item on this Terrorblade. And Maposhka is just going to poke a little bit over at John Well here. And
More than a
doing
pulse,
decent
isn't it?
amount.
Quite dangerous.
Yeah, my god, I think he's gonna just get a kill. Boop. And they even managed to steal decay on top of it.
Yeah, that's if you get caught out by a level 4 battery assault, there's not really much you can do as an Undying there. He didn't have ulti ready, otherwise he could have gone some HP from popping the ulti, but he gets found. And again, having a good showing here so far this game.
Yeah, he looked very good in the last game too, so. You know, they've had the Undying multiple times and it felt like, well, it felt pretty good during laning. It just hasn't really taken off and they've had a good solution to it every game.
Yeah, it feels like they're gonna have good solution this game as well, because they're getting quite farmed on the root. We expect that after he gets his Blink Dagger, we might see 4 staffs coming out again.
Careful in the mid lane, they'll open up with the avalanche, the toss to snap the coil. Thro's looking a little bit scared here, but they'll be able to get the kill despite that arena coming out from Collapse. He's trying to finish off Gen 1, but he doesn't quite have enough damages. Now the rest of the side of Fnatic just collapse on Collapse. And they'll clean up.
DJ and Armel are really fighting well together. That's like the 4th time or something that we see the coil into the toss back snap combo. So that way you actually get a stun at the end of the toss. It's really, really dangerous. And now they're going to immediately transition to Roche.
Oh no! Gen 1 was sitting at 30 hit points, and then we just saw the rocket flare go flying in and kill him.
That's a level 1 rocket, 80 damage, and he died to it.
Well, he was sitting a little bit too low there. Alright, the jump in over to the pit. They've already got the Aegis on Raven. It looks like perhaps they'll be able to pop it immediately. Yep, that'll be the case. The BKB got popped on Jazz. They'll chase after Mira. And Raven is back up and running. So, do manage to get that first Roshan, but don't hang on to the Aegis for very long.
No, they at least take Roshan. I mean, it is really big for Team Spirit that they get rid of the Aegis there. But at the same time, Raven is not slowed down by this yet, so you need to make a move and try and get him killed once, because this TV is growing very, very quickly right now. 9.7k net worth, and he'll only keep getting more and more dangerous the longer you wait.
Hook shot over onto Raven, follow up from Collapse. Oh, that's a decent amount of damage, but they go for the Sunder play. Boshka now having to run away. He's going to try to teleport out, but I don't believe he'll be able to make it in time. No, he won't. Chase is on. They do manage to land the coil over onto Collapse. Mirror, though, following up, grabs Stream Coil for themselves. As he's able to back up Collapse, and they walk away.
Okay, so they get something good out of this trade at least. You now have Dream Coil with Blink Dagger on Rubik, so he's ready to go for a fight, but meanwhile it's Fnatic immediately smoking up after the engagement, trying to invade. But this matchup is a little bit tough for Clockwork and Mars, because both of them are not fantastic against the TB Illusion's blocking. So the battery assault doesn't really connect fully. The spear got tanked by an illusion. While Mars is good against TB in teamfights, he's not great at landing that gank.
Curious to see what Team Spirit does now. I do notice the dewarning on the side of Fnatic. BKB is completed though for Raven, that's a big deal.
Yeah, he got BKB, he got it before the SF as well. SF has the entire Ogre Club left to farm.
Alright, Puck,
He got coiled, yeah.
yep, seems like he wasn't expecting that.
Well, that's what happens when you give away coil to an enemy team and it's turned on yourself. It's difficult for Puck to survive. And they have fantastic catch with the Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit as well for the silence. And he has Arcane Rune bottled up now too.
The case of Rubik, the anything you can do, I can do better with Arcane Supremacy.
Yeah, indeed.
Alright. Still smoked up on the side of Fnatic, looking for a pick-off. They do not have Yatoro with them.
Yeah, Yatoro, he knows that he wants this timing, because right now he's struggling.
A little bit of a bait there. Manages to steal the avalanche over on Mira.
That's a huge spell. That's a really good spell for him to have going. I've been following Mira and watching him throughout this game, but finally he gets a spell that feels like this one you can actually keep in a fight and keep getting big value from. It is max level as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Boshka on the hunt. As Jabs and DJ paired up together through this jungle. Got the courier up here on the ice spot. Some scouting. They find the opening over on Mira, so that's a quick pick. Boshka now too. Chased out of the area.
So much for keeping that avalanche.
Got rope.
Not gonna be able to get it.
Nah, he's just playing.
In case the puck stuck around, but not gonna be able to find that soul kill quite here. He's going for Shadow Blade next, so that will enable him to maybe find those pickoffs.
Feels like the tempo slowed down a little bit despite the fact that we do have BKB picked up now for Raven.
Yeah, it's probably heavily in Fnatic's favor as well, I would say. The teamfight potential for Team Spirit is definitely still huge, but the longer the game goes, the more and more Terrorblade will take over this game. And the big power spike for him is going to be Skadi. Usually it's like, until Skadi you can kind of ignore the Terrorblade fights, but once Skadi is up, you're going to start bleeding heroes to him. The SF especially will struggle against that slow.
Mid lane do get the arena. They're going to try to get a pick off over onto DJ. Hookshot comes in from a Boshka. We'll be able to hold him into place. Another couple clicks. And as this is going on, we can see that there is some bullying happening to Mira as they do end up popping the Exorcism and get their own pick off on the side of Fnatic and immediately transition to this top tier 2. Toronto Tokyo, need to be a little careful. Does have the Aghanim Scepter completed. Not quite done with the BKB though.
Yeah, they get more value out of the Exorcism, taking that tier 2 tower, good pick off on mid. He was playing pretty greedy with Tiny there, trying to shove the creep wave, and that's always when you die. I feel that mid creep wave is so dangerous to shove, because people could gank you from above or from below. It happens, you know, very frequently in these games, that someone has to push mid, but that guy is going to be at great risk.
DJ showing in the bottom lane. We'll blink out. You have Yatro, Boshka, and Collapse all in the vicinity.
Yeah, they're hanging around that area. They also have pretty good deep wards over on mid and the triangle. This mid ward is going to be found by the ward. Sentry. Creeps warding. Good job, creeps.
You're all getting a raise, only not really, because you're probably going to certain death.
Mira, raise for the rest of your life.
Ah, this is looking like a dead Rubik. Indeed it is. Nice pick off and then illusion rune for the puck. Boshka, grab this bounty rune and probably have to pay for it with his life. Yep, I'd say so. So
he tossed him mid for staff, so stopping him there. That was pretty neat. And how did the Rubik die? He was trying to push that mid lane.
Oh, they found themselves collapsed too. Man, this game train has no brakes. Yatro getting into position, though. We'll be able to go. Use that Requiem. Trying to push him away. Armel getting dragged back, though. Perhaps he's gone too far. That is a dead puck now. Jabs trying to close the gap here, but not going to be able to hold them into place. They need DJ to be able to get these avalanches off.
I could feel when they went in there, like, oh no, this is going to be the 1-by-1 feed when the SF goes in, but no, Spirit, they realized, okay, you know what, we can actually turn this fight here, using the SF together with the Void Spirit and Mars. They only lost their supports, they still had the kill potential, so they get a core kill at the end of all this.
Push that. Some casual dewarding. DJ with the avalanche toss, but the Force Staff coming in handy. Now follow up, but now Collapse has just got all these people in the arena. They're just going to back off. They're contained in this little fishbowl. They dropped the Tombstone during it.
Yeah, they dropped everything. Exorcism, Meta, Tombstone, so he immediately just bails. Even though he used his arena, he's like, okay, that's traded for like your 3 big cooldowns.
And the smoke play immediately coming out from the side of Spirit. They realize, all right, they used everything. Now is our opportunity. Now is our chance.
Yeah, let's see if Fnatic can read this, though. They do scan it out successfully that they're moving towards top. They're pinging it now. They want to set up a bait.
Oh, jump in. There's the BKB on Raven. Turn back around. Dreamcoil gets used. They'll be able to get the kill on Mira. Toronto Tokyo sitting up at the top does not have a TP though. It's got the BKBs, just hoping that nobody notices. Oh dear, they notice. They notice. So he's gonna have to just hightail it out. DJ going for a guess on where he could be, but not gonna be able to grab him.
He's got that level 15 talent, the outer dissimulate ring. That's such a useful one for getting away the sheer distance that you can cover with one single mobility spell.
Is under attack.
Alright, well. Seeing a lot of these little skirmishes that don't necessarily amount to any huge objectives getting taken just yet, but you can see the way the Fnatic is playing in this mid lane.
Yeah, it's a lot of positional fights, trying to get minor advantages. One advantage for Fnatic is that they have such a good hero for like pushing out this mid wave, and then, you know, now they can move in, don't have to worry about it. As opposed to having a hero that stands there for a while and tries to kill it. I suppose Void Spirit is similar, but it's just cleaner for Puck to do it so fast.
Just try to clean up some of these illusions over the mid lane. They know that Jabs is not there. It does have boost of travel, so it could be there in a pinch, but look at the
It is
way
actually
Spirit's
huge.
playing.
Just pushing out bottom like this is such a nice heads-up move before the fight starts. Now he TPs into the outpost.
Smoke play coming out from the side of Spirit.
Scanning.
It's about to have a 5v5.
Spirit.
Taking a long way around though, I like this.
Yeah, but look at Fnatic's positioning. They're playing under their own vision, and they're trying to smoke reveal with the tiny.
They have the double damage over on Toronto Tokyo. They're looking for the opening to jump in. It's a beautiful arena. The pin overall well. DJ just absolutely explodes. So does Jebs. Now Raven realizing he's got to get out of there right here, right now, using that BKB Dream Quote from Armel, but not going to be able to do much other than to slow them down as they get the hook shot over onto Armel. They need a couple more clicks, and he's going to try to buy himself some more time, try to get away here, and at the end of the day, collapse with a beautiful seer. Will be able to ensure that Armel will not survive.
Wow, they had good positioning, and then the moment the positioning breaks a little bit is when Team Spirit find a great initiation there. With the tiny in front and the rest back, but then they clumped up for a second. Toronto Tokyo gets the Undying as well as the bonus.
It's like a little candy kill right there. Just happened to find it, and that opens up the Roche. So we get the Agnum Shard and the Aegis this time around.
Yep, and I think we're gonna see Yator be very happy to have Aegis here, because in this game he needs to stay alive, and against Terrorblade it can be difficult to just stand your ground the way SFs normally want to, but now they have this heart of the fight they can play around and just center their spells around the SF.
I still seeing that the TB sitting at the top of the net worth, but it's slowly, like this gap is changing with the Shadow feeding in right on his heels. I'm curious now how Fnatic, how do they want to play this? They've got the Aegis on the side of Team Spirit. Does Fnatic want to kick back? Do they want to just give Raven more time? Do they just dodge, or do they try to make something happen to give Raven more space?
You certainly want to try and avoid having like fights on your side of the map during the Aegis being in Spirit's control. So either you go ahead with smoke like they're doing right now and try and play on the enemy side of the map, or you just dodge and lose. But they want to try and find anything.
They have the Scotty online now for Terrorblade too, which is a pretty big deal. What for the Avalanche trying to close the distance over on Toronto Tokyo? But another Avalanche pickup from Mira.
Yeah, he have nice spell. Just has to not die like he did last time. This spell can be useful in fights.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for him there. Fortunate for the side of Fnatic though. They don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, but now we see Spirits moving towards the bottom tier 2, and you can already see intentions of Fnatic. They have no intention of fighting into an Aegis to defend this. So they're just moving towards top, trying to take over more area and get some while the Aegis push is coming in. And Team Spirit, they're not even bringing everyone. They don't have travels on Void Spirit, but he kind of knows that he doesn't need to be over there. It's so unlikely that Fnatic would fight it. Oh, don't get caught though.
I know. They have the ward. They have the ward. They know he's over there. Or that they're all over there, rather. Fact. They will put the pressure on over into the base. So he's going to try to clean those up. Yatro, though, he's got that Silver Edge completed. They're going to need detection for him.
Yeah, I'm faking the ulti a little bit, but yeah, Yatoro is definitely ready to right click quite hard. Not even about someone, it's just a nice value item to have here. Just a good DPS, and of course that Invis could maybe set up some big ulti for him. Two minutes on the Aegis, expecting T-Spirit to want to do something now. You don't want to just calmly let the Aegis time out here. I think you want to gain more advantage.
Doing an excellent job of just dodging. They do have the sentry over here on the side. Oh, a little bit looks like revealing that they know that Yatro's there. A little bit of a split fight here as Yatro is separated, so the Aegis will go down. DJ, though, next to fall. Exorcism getting popped immediately over here on Jeff. BKB from Raven. Nice arena coming through from Collapse, but it's not going to be enough to keep Yatro alive as he just absolutely melts. Collapse realizing he's got to get out of here. He's got to get out of here fast. He cannot do it. The Dream Coil gets used. He is going to fall.
Wow, he was not really supported by his team there. He didn't have Void Spirit anywhere really close as he walked in. And caught out a good sentry, and that's it. What an almost uncharacteristic way for them to lose their advantage there. And now Fnatic are on the front foot here. They want more.
Middle tower will go down. So they'll make the rotation. They've already put some damage on this top tier 3. No exorcism available, so it will be a little bit slower, but Raven, he does hit quite hard.
Yeah, he has a lot of damage. He doesn't have meta, of course, so he might not want to commit to a big fight. But just forcing him back, forced out the glyph, that could be a huge impact as well for when they finally do win a siege later down the road.
There's not a lot of vision up at this point for the side of Team Spirit, which makes it pretty spooky. They have a gem, I believe, on...
Yeah, gem on Puck.
Yeah, so... all their vision making it very scary to step out of that base to get the good positioning that they want in these fights.
Yeah, he's done it. The entire map is clean now. There's no no server, no sentry outside of the Dire base. There's only one inside Dire base, a little sentry that he didn't kill, but else he's cleaned up the map.
No meta for another 47. No exorcism for another 30-something, so... still feels like they're grouping up. They want to fight. Use a scan that lands on multiple here. Jump forward, the opening over on Toronto Toki goes. He pops his BKB. He's going to try to get over to the high ground. Does manage to escape.
He gets the courier with a toss of the tree grab. I don't even know if you really saw that, but yeah. Poor courier.
Castro hit his BKB during that. What happened there?
Oh, he clicked BKB?
Yeah. I heard BKB and I was like, what was that? I think there were a couple of illusions. Perhaps he thought that they were closer, but maybe he fat fingered it? I don't know.
Yeah. Not sure if that was spotted by Fnatic, but if so, they might want to look for more. But I think they could also just wait for Roche in controlled area.
I think they might have... I'd have to go back and look at the replay, because I think they had Terrorblade illusions over in the area, so I think they might have seen, and this movement coming out from them, like... kind of suggests that they realize like something just happened here. We can take advantage of this.
Yeah, he was certainly not in a spot where he needed to pop his beak, because that's pretty costly. Both of them getting pushed down.
Waiting patiently. Jumps forward, the avalanche toss. There's the toss back. He's going to just get immediately silenced, and he's gonna just force staff himself out of danger there.
Yep, we get back. Tiny gonna TP out fully here as well, and we have another courier getting slaughtered here, so... these, like, mid to late game courier kills give a lot of gold, by the way. 125 gold for that one, 120 for the previous one. Adds up quite quickly.
Careful, Spirit. They're waiting for you up over on this high ground. They are just going very wide on here, though. They don't have Toronto Tokyo. They see him over in the mid lane.
I like the move though, and this ward placed down by Mira. They have information. Spirit, can they take this fight?
A little uncertain. Look for the opening. We'll be able to find it over onto Jab. So they'll blow up Death Prophet. That's a BKB charge used over on Collapse and the Arena. Step forward again. They find Jet Wall over here on the side. But again, they have the Aeon Disc over the back line. So they get off a beautiful Dream Quote from Armel. Ends up losing Mira. Now Maposhka is going to have to try to teleport out. Not going to be able to do it as Collapse also trying to leave. But the damage is huge now. He's going to be able to make it out. Nothing to cancel that TP. Maposhka. Oh, Maposhka, what happened?
He was waiting for his Force Staff. He was just sitting there and, yeah.
Oh dear. Alright, well, that opens these doors for Raven, for Fnatic to just hit these buildings. They have buyback on the Clockwork, no buyback though on Yatoro, no buyback on Mira. Collapse is gonna have to do some serious work as DJ jumps in. Seeing this opening, the avalanche toss, the Scotty, the hits, he's just dead. Do have buyback though on Collapse if he wants to try to use it. Fortification will get used. Oh man. Fnatic, they're feeling DJ. They're like, oh, this guy. Look at this god gamer.
Yeah, I think so too. DJ is having a fantastic game here. Spam tips, and they're pushing. This TB does a lot of damage. They want the Melarax. Dropping the Tombstone, committing for us. No way to defend it here without your Mars, without your SF. And Roshan is gonna spawn in 2 minutes time.
Alright, well, that'll be the next big objective most likely. For both of the teams.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
How does Spirit push out here? How do they gain back some ground, Waga?
I think that's exactly what they were trying to do in the previous fight there, but it ended up backfiring in the end. It was a nice start. They got that clean pickoff. They need to do something similar again here, but it's just not that easy. I don't think they have any smokes available anymore as well. So yeah, no smokes for them. I think for now, just try and stabilize, deward the crucial areas here, and try and get the lanes back as far as possible.
That's a pretty nice item. Get a telescope. Found for one of the supports to carry.
Yeah, it's a nice one. I mean, the key to this game for Spirit has to be that SF has to be enabled more. He has this Daedalus, so his damage is actually crazy high, but they are struggling to have him right-click anything just by the chaos that is created by Tiny and Puck and then TB Illusions dropping a lot of auto attacks into it.
This Terrorblade is looking very, very scary now that we've hit the later portion of the game. They were really, really creative with the way that they were able to make the space for Raven. He had already had a pretty good start too.
He certainly was. A big timing in this game, by the way, is going to be if Collapse can hold on for this hex that he's building. He's currently sitting at 4,000 gold, so he just needs like 700 more to try and afford the full hex. He has the Void Stone already, but it's not going to be in time for this Roshan.
Ooh, Ninja Gear has been found. That's a great item. Potion knows, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he definitely knows. Thinking maybe try to make some sort of cheeky play. Goes in for the hook shot. He's just gonna land in front of everyone a little bit early here. He's gonna try to run out again. He's making some space. He's tossing them to follow him, but does end up dying.
Hooks in, 4 staffs out. It's a prank. It's a prank. I didn't mean to. But
it's where you pause the game and you say, "I was just kidding. Please let me live."
No intention of letting him get away. They now have full Aegis over on the side of Terrorblade. Also Aghanim Scepter from Roche. So that's a secondary meta available for him. And of course, now he can cosplay Shadow Fiend. He can pop the Terror Wave, use his own little SF ulti to fear people away.
That is true. Terrorblade looks like someone who enjoys a good costume. He's pretty flashy.
Certainly is. And I think they're going to move like a flash towards that bottom tier 2 as well, as we see their entire team just kind of converging down towards bottom. They're leaving the creep wave for the Terrorblade, of course, but I think Team Spirit know what's coming. There's not going to be inactivity after this Roshan goes down.
They've got a 21k net worth lead going over to the side of Fnatic. They've got Cheese, they've got Aegis. Do you have the Sheep Stick, the Scythe of Ice, picked up on on Mars, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They have...
Oh, Armel has the Octarine and the Timeless Relic as well. With the Kaya and San, she's very ready to deal some serious damage. And, of course, a lot of silences. He has the CDR talent too.
Guys are following DJ here as he's looking for any openings, like picking out the eye spot. Perhaps they can get some information, some vision if anyone's in the tree line. But Spirit playing over to the side on the high ground, upper left. Jump forward, DJ gets silenced. Go for the exorcism. The chase is on Armel though. Beautiful play here. Are they going to be able to do it? Yes, they'll take down at first time as they go over here. And the BKB was popped by Jazz with that exorcism. They weren't able to get as much as I think they would have liked. So chase now after Maposhka. Mira left behind Toronto Tokyo looking to drag back over onto DJ. Is just going to try to run away. And Yadro with that.
Everyone's scared.
They're just dropping everything, but not a whole heck of a lot happening just yet. So they managed to get the puck during the fight. They'll get DJ, and Team Spirit will hold on a little bit longer.
Fantastic fighting by them, and I thought that fight might go worse for them as they had to use the BKB on Yatoro to just run away. Didn't really get to do any damage, but no, clean fighting there. Beautiful, beautiful stuff by Void Spirit as well, doing a lot of damage in that fight.
It felt pretty split throughout it too. A lot of fighting going on between two different areas.
Yeah, you'd almost think that a split-up fight would favor the team with the puck and be able to catch stuff, but I would say Team Spirits, they're happy as long as they can play away from Terrorblade's DPS, because he hits so hard right now, and he's the main one killing anything. Every single time they get kills, it's like tossing back towards the Terrorblade, and you right-click something down.
I mean, you try to make a play knowing that Jabs doesn't have the exorcism up. I mean, he's got his BKB up in a couple seconds.
Oh, collapse. He's gets spotted by the Invis TB.
Okay, there it is. BKB coming out immediately from Jabs. Look at this damage being placed over onto Collapse. He pops his own BKB, but Raven just chasing after him. Okay, they'll try to save him using that. Glimmer tries to hide a little bit further into the corner, but they have the Dream Coil, so they'll be able to get the pick off.
Yeah, they get him killed, and he tried as he could to survive there. Nice attempt by Mira to throw his teammates to the side, trying to get him to safety, but that was him going down. He still has the arena though, and he has buyback. So when the push comes in, he's ready to use his buyback and try and defend. He won't have BKB though, and that's a big drawback for him. Oh, look at SF. He's got the Arcane Blink now, doing the little bit of a switch here, hoping to catch them off guard.
Still has that Aegis for another minute. They're going to try to burst him down, but he's still alive. Okay, the hookshot comes through. That's going to be Aegis going down. Maposhka pushing back. Again, they're trying to separate the fight if they can. Yatoro, beautiful play here with that Requiem, with the arena. They'll be able to blow up Raven. He is dead for 87 seconds. No buyback. Toronto Tokyo with the E-Blade, trying to make some more plays over onto DJ. They get a little bit of the steal. Exorcism has been popped. As now this Death Prophet going in deep here. Mira trying to lift up, trying to do whatever he can to slow them down just a little bit, but they'll still manage to get the kill. Yatoro now running for his life as there's a spear from Collapse. They'll end up popping the A on this. Toronto Tokyo looking for this fight. He does manage to get the kill. And they'll follow up and they'll chase after Jebs, who is now healed up. They're looking for more Armel. Just poking away over to the side, seeing if he can help out, seeing if they can keep this Death Prophet alive, but they will not be able to. 4 dead on the side of Fnatic, no buyback on Terrorblade, as Team Spirit defend their base and get themselves some kills to move out onto the map.
Fnatic a little bit greedy there. They tried to get more even after they lose the Terrorblade very fast. I think they could have disengaged and only lost like 1 extra hero on top of the TB, but they tried to take the fight feeling confident because they're so far ahead, but Spirit, they got a clean execution. The Terrorblade could not survive because when he respawned from his Aegis, there was cogs down from Clockwork, immediately pushing him to his side, and then the SF ulti followed into it. So beautiful execution to kill the TB twice there. And nothing he could have done to survive either. Without his team going in and helping him, he just dies there.
It does take a while for the creep wave to make its way towards the mid, so Team Spirit will back off, perhaps put some pressure on the top, reclaim their jungle.
Yeah, they're super happy to finally have some claim to the map again as well, getting these kills. They don't get to force buybacks as well, but I mean, they were so far behind, it felt almost like they were drawing dead. I think any other team there would pretty much have gone down. Team Spirit really showing like their competence there, being able to hold on to that team fight. I think it's on Raven though. He has to be more careful not to get caught out in a chain stun that doesn't allow him to use BKB. He has Refresher now, so he can use one BKB very early and then have the second one ready to go whenever.
Both teams playing very patiently. Not going to see a Roshan spawn for a minute and 16 at the very least. See the way that Spirit playing on the high ground, grouped together. They've got the vision, they've got the sentries down.
Yeah, they're not allowing any invasion to come in here from Fnatic to try and drop down vision, so they're holding on to it. There's an Arcane Room bottom right now. I wonder if we're gonna see anyone moving towards it though, as they want to sit in the Roche area. Might see Puck go and check it.
There is a refresher completed now for Shadowfeed.
Yeah, he has the double ulti, and we've seen what double SF ulti can do in the last chance qualifiers. The amount of lockdown it provides, especially with the increased debuff amplification from Arcane Blink as well, you can find yourself running away from SF for a long time.
Another nice item pickup, overwhelming blink for DJ. We are starting to hit that stage of the game where everyone is upgrading their blinks.
Yeah, it's time. The regular blink is so out of fashion.
So last patch.
Truly, truly. And I like the patience by Spirit. Probably feels like forever for them that they have sat in this area, but they are persistently holding an area that's very close to Roche that's favorable for that fight. And meanwhile though, Fnatic not interested in cracking that high ground. They're gonna start sending illusions to bottom. The Terrorblade will force some form of flinch or reaction. Before that happens, Spirit make a move though. They kind of know it's coming, I think. They're going immediately, looking for a fight.
They drop the wards, they're trying to get any sort of vision. Fnatic, ooh, this could be big. They're sitting on the high ground. Smoke will pop, immediate jump in from Toronto, Tokyo. Get the Zeal off, all up the Aeon disc. The Exorcism does get popped. They're chasing after Mira. Seems to be the one that's left here, but Collapse going through with that BKB. Tries to go for the Spirit, doesn't quite manage to land it, but does manage to get the Sheep Stick off. Yatoro will clean up on the Death Prophet. We'll go. Follow up over onto Collapse. He's gotten held into place. The push forward though, using the Force Staff. Armel giving some of these clicks. Step forward though, coming out from Toronto, Tokyo, looking to see if they can blow up Armel, and it looks like they'll be able to. And this does get popped as now Raven ending up. He's just clicking down everyone in this fight, looking to see if he can close the gap. He finds himself Yatoro trying to fight here, trying to stand toe to toe, trying to get down to one. Will end up dying. There's another buyback. Now they have all the momentum on the side of Fnatic. 3 dead on the side of Team Spirit. They do not have buyback. Toronto Tokyo looks like he's going to be the next sacrifice.
I think they've done it. The buyback again. It's just too late.
On the Void. I don't know. I don't know how they deal with this. They still have the Sunder play up over onto Raven. These buildings are just melting, but they're going to go down swinging, Team Spirit. They're not willing to give up because they have the BKB. Toronto Tokyo doing whatever he can, trying to support Raven over on the side. Just get pushed back. As we'll turn their attention over to the Death Prophet over on the back line. Yatoro gets tossed up in here. He just falls back. He is dead. And they will indeed call the GG. Fnatic will bounce back in very patient fashion in this game number 2.
Yeah, that was so nice to watch. The final catch there by Tiny as he caught the Shadow Fiend. He actually used the Psychic Headband as well to push him into the Terrorblade there at the end. That was really, really nice to see just the execution by Fnatic. Nice try by Team Spirit. The final fight, I could probably sit and talk about it for like 10 minutes because there was a lot. There was Void Spirit jumping in with Aeon Disc components locked, unlocking them to be able to get himself out. But then Fnatic just played a little bit closer in that fight and managed to bring down heroes more effectively, whereas Team Spirit had to just run away. That was an exciting game, and definitely some high quality Dota. 49
on the side of Fnatic, 3 dead on the side of Team Spirit. They do not have buyback. Toronto Tokyo looks like he's going to be the next sacrifice. definitely held
think they've done
against Team Spirit, and it's nice to see Raven on something very, very comfortable. Armel giving some of these clicks. Step forward though, coming out from Toronto to Tokyo, looking to see if they can blow. And Armel giving some of these clicks. Step forward though, coming out from Toronto. He's gotten held into place. The push forward though, using the force. Staff Armel giving some of these clicks. Step forward though, coming out from Toronto to Tokyo, looking to see if they can blow Armel, and it looks like they'll be able to. Just does get popped as now Raven ending up. He's just clicking down everyone in this fight, looking to see if he can close the gap. He finds himself Yatoro trying to fight. He's gotten held into place. The push forward though, using the force. Staff Armel giving some of these clicks. Step forward though, coming out from Toronto to Tokyo, looking to see if they can blow Armel, and it looks like they'll be able to. Just does get popped as now Raven ending up. He's just clicking down everyone in this fight, looking to see if he can close the gap. He finds himself Yatoro trying to fight here, trying to stand toe to toe, trying to get into it. Will end up dying.
So, yeah, I think
there's another buyback. Now they have all the momentum on the side of Fnatic. 3 dead on the side of Team Spirit. They do not have buyback. Toronto Tokyo looks like he's going to be the next sacrifice.
I think they've done it. The buyback again. It's just too late.
On the void. I don't know. I don't know how they deal with this. They still have the. How much damage does Dust do now? The Dust of Appearance?
Yeah, the dust is like, is it 25 or something? I can't remember.
I don't know, but like I'm still waiting to see a Dust kill. Like the Rocket was like that one, the level 1 was great, but someday I will see.
It's 25 damage. I've seen some people die to it, not in a competitive game yet though.
God, I can't wait for that. Absolutely ridiculous. Hot sand. But yeah, you see these fights, they're chaotic. They're, you know, that one in particular, right? Yatoro was so separated away from his team, and then they just recognized us on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, no, that was quite the showing, but we got some exciting Dota there. So it's going to be 1-1 between Spirit and Fnatic in the end. Looked, after game 1, like Spirit was going to win handily, but Fnatic, they do bring it back.
Yeah, and this is definitely what you want to see. You don't want to see, you know, full-on rolls, stomps, whatever. You want to see both of these teams, you know, adjusting to each other, figuring each other out, and just showing us, you know, the different styles that they can play. And I think that's what's really interesting too with TI or any major tournament is just the meta that develops between teams as you go out throughout the tournament. But yeah, you can see here 18 assists over on DJ.
Yeah, we're also missing one thing on this, is that Raven had 684 last hits, by the way, on that Terrorblade. 684 last hits in a 49-minute game. It is a pretty long game, but still, I think people should be respecting Raven's Terrorblade in this tournament. It is one of his absolutely best heroes.
There it is, there's DJ, our MVP of the match, definitely right place, right time, great initiations, great repositioning. Because we talked about that earlier in the draft, how repositioning was super, super important, and they had a lot of it, honestly, over on the side of Team Spirit. But just DJ's Tiny proving to be very, very potent.
Yeah, they had a lot of it, but all you needed was just the Tiny for DJ there. He made it work in such a good way, always bringing the heroes back to the core, who could bring down the kill in the end. So even though he went down a lot of the times, dying 8 times on his Tiny, he, you know, caused so much mayhem on the opponents.
Yeah, as long as, you know, you're doing your job at the end of the day, I think your team is very, very happy with you. And in that case, I'd say DJ did a fantastic job, for sure. But,
yeah, strong performance, strong performance. So glad to see if Fnatic showed up and looking strong in this tournament as well so far. In the game 2 here against Spirit.
So we have seen 2 games so far today, or 2 series, I should say. So we saw Team Liquid and RG getting a split 1-1. Fnatic and Team Spirit also having a split. So the next games that are coming up, we've got Sonics versus Team Liquid, a little NA Dota versus Western Europe, followed by Fnatic, who will be playing again, this time against South American Team Thunder Awaken, and then Sonics will be playing one more time this evening versus PSG.LGD, who I think people would say are one of the top favorites to win TI this year.
Yeah. PSG.LGD, I mean, probably always one of the favorites, I feel. They're just so strong, of course. And they have a lot to prove still in terms of just taking that TI victory here. I think they're really hungry for it this year.
All right, well, we have plenty more games coming up again. There's a total of 50 games being played today for this group stage. But Waga and I will be saying goodbye to you. You're going to have another fresh set of casters here. I believe it's Nomad and Bayskip will be your narrators for the rest of the night on the stream. But definitely stick around. Like I said, lots of Dota coming up, lots of exciting matches. You don't want to miss it. And we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have Nomad and Bayskip.